All right. Welcome back, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards. I'm going to go ahead and get the link in the description. I can do this a couple ways. So we can just bring people in and argue. We'll see who shows up, or we can throw SJ back up and watch the rest of it and talk. So we'll see. We'll see if anybody shows up. Or I can just throw it up if nobody shows up. But if anybody wants to show up, turn that off. I'll put the link in the description. I was just thinking about doing this way to begin with, and I was like, no, I'll use the OBS. Didn't feel. I said I wasn't going to do an open room. I should have probably just done it like this to begin with. So we'll pin it to the top. All right, how y'all doing? So that was interesting. It's going to get a little more crazy. There's going to be talk of the Good Samaritan, and how SJ is going to bring up points about how some people didn't, stand for Jesus when they came for him and as they were crucifying him. And essentially the point being is that they need to be those people standing up for Jesus and standing up for the unborn and all of that, blah, blah, blah. So I did see, as I was getting off the last stream and making this one, that Tang was going live. So I don't know. We'll see if anybody shows up. If nobody does, then I'll just throw it back on and we'll continue the review because it's going to get crazy. What's up, Jason? And I got a couple. It looks like SJ did at me on Twitter. I haven't looked at it though. I've seen. I'm talking to her like she's in the side chat, but she's messaging me, and I'm about to just blurt it out like she's in the side chat. What's up, James Hogue? So yeah, like if anybody wants to come in, and if anybody wants to argue about it, we can. If not, I'm thinking I could probably just watch the second half. If anybody wants to come in, they can watch the second half of this with me. I'm also thinking about, let me see if I can find anything. Maybe I'll just look at Stephanie Gray, because I am interested. So yeah, she's got some shit out there. Couple things maybe. Is she a Catholic? I wasn't picking up Catholic vibes. There's a debate with her against Dr. Malcolm Potts. I'm not seeing like a channel with her, like that's hers though, which is weird. There's a whole bunch of students for life. Right, yeah, none of it's like her channels, but a lot of shit with her on it. So I could probably watch any of those too. I'm not seeing what we were watching through SJ though, like that sermon there that we were watching. I'm not seeing that anywhere. Huh. All right. So yeah, maybe I'll pull up something from there. How y'all doing? The JLP saga. Yeah, I did a little bit on that. I don't know the particulars now, or the current shites. Um, yeah, well, I mean, that was just kind of what I named the stream earlier. It doesn't really matter. I was hoping, that SJ would come on, but she said maybe next time, and it'll probably end up being like a one-on-one conversation. Um, Thank you, Robert C. Yeah, I've had my moments, but I am getting better, getting used to the sober life. But there have been moments. I ain't gonna lie. But I do think they are starting to get better. I'm trying to be more calm. Um, doesn't always win, but I think I've done pretty good the last couple open streams with keeping it calm and I'm enjoying doing them myself again. Like I stopped doing them myself because I wasn't enjoying doing them. And for a while, for a long time, I really enjoyed just going into rooms, not having to worry about like running the stream. But I'm finding having those extra tasks is actually a good thing for me, I think. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking I want to watch the rest of that. So I'm thinking if anybody wants to come on, I am on StreamYard now, so I can bring you on. I have began setting up OBS for a better production. I've never really liked the StreamYard production, but I am thinking about going 6, but right now up to 10 people can join. I have the stream right where I left it off, so I'm going to share my screen. If anybody wants to come in, the link should be pinned in the side chat. If not, then I'll just continue what I was doing before, which is no biggie because we're to the religious part of it now. Like most of my issues with what SJ had to say, I already got him out. The whole life begins at fertilization thing, the whole fetus is just a way to just a word they use to dehumanize. Now we're into the religious aspects of it. And there's Jason. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, are you good with that? Would you just like to continue watching that, or do you have
Yeah.
a?
I mean that's fine. This was that might give us kind of some content to talk about, but because you're saying that it's getting to the point where she's making the connection between religion and abortion.
Well, I would say that I think SJ thinks that there definitely is, but I don't think they make much of a connection. They have random stories that have really nothing to do at all with abortion. Like they're going to get into the Good Samaritan. It's ultimately like so far, pretty much her point has been, Jesus drew the line in the sand, and imagine that like he didn't judge her, he didn't condemn her, he just told her to not sin anymore. And I'm like, yeah, the comparison there, I think, is that I don't know, like Jesus stood against an injustice or something. I don't even know the comparison, but it's gonna get on, and SJ is gonna get into a part to where she's talking about how people didn't stand up for Jesus during the time of crucifixion. Like Paul hid, and nobody really stood up for him because they were worried about the ramifications and being crucified themselves or whatever. And I think she's essentially saying that they are by standing up for unborn children, they are those people that never stood up for Jesus Christ, right? Like that's pretty much
that's a stretch.
what I was getting from it,
That's a major. That's a big stretch, but okay.
So, yeah, but like again, like her thing was she was trying to go at Matt Dillahunty and Shannon Q, and this was her rebuttal to them. I made it like, is it a religious thing? Just because she went to this like religious shit, like is abortion a religious issue? And I think if you ask most Christians, if they were honest, they would say yes. But if they're arguing about it, they would say no. So that was kind of like the point of my like title earlier.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, we could throw that back on. Hopefully some more will join us, but if not, it's always cool just talking to you. I'd love to get because when I went through it the first time, I couldn't quite understand what SJ was trying to do. Like it was kind of weird to me. But I haven't seen the Shannon Q and Matt Dillahunty thing that she's responding to. I haven't seen that, so I'm not sure what it's in reference to.
Yeah, that's
All right.
fine.
All right, let me share my screen. And maybe me and SJ will be talking about this soon. So I've wanted to have that abortion argument with her before. We've never really quite gotten into it. We've gotten into politics a little bit, but I don't think we've ever gotten into abortion. All right, so where's my play button at?
And so Debbie started traveling to schools and sharing her testimony. And it just so happened.
All right, so that's where we were when we left off, like this personal story of this Debbie person she knows, and essentially it's the story of this person thinks that she had an abortion, and she came to the conclusion, or she regretted it. She came to the conclusion that she had destroyed God's creation, and changed her position, and I guess came to Christ or whatever. So that's, I guess, where we're at in this this part of this story right here.
In one of her audiences, a young boy had a friend who was on a bus to an abortion clinic, and he whipped out his phone while Debbie was talking, and he texted, "There's a woman here who regrets her abortion." And the girl texts back, "Why?" And so they began texting back and forth. Debbie's presentation ends, and he tells the teacher and Debbie what's happening. And Debbie asks him to text the girl, would she be willing to spend just 1 hour with Debbie to hear Debbie's story? And as it should happen, the girl missed her connecting bus. And so she's sitting alone at a bus stop, and she says, "Sure, I'll meet with her." And so the student, the teacher, and Debbie hop in a car. They drive towards the girl, and Debbie just sits with her and asks her why she wanted the abortion. And the girl said that she just felt that she had no support. And Debbie said, "I will support you. I give you my pledge. Your teacher will support you. Your classmate will support you." And then Debbie said, "Can I tell you about what I did when I was in a situation like yours?" And the girl was open to hearing Debbie's story. And so she shared. And by the end of that meeting, the girl decided instead of going to the abortion clinic, she would go to a doctor's office where she would hear her baby's heartbeat for the first time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so bad.
This is kind of a classic technique. Like they're appealing to the emotions of the mother. Like oftentimes, like some of these places, like they will, they're like doing these things to appeal to the emotion, to get them to realize that, to be like, oh, if I can tap into that emotion, then I can get them to change their position. Which I mean, I don't know. Some people would say that's a legitimate technique, but I don't know. It feels slimy to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, it is, and it's a classic ploy, and it's what a lot of red states have done. They would pass laws that would basically require doctors to go through every like bad aspect or every little thing, or it goes to the conversation we were having with Marty and SPM and William and Cerberus a few nights ago about getting their tubes tied, and some doctors not wanting to do that, or tell, well, you might want to have children someday, or it's that whole they do try to get to appeal to your emotions to get you to not make the decision that you had made. And in some situations it might be viable to do so, I maybe, but yeah, I think it's very sleazy and greasy, and I don't know. To me, it shouldn't be you on this church bus. That should be like a decision she is making with her parents. Because if she's like this younger person, if she's an adult, that's the decision that she would make herself or with the people around her. And this whole not having support thing, I think a lot of it is support, like having people around you that's going to be willing to be there for you. But it's also that financial thing, like that's a lot of what quote unquote support could be, is I might not have the financial means to raise this child. So I don't know. It seems like, again, like the whole story. If you notice that as she's going through it, supposedly this is a personal story, and I'm not saying it's not, but she keeps looking down at her notes, and this is definitely a sermon that she's given. And I know they take notes during those things, but it would seem like, during the personal stories that you're referring that come from your personal life, you might not need to look down at the notes so much during those moments.
Yeah,
so
but this is clearly, like you were saying, it's a sermon. She's, it's a written down sermon.
Yeah.
So it could be like it is true. It's a personal situation that she's just written down as part of her sermon. But the other thing people may disagree with me, whatever, but I hate like the delivery. The deliveries, it feels brainwashy.
It's preachery. It's like they all have the same thing. It's hard to describe. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, though. It's
creepy
softening of the end of the sentences or something, like they all do it, and it is. I agree. It's really creepy.
Yeah.
And yeah, like my little thing there is probably just personal. Like I said, I have this one uncle in particular, Wesleyan preacher, and he will literally get on the internet for 3 days before his sermons and write out his sermon, and he will pretend like pass these stories off as if they're like his real life stories. And I'm like, dude, I watched you pull that shit off the internet.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so good point.
Yeah. But that was my uncle. Not everybody does it. I shouldn't assume, I lived with the man, so I got to see him do it for a period of about a year.
It begun only 3 weeks after fertilization. And several months later, a baby girl was born. Because God transformed what Debbie had done and used her as a mighty instrument for truth in the world.
I absolutely hate that. Like, no, like maybe Debbie transformed herself to be an instrument for good in the world, if anything. And I would disagree with that statement. But like God had nothing to do with it. I hate that. It's the narrative. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you even know God has a problem with abortion? Like I brought this up, like, maybe maybe that's part of God's divine plan, and he intended abortion so we're not so overpopulated by evildoers. How do you know that not every single fetus that has been terminated through abortion was not intentionally terminated by God's plan? How do you get there? Show me the biblical passages, because I've yet to see them. I've seen the one dictating how you use the ash from the temple to get rid of a pregnancy in certain situations. I've seen that one.
I mean, if these are actual lives that are independent and that it's murder killing them in the eyes of God, but God, it's like the problem of evil issue. It's like God's allowing this to happen. Then is it appropriate? Like God meant for those babies to die, or is it like he's not in control and people are doing things that God doesn't have control over, which calls into question his triomni qualities? It creates these kind of contradictory situations that aren't in alignment with the God of the Bible, in my perspective.
Well, yeah, and I think it was Gur Streams, actually, maybe. I was watching somebody the other day, and I'd heard the argument before, but especially if you talk to Christians enough and you get into the morality of the Old Testament and the putting of the swords through the babies' heads, and they'll always tell you, like, it's okay if God does it and shit like that. But Gur was saying, like, and they'll always tell you, well, they all went to heaven, so God did no wrong because they all went to heaven. So, like, I think it was Gur Streams that he brought up the point that, like this would be like the pass straight into heaven. Like you get to, I mean, no fucking worry about hell whatsoever. You're a fetus. You get a free pass straight into heaven. As a Christian, you should be applauding that. You should be for abortion, right? Like, I think it was Gur Streams. I think that was, and that's a good point, because it is. It's like, how do you know that this is something that God condemns? you don't. Like, that's why I say, you know, I said it in my stream. For me, it's not a religious argument at all, and it shouldn't be. It should be a legal or a moral argument. It should never be in religion. But most of the pro-lifers, thank you for being here, William. I don't actually consider you as one of these. They are Christians that have Christian motivations behind their stance. I haven't figured that out about you though, William, because you seem to be a different kind of Christian.
No, I'm pro-life.
I know you're pro-life, but you're a different kind of Christian. I'm not sure if your pro-life stance derives from your Christianity. Does it?
No. No, it doesn't.
Not even like the life at contraception part?
No.
Or contraception, fertilization.
No, conception, right?
I said contraception though.
Okay, we're all good.
William, are you are you anti-death penalty?
No.
So you're pro-death penalty.
No.
Then you're anti-death penalty.
No.
Then what? So sometimes you're for the death penalty and sometimes you're not? Or what's your position on the death penalty?
Yeah, it depends on the situation.
So there are situations where it is appropriate to put somebody to death.
Yes.
Okay. Like a criminal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that murder? That's not murder.
No.
Okay.
I'm seeing a new troll in the side chat. Nice to meet you. Think about it. At least a new name, maybe an old troll. I love it when people talk shit about me though. Usually, unless I'm mad about it. You know, it's interesting, Jason, and this is kind of like aside from what we're currently talking about. I've always been deeply, deeply anti-death penalty, but earlier today, as I was cleaning the apartment, I was watching the Nicholas Cruz penalty phase of the trial, and I got to thinking about it. If I was in that jury, could I pass a death sentence on this dude who just slaughtered all these people? And I still think it's a no, but it's a more hesitant no than I've ever given before. You know, especially hearing just like how he went from classroom to classroom to classroom with this semi-automatic AR-15.
No, hey, if you had been there in the school in one of those classrooms with with those kids, would you have been able to kill him then?
Oh yeah, probably, without a doubt.
Yeah, because the killing of the like self-defense or defending children is different than after the fact. The guy's like chained up and in a cell, and we're like, well, we're killing him for punishment. We're saying he killed those people, he deserves to die. We're not killing him to prevent him from killing other people, because obviously he killed those people. He's going to get locked away for life. So it's kind of a different.
Yeah.
So, okay, but let me. Can I? Well, hold on before you go any further, William, to that point. Okay.
Oh, I was just saying, I think it's personally. I think death penalty is a cop out. It's a get out of jail free card for me. I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't think that there's going to be any punishment for these people. I think forcing them to live in the prison environment. I've been in there. It's not pleasant. That's punishment. To me, killing them, that ain't punishment. That's a cop out to me.
Okay, so Rage, you've been in prison, and I've spent some time in prison too, as a correctional officer. So, you know, there are inmates in there that are a hazard to other inmates and officers. They kill other inmates and officers, making it unsafe. Do the prisoners themselves have a right to be defended from these type of men?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I would agree to that to a point. But there's other things besides, you know, you can have your death row without having the death, right? Right. You can have your certain really dangerous people.
No, you can't.
In the case of Nicholas Cruz, I think that I would put him there.
It's too
Say what?
expensive to have individual holding cells for every single prisoner.
No, I'm saying for the ones that are gonna be like super violent. But like prison itself breeds a violent mentality. It's pretty much be violent to stay alive. But like in the case of like say the Nicholas Cruz, when they're literally showing footage of the dude attacking prison guards for apparently no fucking reason at all, then yeah, I'd say you could do the death row without the death part. You can keep these people that have been deemed so harmful to society they should be separated. We do it now. I mean, most times death row penalty inmates don't get put to death. They stay there for their entire
Right,
life.
but there's only so much space in the SMU for them.
Well, but keep in mind, it's been well established that death penalty cases or death penalty inmates cost a lot more than non-death penalty inmates. It gets it actually much cheaper to like just lock them away forever than it is to actually put them to death, which is crazy, but it's been shown.
It is crazy. It is crazy because it really just costs a bullet or a rope that you could possibly reuse 3 or 4 times.
Well, but I mean, it gets to the situation of we don't want to put a person who potentially is not guilty to death. So we have a huge appeal process. There's a lot of money that goes into that. And so if you don't want that, I mean, I guess you probably could reduce the cost for death penalty cases. But anyways, I brought up the death penalty issue just because of the interesting dichotomies between believing or not, or like being pro or anti-death penalty and being pro-choice or pro-life. They're kind of some interesting comparisons there. They're not 1-to-1. They're not exact, but it's interesting to think about that.
I think it's time we start blaming men for abortions.
See, that's been your thing in the side chat, and I like. Are you serious about it, or is it just a troll?
Absolutely, yeah. These women don't need to go to prison. They don't need to be charged with murder and all this stuff in some of these places. I mean, I heard your argument about that. Some of these women could potentially be charged with murder for having an abortion. And you know who that leaves out entirely? The guy who slept with her.
But the guy's not committing an abortion. The woman is really, isn't it? Like the guy's not.
Well,
getting
it's
an
not
abortion.
her fault. It's not. It can't really be her fault. The guy did not do his due diligence. He had sex with her, got her pregnant.
Let me play the devil's advocate with you. Let me take the right wing position here, because a lot of right wingers would argue that oh shit, I'm losing shit today, man. Repeat that, William. Repeat it for me.
I'm just saying you can't really blame women. You can't put the blame on women for this because men are the one having sex with them.
Yeah, so right wingers would definitely argue that men have been taken out of the equation since Roe came down. Men don't have a say in an abortion. That's always their argument, right?
But they had a say in getting them pregnant, right?
Yeah, but
I agree with you, but
the offense is not getting pregnant. The offense is actually getting the abortion. So you could have sex with a woman. The woman could not get an abortion, and there's no crime. But the abortion.
But you're still putting her in danger because she could die during the pregnancy.
Okay, well, that's a different situation about like you're putting the woman in potential danger by her getting pregnant.
You're right. That makes sense. Yeah, you're right.
That's a potentiality, but yeah, you get what I'm saying is that the man, while the man is having sex with her and puts her in that situation, the ultimate choice is typically not the man. The man's not saying you must get an abortion. It's the woman. It's her body. She's like, I get an abortion. So maybe
this doesn't really apply to you, but for all the people who are anti-abortion, you shouldn't have sex with women who want to have abortions. Because, I mean, clearly you wouldn't. I mean, I think there's already laws on the books about having sex with people who are mentally ill. You know?
Oh, no, you're not.
Wow, that's a stretch. That somebody who wants to get an abortion is mentally ill.
But look, it gives them they cannot be charged with anything under this argument. They cannot be held accountable for it. The man has to be held accountable, and that way women are ultimately defended from any responsibility or accountability for that action. And men have to be a little more, particular in where they put their penises. And it's about time we started practicing some penis control, right, guys?
I hate to say it, but this
I knew it couldn't be what it.
This
seemed
has a
to be.
misogynistic aspect to it, because like a woman gets to. I mean, a woman. I'm pro-choice, but a woman has the choice to go get an abortion. The man isn't engaged in making.
He has a choice to have sex with her.
Of course, but that does. But just because he chooses to have sex with her doesn't lead to an abortion.
Yeah, but here's the thing: women can't rape men. You know what I'm saying?
Not true.
What?
It's hard. It's hard. It's harder.
That's not true
it's
at
gotta
all.
be hard, right? So
that's not true. Women can rape men. A woman can sodomize a man.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, but you can't get it. Doesn't get her pregnant, right?
Well, no, but I mean, a woman. I'm imagining there are situations where women have raped men and gotten pregnant from it.
I would like to see some citations on that, just for my own amusement. But
Wait,
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I would just like to see them.
Do you think a man can
that's
ejaculate if he's being raped?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't know if you're scared. I don't know if you're scared. Like, would you be able to bust?
It's a known fact that women can orgasm while they are getting raped, and oftentimes women have.
I don't want to know how that test was done.
But I mean, through cognitive behavioral therapy, the woman. I'm not saying that we tested for it. The woman had said women have shame. Women get raped and they like have an orgasm during the rape, and then they feel years and years of shame and guilt for feeling that way. Yeah. Because they hated it. They were like, I was assaulted and raped. I didn't want to do this, but but my body like reacted in a certain way.
Okay, then I was wrong to bring rape to the discussion. Let's take that off. It just men need to be accountable for. I mean, because we're always blaming, or I've always in the past blamed women for not closing their legs, but maybe it's something that they really can't help, and men should step up and say, look, we need to be a little more careful if we don't like abortion.
See, you make it hard to agree when I want to. Men should be more accountable. Men should not be walking out on women, but you're putting it as Jason said. I've known you for a week now, so I'm familiar. Very misogynist, very sexist, very anti-woman, William, and
How's that anti-woman? I'm alleviating them of all accountability, responsibility, penalty.
Maybe they just can't help it. Come on, you know what you're saying. You're not dumb.
I changed my look. I'm not asking them to do anything different now. I'm actually this as free as they could possibly be. If you don't like women being free to do what they want, then I don't know what to tell you. Well, I'm putting the responsibility on men to be men and be a little more careful where we bust our nuts.
And I'm not in disagreement with that. I'm just I'm drawing the delineation between the responsibility of a man in terms of his actions with a woman and getting a woman pregnant. We know for a fact that like when men get women pregnant, they have a responsibility to the woman. If the woman decides has a baby, the man is responsible for providing child support, for potential he has a responsibility for that. But there is a distinction between the responsibility for the woman having a baby and the woman getting pregnant and then making another decision on her own to get an abortion. When the woman decides to get an abortion, she doesn't have to go check with the man and get his approval.
That's a traumatic decision, Jason. I mean, don't minimize the weight of that decision that these women are making.
I agree.
And why do they have to make those decisions? Because we're busting nuts deep inside of them. That's a fact.
Well, I think
that's a fact.
Well,
that's a fact.
It's a fact that like when women get pregnant, a man is involved, of course.
Thanks. That's all I'm saying. We're putting them in this place without properly vetting them.
That implies that the woman didn't have a choice in having sex. Like the woman is just like a vessel. The woman's not just a vessel where like the man comes in and goes, "I'm gonna fuck you," and she has no choice.
But who has the ultimate decision? Who makes the ultimate decision? Because if we want it, we can just take it,
abortion?
Right?
Who has
no, to have sex. Because if we want it, we can just take it, right?
No, you can't.
Well, you can't legally.
You can just take
that's
it.
True. But like, if you get right down to who has the final decision of whether she gets pregnant,
if you try to just take it from some of my cousins, they're gonna kick that ass.
Yeah, but some of your cousins, they're hairy, very, very hairy.
No, they'll just kick that ass.
Okay, yeah. But like, think about it. Why do we put this pressure on women in the first place? Why can't we be responsible enough to go, let's stop dumping all the responsibility on the women and go, maybe we need to spend a little more time talking before we start fucking.
But that's not what's happening though. You're saying you've taken the choice away from women. I don't understand your point.
That's point not is taking any choice away from women. How is that taking choice?
You've already began taking the choice away. You've overturned. Like this is I
didn't do any of that.
This is only this is a troll. Like this is a very sophisticated troll.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But think about it. I'm trying to look, if a woman can't use this argument, if a woman can't use this argument in court to keep her,
I don't think you're ever going to hear a woman use the argument, Your Honor, I'm going to close my legs more.
that wasn't my argument. I didn't say that. When did I say that? I told you changed my position in our last debate. I've had time to think about it, and it's wrong for us to just
and said those words while you have given out how men need to be responsible. We need to.
No, I said that was my old position. Yeah, no, that what you call it, whatever you want to call it, but that's how babies are made. Us busting nuts and women.
Well, I mean, sometimes there's condoms that break.
Yeah, but that's still nut getting busted.
Well, but wait a second. This is I'm not sure I like the way this conversation is going.
This is really
I don't understand. I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, but
maybe you just don't want to own your responsibility, and that's just your privilege, I guess. I don't know.
Well, wait a minute. I totally agree that men have a responsibility in their actions, but the implication here is that women, like that the man is having sex with the woman, and that he's not taking any responsibility. I mean,
he's persuading, as Knock told me, men are persuading and putting pressure on women to do this, and then women are pressured either to have the abortion or to not have the abortion, and it's wrong to put that kind of pressure on women. And clearly, it's a lot for them to bear. And I'm saying that men need to be responsible about, you're pressuring these women to have sex, and just stop that shit. Leave women alone when it comes to their bodies until you're really sure that they're okay with what's going on.
Women, listen. Women can have sex and with who they want. They can have sex and enjoy it. So guess what?
I want them to.
The dynamic in 2022 is that women decide who they want to have sex with. Men don't decide that I'm going to have sex with that woman. Guess what? It's the woman who decides whether she's going to fuck that guy.
Okay, that sounds a little misogynist there.
No, it's not. I'm saying? You know what?
You're putting all the responsibility on women.
No, William, that's just a fact.
That's atrocious.
That's a feminist position. That's a feminist position.
And it's a fact.
Well, I don't agree with feminism. That's ridiculous.
Well, but so you don't believe that women are equal to men?
Well, he thinks
that's not what I said at all.
I think equality is good. You can't just take it. What Jason said is a fact. They ultimately make the decision who they sleep with. You can't just take.
So you're absolving men of their responsibility in this.
No,
I see what I understand.
No, that's exactly.
You're not a real ally. You talk about being an ally, but you're not.
The point from all of this is so you can say that right there.
Look, we know for a fact that over thousands of years, men have shirked their responsibility and just had raped women. So we have in the last 50, 75 years, there has been a shift to where men have to take responsibility for their actions in that respect. And even in the 21st century, it has gone even further to a point where women are now able. A woman can say, "Look, if I want to go have sex outside of marriage, just because I want to enjoy it, I don't care about this is not just sex to have a baby. I'm just going to go out and I'm going to go sleep with the guy." That she can be empowered to do that. If a woman wants to do that, that is her right to do that. That's a feminist position for a woman to have.
It is. Okay. She should be able to do that. I'm not saying that she shouldn't. I'm saying that men shouldn't engage with that.
Well,
we should be smarter than to do that. We should wait. She might change her mind. She doesn't really understand the consequences and the risks. She doesn't know that she may have to kill a child. I don't want to put this decision on her. I'm just going to wait till I find out if she's mentally stable enough to make these decisions
Oh my
later on.
God. This just think of what
You
you're
want to
saying. You're
vet?
like,
Okay,
you're
don't
saying
you
like,
want to vet who you sleep with?
well, of course I want to vet who I want to sleep with, but I don't go around
Because you wouldn't want to take advantage of someone who couldn't handle the responsibility of what your sex could bring.
I don't look at women and go, oh, she's a woman. Maybe she's not mentally stable. Maybe she's not able to make a decision on whether she wants to have sex or not. I don't think that.
I think you should probably think about it a little bit, though, shouldn't you?
I think that. Well, I think that's just my opinion. You can obviously disagree with it, but I think that that's a sexist attitude to have. I think that women.
It's sexist to put. Okay, all right. So you're fine with people just putting the blame on women. You're good with that.
No. Well, what do you mean putting what blame on women?
When it comes to abortions.
Well, women get to decide to do with their bodies what they want, and as a man, if I got a woman pregnant, I can't make her get an abortion.
That's right. You can't. But
so
you could. But you had your chance when you pulled your pants down, honey.
Look, I'll ask you a question. Have you ever been in a situation where you got a woman pregnant and you wanted to have that woman get an abortion, but the woman wanted to have the baby and you supported her in that?
Oh, no, I've never been in that situation.
Okay, I have been in that situation. I've been in a situation where my girlfriend got pregnant and we weren't married. We were in college, and I was like, you know what? The best option here is probably to get an abortion.
You just proved my point, Jason.
Why? I went along. She's like, I don't want to do that, and I said I will support you in that position.
Look at the decision that you made her make.
I didn't. I gave her the ability to choose to do what she wanted. But you
didn't find out. You didn't find out ahead of time what she wanted. You did not find out ahead of time what she wanted.
I would support her in what she wanted to do.
Why didn't you ask her what she wanted before you busted your nuts?
Well, but I was young. I wasn't thinking to say, excuse me, but if you happen to get pregnant, are you going to get an abortion or are we going to have a baby? I didn't do that.
Well, I mean, see, you shrugged off your responsibility. And then that was just a situation that she didn't. But I got to do my report. I'll check back by in a little bit.
All right. Okay. Fine. All right. I was going to. Taloga was probably going to comment on this. So actually, I have a woman on here that could get some perspectives.
It's Tioga. How you doing?
Sorry, Tioga.
It's okay. What are you guys talking about?
Oh shit.
I'm hella sick with COVID, so I'm a little behind. Oh, did William just leave?
Yes, he shouldn't have left.
That's funny.
He'll be back. He has internet issues sometimes, so I'm sure he'll be back.
He was saying that men are responsible in some weird way for women choosing to or not choosing to get an abortion, and that we should like take ownership of that. I didn't quite understand.
Does he think so? Does probably I don't know. I didn't listen. I just heard 5 seconds before it. But does he think all men are just they're just providers for a family at all times kind of thing, or they at least should be providers for a family at all times?
I'm not sure. I mean, I just know that he was taking a position that when a man has sex with a woman and she is thinking about getting an abortion, that somehow that abortion, that the responsibility falls on the man.
Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like, is that he has a perspective of always a man can take care of a baby, so always a man should take care of a baby. That's kind of what it sounds like. What else can you think about it?
I think his point is, all right, you need to have a conversation with the woman first, and if she's mentally ill and is going to have an abortion, don't bust your nut in her. I think that was his argument.
Wait,
pretty much word for word.
Abortion equals mentally ill kind of thing?
That's what he said, yeah.
Just surface level. It's a super surface level kind of shit. I mean, he can say that all he wants. That doesn't make people ready to have families.
But he's trying to pose it in a way that he's saying men should take responsibility, which me and Jason agree with. But it's an intentional troll. It's an intentional troll, is what William's attempting there. And I'm not sure now. By now he would have popped back in, and so I don't know. He might have ran away when you came into yoga.
He said like he was gonna go look at a paper or something and come back. Is that what he said?
I
Yeah, I
didn't
don't
quite
know.
catch it.
Yeah,
There he
I
is.
mean,
There he is.
oh hey,
All right.
super cool.
All right. So maybe I'm sure I misrepresented your position, William. So
No, I have no idea what you said. I was doing my report. I'm at work. Can you hear the crickets, by the way?
all right. Oh, the crickets. I don't hear them yet.
I don't
So
hear the crickets either.
my steel man of your
Fine.
argument was that you're essentially saying men should ask women before they have sex with them if they're mentally ill and are going to have an abortion, and if they are, then you shouldn't bust your nut in them. I think that was your argument, right?
Yeah, it's very oversimplified. I think you should probably spend a little more time vetting than then just jump in and say, "Hey, are you?"
I mean,
mentally
that's
ill?"
essentially like word for word what you said. Just you said it a lot of times.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's just about abortion. I think that in general, dating someone who's mentally ill is a bad idea. So you should do that anyway. But you could also work into the questions. Hey, if we get to this to this nut busting, are you gonna kill it, or you want to keep it, or what you want to do?
Yeah, but wait, hold on. What do you mean by mentally ill? How are you defining mentally ill? I have autism. Are you saying that it would be wrong for someone to date me? Am I mentally ill?
That's why you ask questions. You might be the kind of mentally ill, but maybe not. It
So
depends on how
people
you
with
answer the
autism
question.
are mentally ill, in your opinion?
Leo, can I ask you some questions?
If you say they are, then they might
Well, no,
be. because
I'm
you say
asking
you
you
have
if
it.
you think they are. I'm asking you if you think they are.
I've never noticed that it was a mental illness. I never really saw it as a mental illness.
Okay.
Well, you said that, but Tioga
I
wanted
did
to ask some
not.
questions.
When okay, you always take what I say out of context. But go ahead.
Jason,
So, like-
Jason, you was here. Did he not say that?
Well, like, okay, then that's fine. Like, so, like, do you think that everyone who gets an abortion is mentally ill?
That's a good question.
Maybe, unless it's rape or something like that.
Well, how are you
But
defining
it-
mental illness? We still haven't. I mean,
Well,
maybe you
I-
provided a
as I
definition
said earlier,
already.
Leo, as I said earlier, I'm only talking to the men who are against abortion.
Well, I don't really
You know, if
care
ever-
who you're talking
Because
to. I want an
because
answer
it's
to
the
my
states.
question.
Well, I don't know what Leo's talking about, but there's.
Well,
a
I don't
lot of
like your
other-
tone right now. So
there's
Well,
a
no,
lot
I'm
of
just.
other-
You're talking about people being
Every
mentally
time.
ill. I just don't know
Well-
what you mean when you say that they're mentally ill. What is it that you're predicating about a person when you say that they're mentally ill? That's what I'm asking.
So when you're pro-life, you look at someone who would
What does
kill a
pro-life
baby
have
as
to do with
mentally
what I
ill.
asked you?
All right. So, real quick, because Tioga wanted to ask
Because
just a
it's
couple
perception.
questions, Leo. And then Leo, you can hop in, but I want Tioga to be able to ask her questions.
Yeah,
And
so-
she was trying.
Can
Alright,
we
go
go back
Right.
to the like?
Go ahead.
So you said, so if a person gets an abortion, they are mentally ill unless they have been raped or been assaulted through incest.
Yeah, and they wouldn't know that. They wouldn't know that because most people who are mentally ill are not aware that they're mentally ill.
But like, would you just like? So what about like financial issues? Would you just lump them in and prescribe them as mentally ill if they can't financially support
I
a
think
baby?
so. I think so. If you would kill for a financial burden situation, I think that's mentally ill.
I guess I think it would be like, I mean, we can say one way or the other about that. I mean,
It's like being an assassin. I would assume someone who would take money to kill other people is mentally ill too. Like if that's
Yeah.
your job, I think that maybe you're nuts.
So yeah, I mean, I guess that's like a fair thing if you think that they're killing babies, I guess. But so yes. So
Well,
you
I
think
said from a pro-life perspective. I understand that you might not see it that way, but for these states for the red states that everybody's worried about, like punishing women murder. No,
Hey.
you're gonna have to deal with the real problem, which is men.
I just want to be real right now with everybody because I don't give a fuck. I have 2 babies and I've had abortions, so like let's just clear the air there and like we'll just talk about that instead. Like, but my abortions were my first baby was conceived in an extremely abusive relationship, and I decided not to abort that pregnancy for different reasons. So like I don't understand. Like, what do you mean it's a man issue? Do you want to ask a person? Who's
Well, I'm
had
not
an
blaming
abortion?
you. I'm not blaming you at all. I'm not putting any blame on you whatsoever. You can't be held responsible for that. The man can,
You
because
don't-
it took him busting all kinds of nuts in you for that to happen. He needs to be careful where he shoots his skeet.
Can we not say the all kinds of busted nuts part?
I mean,
All right, before he
I mean,
could have sprayed you down.
I'm just
instead of
I'm
what he
asking,
did.
not demanding.
Just once again, am I the only person that when I hear that what William is saying, it seems like a sexist position to me?
How
That-
does anybody understand what he's even saying?
It's like a double.
It's a
backwards
little
sexist.
sexist.
It's a double backwards sexist position. He's like trying to be super feminist, but it's like just still coming off.
I'm definitely
like,
not a feminist. I'm definitely not a feminist.
Wait, but
No.
You see what I'm saying?
confused.
Like,
How do
it's
you
the
guys
man's
even
fault.
understand? How do you guys
But-
even understand what he's saying when he hasn't even defined the terms that he's using? I don't understand how you guys are picking up what I'm lost.
I'm just listening to the words.
Well,
he's saying,
I am not taking into consideration like the mental illness piece. All I'm thinking about is when he's talking about like men, I'm not going to say whatever, but like when a man has sex with a woman, that somehow the act of a man having sex with a woman, that responsibility is solely on the man, that the man should.
Yeah,
That's because you have
it's
no
like-
privilege.
It's a
You don't
weird
think about
double
what you do
backwards.
and your
It's
part
like,
in it.
He's like
Well-
a feminist double agent right now.
My phone's
No,
starting
I
to lag,
know.
by the way.
I do take that into consideration, because if I were to have sex with a woman and if the woman were to get pregnant, then I'm going to have certain aspects of responsibility for that. I am.
Yeah,
I agree with
I'm
that.
just saying,
That
take
is
full
totally true.
responsibility.
Well, wait.
You need to take
There you
full.
go. Wait.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I decided to have an abortion. Like no man told me to do it.
No, it's. I
sorry.
told it has nothing to do with the women. It is not even. It should be something that's up to men because we decide where we shoot our stuff.
That's
Wait,
the
are you
sexist
saying
piece.
that a man should be able to decide whether or not a woman can get an abortion?
Yeah. What do you think?
No. I didn't say that at all. I'm saying that even if a woman gets an abortion, you can't hold them accountable for it.
Well, that's weird, man.
You should
I mean,
hold men
you
accountable
shouldn't-
because men contributed to that situation without really properly finding out what the woman was going to do ahead of
Well,
time.
everyone's accountable for everything.
Well, I mean, he does have a point in that anytime a woman gets pregnant, society always throws it on, well, she needs to keep her legs closed and she needs to take
Okay, my
responsibility.
phone's not going to be able to handle
This is
this,
her fault.
but I'll try to stay in the
does have a-
side chat.
He does have a point that, like, our society needs to throw more of the responsibility of that on men who go around and knock up a bunch of women without any thought about the repercussions of doing that.
Yeah.
That is the big problem. Is that we,
Society
as a
does.
society, we throw way too much blame onto the woman. That it's her fault and she's easy and all this other shit. But we never talk about the guys knocking them up.
Oh, okay. Now I agree with that, but legally, like men bear that responsibility. If a woman gets pregnant, then and has a child, the man is responsible for that and may have to pay money for 18 years. So
Yeah, that's a system that needs some help.
Well, like with every situation, there's like thousands and thousands of contextual situations in which abortion will be a viable option. So it's just funny to be like, well, to say things like that.
well, but the one thing before I'll let other people talk, but the one thing I want to add to this is that I think one of the key aspects, as a man, I can't, I'm not a woman. I can't speak for women, but my
You have a uterus,
perspective,
Jason?
I
You have a
don't have a
uterus?
uterus.
No,
I
you
don't,
shut up.
so-
Shut up.
I know.
Shut
All right.
I'm sorry.
But okay, no, it's fine. But as a man, I'll just say this: that for thousands of years, women's ability to have control of their bodies was not in place, and so for thousands and thousands of years, men controlled that. And it's only in the last so many years that women,
Well, in America, yeah.
I think worldwide, that
I think it's been varying. Mostly women have been subjugated, but also women have had control over their reproductive cycles. Like we haven't always been just 100% subjugated by men. It's like a give and a take.
I mean,
well, of course, but
yeah, I mean, yeah.
society's
so, like,
certainly been, for most of history and even today, patriarchal. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to deny that.
definitely for sure.
I would say, even up to like the 60s and 70s, women, and you could say like even today, women, there's a lot of inequity with regards to women, and men control a lot of things. And that all I'm saying is that when William was talking about these aspects it just smacks of not giving women the empowerment that they deserve to make decisions on their own. You know.
Oh yeah, he definitely seems to be skirting around that issue and just doesn't want to address women's autonomy at all. In any sense.
Can I be honest with you guys?
What?
I think you guys ought to throw Will a bone here. I think he was making a good point. When we talk about the whole abortion issue, we're throwing way too much blame for what's going on under the women as if it's solely their fault.
Well, no,
That's
Leo.
not what
The
he's
thing
saying.
is, nobody can
No,
say,
yeah.
but that's what I got out of it. And
Oh, no, Leo.
unfortunately,
Well, me and
have to come
Jason.
in here and clarify further if he's going to change my mind. But I
Me
do
and
want to at
Jason
least
both-
say what I got out of it, and that was that men. There's a responsibility of men with respect to a woman's getting pregnant. Like that's just not solely a woman's fault, and that
Yes.
there's a lot of guys out there that aren't taking the proper
Without a
precautions
doubt.
when they're sexually
Yeah,
active.
that's-
Now, maybe
that's
that's
what
not
women
what
have
he was
been
saying.
saying.
You guys were
Without a
having a
doubt.
discussion with him significantly longer than I was, but it seemed to me that
Yeah.
that was at least a part of what he was saying.
Well, no, and
With-
so
Final
it's-
point, with respect to that, we owe him credit at least there.
Yeah, but he amended
that's-
it. He made an amendment of. Sorry, Rage. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, all right. So for one, it's a complete about face, and it's because he came up with this clever little argument that he feels like he's going to be able to trap us with. Now, me and Jason both brought up that we wanted to agree with his main premise here, that men need to have more responsibility, that men have been shit, right? But no, his language indicated what his intentions with the argument was. You know, like he often talked about women need to close their legs and men
He
need
said the
to.
word, yeah, you came in on
Yeah,
mentally ill. He thinks
Yeah.
that like you just should not fuck mentally ill women who will kill babies. That's
So
what it
there
is.
is no way that William does not support the states that are going to come up with laws calling people that have abortions murder, because he sat here on my stream not a week ago and called it murder himself. You don't about
I wish
face
you had
that
left.
fast, right? Like you just
Also,
don't do
Leo,
that.
can I like say like it's kind of insulting that you come in here always and just over talk the fuck out of me and like assume things that I think.
Well, I do that
because-
to everybody.
Okay,
I didn't-
well,
I
then
didn't
you can
really
hear- you
assume.
can- Then you can hear that shit from me too. Then I guess.
Well, I didn't assume anybody said anything other than Will, who's the only person who said anything
you
that I.
said you guys need to
comments
give
about.
him a bone. And,
Yeah,
like,
I said that I think that it would be worthwhile for you guys to just lend him some credit with respect to what he's saying.
okay.
If
No,
you're trying
I definitely think that there's a point there.
of what he's saying.
Well,
Like, that's
there's
what I'm
definitely a point there.
You can disagree with people, but we can't just say every single thing they say at all times, everywhere.
well, I didn't do that. So
Well, I
do
didn't
that.
say that you did that. I'm
So
just
why the fuck were you
clarifying.
talking about it?
I'm clarifying a broader point. I didn't.
Okay,
I
so
didn't
not listening
say
to
that
people in the
anybody.
room.
That has nothing really to do with what other people said in the room, and it's just a general point that I'm making with respect to having discussions with people, which is something that we all commonly do.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Why are people
No,
so
Anyway.
fucking hostile towards those who are
Because you
trying
come
to
in
ensure
here and do
we're
this
just trying to
every
ensure that
single fucking
discussions are
time.
being had charitably, and we're doing our best to understand people.
You're
that
not
are meeting.
ensuring that. You keep coming.
I think I am, and I think anybody that's ever heard me have a discussion would probably agree with that too.
I said like 3 fucking things. You came in and steamrolled the conversation and
I don't think
insinuated that
so.
people were saying things. Well, you did. So I
Well,
don't
that's
care
your
what you think.
opinion, so you
I
can
don't
have
care.
your opinions. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, you can have yours too. Whatever. You want to ask questions now, or you want to talk more?
All right.
Can I just
No,
make a point?
Yes, please go, Clockwork Rex, because I don't know what to say.
Have you heard the old saying that never stick your dick in crazy?
Yes, I've heard that many times
I don't
in my life.
It really means
Well,
anything.
that works the other way. That works the other way. Don't let crazy stick their dick in you. And if both of you are crazy, crazy shit's gonna happen.
I mean, I was just like thinking about what Leo was saying. So I mean, I agree that men bear responsibility in these situations, and oftentimes that responsibility is that they do not bear that responsibility. However, I think my point before about like women's reproductive rights and them being subjugated for many years, that we have to be very careful that like what we want to be saying is like that we want to empower women to be able to make decisions on their own, like sexual decisions. Women can go out and have sex with who they want to have sex with. They're not in control by men. And so I just want to be very careful that while men do bear responsibility, one thing is that men don't have control over women. So, and as an example, if a man has sex with a woman and she gets pregnant, can a man go and say, you must get an abortion because I'm responsible? I went and had sex with you. So guess what? I'm telling you to have an abortion. They can't, we don't want that to happen. So,
well, but a man being responsible for a woman's pregnancy doesn't, I don't think, in any way, shape, or form give him sovereignty over the decisions made with respect to her body. I would need to I would need to know what the inference between those two would be for anyone who would make that argument.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, no, so, it is like, yeah, patriarchy is a really big issue, but that's like not like, yes, okay, like I'm kind of skipping over this because I think we're all pretty progressive in this chat. So like, yes, patriarchy is an issue. It's always been an issue, but the main issue is that abortion is it's a very colorful decision. It's very contextual. There's a lot of things. You know, some people who get abortions aren't just men and women. You know, sometimes they're women and women. Sometimes it's a man and a man. Like, so it's like it's just. I think that we should acknowledge the patriarchy thing, but we shouldn't get too stuck on it because that's not really the main issue.
I see Will is back.
Yeah, and I did want to say, Sterling tried to come in. Sterling's new to streaming. I met him on Math Pig's channel. He tried to come in, and then he dipped out, and then he was in for a minute, and then dipped out again. I know that William does have issues. The more people that's in a room, so that that William's never dipping away. That's one thing I'll never say about William is he's not running away. He does have internet shit. But Sterling, if you're still out there and you're trying to get in, feel free, dude. You feel welcome to come into the room.
Can I say one thing to Gurmania in the chat?
Sure.
I don't know what the word irregardless means. There's two negatives attached to the word regard there, Gur. I don't know what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Leo. It's a big pet peeve of mine when people say things like irregardless. Irregardless is like,
you know what's a pet peeve of mine when people call out people who say irregardless. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, really? Come on.
Does it matter? Like, what?
It matters because of proper communication.
That's fine, right. Yeah.
Fine,
yeah, Gur. No, we're just giving Gur some shit.
What if somebody said unthaw? I need to unthaw
or dethaw.
Yeah.
Well, I think I do say dethaw. You're right. That's not right.
I think I say unthaw, but it's usually in reference to my weed buzz.
Unthaw. Yeah. Wait, we gotta look that up.
And if they say something, Leo, even though I don't believe in God, bless you. Because I saw you sneeze twice.
Alrighty.
The rage, okay. I see that. Okay, go ahead.
No, go Midnight.
I'm just saying shit. Go for it.
Go Midnight.
Well, the rage. I saw that you kind of
there he goes.
You kind of fell for some Discord thing.
Yeah. Will told me that you had gotten the same email. Like I just saw it today, and I was like, "What the fuck is this, man?"
Well, yeah. Like,
what do you mean you got the email?
Well, no, hang on. I'll explain it. Like, I get this weird message from Immutable Destiny, right?
Yeah, I got the same one.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Oh, you've been showing your dick pics to people, and I'm gonna block you.
That's it. That's it, right?
I didn't even respond. I was like, look, if he wants to confront me, he can, because I don't have dick pics. I don't send.
Well, no, okay. He's
By the way, I wanted to say, guys, Midnight joined.
Did you say Midnight joint?
All right. Okay. Look. I got the message from Immutable, right? I joined the server, and then they have this like Q code that you gotta use to verify. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck off, I'm leaving. And then Q, Quentin calls me and be like, hey, Immutable got hacked. Just ignore it. I'm like, oh, well, thank you for telling me. It was, God.
Yeah. So Leo, I just saw it this morning, but it was an, unknown user or whatever, deleted account. And I saw it and I'm like, dude, is somebody out there pretending to be Raging Atheist on Discord? Like I had no fucking idea, but so like I was freaking out and I did like a 10-minute stream and I'm like, hey, you know, if somebody's approaching you as the raging atheist, that ain't me.
Well, and the thing is, I didn't really freak out because on Discords you have an identification number attached to each account, and I do not believe that you have the power to change that. So all you got to do is look for the ID on the account and see if they match up. Because you can change like
I
the
don't know shit about
display
Discord,
name,
man.
but you can't change the ID on the account. So
Do you think
Well, no,
it's
you
like
can't
a person
change
you
the ID,
know?
but you can, you can change the 4 numbers.
See, I
know,
have
next
no
to your
idea. Like none. Like when I had my Discord server, other people made it, other people ran it. I've been just like the most ignorant person on Discord ever, forever, and I'm never on it. So like, yeah, this was like it was from July 3rd. I just saw it on today, July 18th. That's how long it's been since I've been on Discord. You know, like I'm just never on. I don't know shit, and I had no idea what was going on. So I made a little 10-minute stream, like freaked out. Like if somebody's out there sending dick pics saying they're raging atheists, it ain't me. But then I find out, oh, that was just Immutable Destiny's site his shit got hacked.
I watched that this morning. I was like concerned. I was like, damn, that's some spicy drama.
It was weird, man. It was weird.
Yeah, it was weird, but I'm actually surprised you're having an open room on a Monday. So what's part of this?
Oh, nothing, man. I'm shit. Like I'm just not working right now. I'm bored all the fucking time. So like I used to do this shit all the time. I'm trying to get back to that. These old school rooms where we argue.
where we drink beer and shoot the shit.
You know, that was a sad thing, and you know, William can pop in. It seems like 6 is the number with William, or he has his issues. But like JG was in here for a moment, and I've only talked to JG once, and it was not like I would like to talk to him again. So like, if you want to come back in, JG, and argue with us, you can. Feel
Okay.
free.
Okay, Rage, I just have to say the stuttering is my shtick, so please don't steal that.
Well, I've been, dude. I'm trying to I'm trying to smoke way less tobacco. I gotta quit smoking, man, and my brain's all fucked up.
Yeah, well, join the club.
You can make I had tried to start quitting smoking again, and you can get a ton of different smokable herbs like rose, mullein, eucalyptus, etc. And then just put some tobacco in there. It is like a better cigarette.
Yeah. I never thought about that. Yeah, like right now I'm basically smoking a pipe. I just smoke very little tobacco. It's working. It just makes me like I'm feeling really bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I just started smoking like the fucking Black and Milds, like the cigars. I just started smoking those again. I can't do cigarettes anymore, but
I need to call Will out. Hey, Will, you left as soon as I came in. What's that? What's that, buddy? Huh?
I said that too. He just does have shitty internet.
Yeah,
No,
I still don't
I
know
know.
what he means by mentally ill. Anyway, Jason, I did want to ask you a quick off-topic question. Are you subscribed to a Clubhouse Debates?
Wait, who's meant to
I mean, I'm on Clubhouse.
Yeah, but no, the YouTube channel Clubhouse Debates. Do you know Daz on CH?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
his
I am
channel.
subscribed to that. Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the one with Angstrike and Veckel today?
No, it came out today. Oh no, I haven't.
Oh god, it's so fucking it's classic Angstrike. It's fucking hilarious.
I have like an abortion related thing. Like, do you think it's even necessary to discuss with people the like limitations of human consciousness when you're talking about abortion?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, well, because the main argument is always, well, you don't know when consciousness begins. So how do you know you're killing a life? Like, should we argue that, or?
I would just ask the person, what do you mean by consciousness?
Yeah, well, so my position is that with pro-lifers, you're not going to win a legal argument. You're not going to win. You've got to be able to win the moral argument.
The philosophical argument, though. You don't need to go moral. You just go philosophical.
They don't really care about that. So their
then
thing
that's
is
their own fault. They'll lose, like they usually do.
But they're not losing. They're winning.
Are you killing a life? Well,
they just overturned Roe v. Wade. They're winning.
So Midnight, when you cut down a tree, are you killing a life?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if we just are kind of killing a life? But like, what if it's more worth it to kill a life? Like, what if it is?
I mean, biologically speaking, a tree is alive, right?
You're killing a life when you cut down a tree.
I mean, you're killing a life when you squish a bug.
So we shouldn't cut down trees.
That's lit. What the fuck? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
No, what I'm doing is I'm taking the point that you were making and I'm extrapolating it to demonstrate because I've heard so many pro-lifers, and I'm not
Yeah,
because
well,
I
I'm
don't
pro-choice,
believe. Yeah, I was
so-
gonna say I know you're not one, but I was just because I've heard them say that, so I was running that same argument to show how that objection I don't think is a very good one. But consciousness, I don't understand what that means. I speak in terms of personhood. And a fetus,
I
Right,
read
yeah.
I quoted from a good paper earlier in my first stream today, and I've laid this argument out with Cerberus because his argument is he's pro-choice
Wait a
because
minute.
he believes it's
Personhood.
it's a question of justify. He doesn't believe it's a justifiable
Well,
killing.
can I ask?
listening to him.
Can I ask Leo
know,
something? Because Leo, you
Well-
say you go by personhood.
I
So,
wasn't done.
well, okay, sorry. Go ahead. I know
Well,
this
just
is your
let me
stream.
finish my point.
Yeah.
Because I read this paper from this biologist. I can't Steven something or another. I can't remember his name unless I pulled it up. But he's an esteemed biologist.
No, okay,
no. But like he laid it out, and my position pretty much falls on the 24 to 28 week period, because that's when humans start to develop our EEG. And that's how we define it when we die is the death of that EEG. So I think it's only fair to look at it in those terms.
Stephen Pinker.
No, now I'm gonna have to go pull
I'm
up his
sorry.
name.
I'm sorry.
But,
I'm just trying to figure out it.
But it was a good point, like his point, because they always like to say 95% of biologists say life begins at conception, but that's a misconstruement of what they actually say. They say human development begins at conception. There's a big debate about when personhood begins, and he lays it all out in his debate. Some people believe it's right there at the very beginning. Some people think it's 13 days when you can no longer have the possibility of twins or triplets, and it's just one being. Some people think it's the 24 to 28. It was a great paper. I'll have to pull it back up.
Well,
If I can find it again.
the thing that SJ was referring to is a paper
Thomason?
that SJ Thomason. That when she says 95% of biologists say that life begins at fertilization, she's quoting one paper by this attorney that did a survey of like the 70,000 people that he sent it out to scientists, like 8% responded, and the survey is kind of worded in a really weird way. So of that 8%, that 95% of those people, of those biologists, say that life begins at fertilization.
Wasn't it worded like, is the fetus living at the moment of conception? Which obviously it is. Like the sperm was living, the egg was living, they were living at every moment before their meeting, during and after their meeting. Like, it was worded in like some way, where it was like really, that was, I think, because I've heard her cite that or seen her cite that before.
Yeah, I think it skews the results. That the people that are responding are the ones that are more likely to be in favor of that position.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I was wrong. It was Scott Gilbert, not Stephen anything. Scott
Gilbert. But Leo, you said you said you don't go with consciousness, you go with personhood. When is a fetus a personhood? Okay. I don't know why I just thought about this. Do you consider like a person who was in a vegetative state? Do they have personhood?
Actively, probably not.
I just feel like is there like I'm sorry, go ahead.
But the difference between that and a fetus is that they had personhood at some point. A fetus never has.
I think you could argue that it's arguable about whether or not they have personhood, but I mean, a good many people wake up from comas and they remember their life before. Like do they stop becoming a person and then become a person again? I think the better argument is that they keep their personhood in a coma.
Well, I mean, I would look at it like consciousness. You lose consciousness when you're put under anesthesia, but you wake up and you have all the same memories and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with your personhood. Your personhood might be suspended in a vegetative state or a coma, but if you happen to come out of it, and this is where I think that most people, I can only speak for myself. Most people I know would say that if I was ever put in a vegetative state, I pull the fucking plug. I'm not. I think most people recognize in such a state that is the human being, and there's probably something there, but that's That's not a person anymore. At least
But
not in
isn't-
any way that we would traditionally recognize a person.
Isn't there a difference between being in the vegetative state and being in a coma?
Yes,
That's
I
right.
was just including both.
Fair enough.
Well, the other thing to mention is there's a distinction between a being that has been conscious and now is no longer conscious, or a being that has never had consciousness ever.
Yep.
So if somebody has been conscious and now they are not conscious, I think we have more responsibility to them because they have been conscious before, as opposed to the potentiality of consciousness. So just to say this thing could be potentially conscious in the future is different than saying, wow, this thing does have consciousness.
Not
We know
only,
that.
not only is it different, but like, don't we have an obligation to make sure that things that have potential to life do not suffer like before they like? I noticed that the potentiality of life has like become a really big topic lately, but like, I think it's more humane to prevent the suffering before you experience that suffering versus talking about whether we're going to like exterminate someone's life after they've already experienced it. Like, those are really different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are, but my only distinction I'm drawing is that to say that we're concerned that to give equal value to one thing where there is the potential for it, as opposed to another thing where that potential has already been met but may have been removed somewhat. It means that like we're not necessarily sure when we say something has potential. That just means it's possible that it could happen, but it could never happen. But the other thing, it actually has happened before.
Well, at least you could say that it doesn't have those experiences ever. Like, it just, no matter what, if it has the potential or not, it just does not possess those experiences yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Like,
Not a
yeah,
person.
and that a person in a coma that no longer has consciousness but did have consciousness previously, I think we give that more weight than something that could possibly be conscious but never has been as of that point. So
Well, and real quick, this comment right here is why I think William is just I think it's all a troll. Like I think he really doesn't believe any of the shit that he's saying, because don't tell women what to do with your mistakes. The only people telling women what to do right now are the ones taking away their choice. See, it's like it's completely ridiculous, asinine thing to say.
Nope.
I mean, don't. Yeah, go ahead, Leo. I'm sorry.
The personhood part is only the first part of the argument I give. Once I feel that I've established that a fetus isn't a person, then the argument is easy that the person there who is a person, the actual person, the woman, thereby has more rights, and that the government should not be granted the authority to impinge on those.
So do you say the personhood is like based on the experiences they have?
No, I would define personhood as possessing intentionality, normativity, emotivity, or the ability to perceive emotions and express emotions. Some people could extend it beyond that, but I think that those are. I would say that like intentionality and normativity are going to be two of the biggest ones.
Okay.
And then self-awareness.
I mean, is a baby self-aware after it's born?
No.
So a baby is not a person.
It's
No,
really not.
I
They're
don't
really
think
not.
maybe
3 years.
They're literally not very self-aware after they're born.
Well, no, I get that. I'm just wondering.
No, I do not think a neonatal is a person. Probably not for the first 8 to 18 months. It's a human, it's a living creature, and it has value, but it's not a person. Not yet, anyway.
18 months? Is that what you said?
Somewhere between 8 and 18 months.
I would, as a person who's had 2 kids. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but like, I would kind of agree with that.
Leo,
That's just what I've seen from my examination.
Hang on,
They literally
Leo.
don't know until like about 6 to 8 months. Like,
Well, no,
they
yeah,
just don't.
I just, Leo, I want you to do this. If you have any relatives that have any like new babies, to be like, they are babies, not a person yet. I mean, I know it's fucked up.
That would be
kidding.
really funny. It's a fucked up thing to say, but like, in the purpose of the argument, I could see where Leo's coming from.
Yeah, I'm just don't do that, Leo. Obviously, I'm just.
I don't think you would.
Imagine going up to a mother and be like, "Hey, ma'am, your baby's not a person yet. How do you feel about that?"
I don't think you would. He'd probably just say that to some pro-life person. I don't know.
I mean, Just,
It would be hella funny though to say that to a lady with a baby. If someone said that to me, I just straight try to deck them, just right in the jaw.
It's like,
but
how's
they'd
your
be
little
right,
thing
so
doing?
it's not like they'd be wrong.
How's your Tuesday? How's your little fucking demon? Is that what you said?
No, I said, how's your little thing doing?
Oh, gotcha.
The
Yeah,
fuck?
your thing.
How is it? Is it doing well?
Is it okay? Is it, living still?
It's not as bad as the people who claim that you have to call it baby self because it doesn't. You can't pick an identity yet. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, trust me, about 3 years old, they'll tell you their identity
Yeah.
real quick.
You have to call me a velociraptor. It's like, okay.
I did that. I came home and I was like, you gotta call me Mikey every day, and I've been Mikey since
I
I'm
don't
5 years
think-
old.
I don't think I ever did that when I was 3. I do remember that when I was 3, I wouldn't eat at all. I think I started talking when I was
Damn.
3 too.
I wish I could get my wife to talk about this. She won't come on stream, but she's a child clinical psychologist.
camera
And she does neuros. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I can get her to, because she'd be able to address what you're saying, Leo, about like personhood, when like all these issues.
We need her. We need her.
Let me go see if she'll do it. Hold on.
Yes,
You're like, babe,
Oh
I'll have the
God.
camera on.
babe, you're
Like,
so
I mean-
smart. Babe, you're the smartest person. Get in
I
here.
mean, I love talking about psychology.
I was gonna make a joke, but I don't think it's appropriate. It's funny as fuck, but I don't.
You know what? You know what? I can say this. Leo's the physicist. I'm the psychologist. There you go. No. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of reading side chat.
Yeah, I know.
Listen,
Will.
Think about it makes me laugh.
Will is having fun tonight.
Well, so to William's point, here's the thing about his point, and I think me and Jason both agree. Like, and Leo, you agree as well. Men need to take more responsibility, and that comes not just with.
Why do you think I want to get a vasectomy? Like, dude, after this, dude, I don't want to accident and it's not even that I wouldn't wear a condom, because I would and I do, but like if it breaks or like there's a variety, like I don't want them to have to not be able to make the decision that they want to make. I don't ever want a woman to end up in that position as a result of something I did, even if I'm not necessarily to blame, like in the instance that a condom breaks or something like that. So yeah, and I don't really plan on having children anyway, so
And that's a de facto responsible position to have. It's very respectable. And you should do that.
Like statements like this, I mean, it's such an about face for William. I can't agree with it. And then so he takes the extreme position. So now he's saying that men are responsible for everything and women can't be responsible for any. He's being an ass.
well, because they're mentally ill, Rage, don't you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's driving. Because Ox is in there. Like, if you take away his troll, and William's not that bad of a dude. And I really don't. I enjoy talking to William. He hasn't he hasn't pulled like a Smoky Saint and came on and got all fucking derogatory and shit. Like he's gotten derogatory at points, but say what?
Saintly smoke.
Yeah,
that's what we need. Saintly smoke.
I just I enjoy talking to the guy, but he's clearly like this argumentation is not. It's just something he's having fun with.
Isn't Will a sovereign citizen?
No, well, and I believe him. He says he's a part of they're pretty much ex-military dudes. I think he admitted to paramilitary activity. That they took an oath to the Constitution.
No.
And
she said no, didn't she?
She said no, huh?
No, yeah, she said no, but I did. No, I hate to use this word, but I probed her. I probed some. I made some probing questions.
Well, that was quick, man.
I knew you were going to say that.
Wait a minute. How am I running from responsibility?
What?
But,
yeah, he just saw the comment.
Wait, but what'd she say? What'd she say?
I asked her about this distinguishing aspects of babies, like after they are born, like are babies, like do they have a personality? Like she was saying how that that babies have she said emotional reactivity and regulation at like 6 months, but it's not a full form personality. That they do have, they can measure like temperament of a baby. That and then I said, what else did I ask her?
Have you ever asked her about intentionality in like very, very young infants? The concept of, do they act with intentions or in some goal-directed manner?
But
or would it be more considered like just a reaction to environmental stimulants at that stage?
That's a. Go ahead, at midnight. What are you gonna say?
Well, no, I was gonna say I'm not just like not to child psychologist here, obviously, but I would say it's the latter, to where they just react to the environment. Like I'm pretty sure the baby doesn't think, oh, I need to learn how to walk to to go across the room to get my toy.
Well,
Well, go ahead.
I mean, I can tell you that like her research is in temperament and personality aspects of children. Like I think it's like 9 months and under. And one of the things that she does is that they do these. They take babies and then they do a.
She pro-choice real life.
Oh, she's pro-choice.
Okay.
That they take like a baby in an environment and they run through a series of questions of baby and mom. Like they do these things like where they'll put like they'll show mom's face, or they'll show like mom's face, and then in like through a picture frame or a hole in a big cardboard thing. Then the mom moves her face away, and the mom puts like a witch mask on, and then she puts the witch mask through, and they measure like how the baby reacts to certain things, and they definitely like babies of differing like ethnic backgrounds or how babies are raised. Changes their temperament. Like some babies are like, no big deal. Some babies get freaked out. Some babies laugh. And the other thing they do is that they then do EEG testing. So they take that same baby and they put a little EEG hat on their head and they run through a series of tests and they measure like the brain waves, stuff like that. And then we do analysis. I actually have done some analysis on her data. They look at those EEG signals, and they look at the changes in the signals and relationships to the questions. So they try to measure these things. Midnight, like you were saying, like it's instinctual. I don't think it's instinctual. I think it's just like this pre-development stage of the baby. Yeah. It's not a fully formed personality, but it's
not fully formed.
It's reacting to the stimuli.
Well, yeah, but then
processing it. There's some reaction to it.
And
okay,
but
isn't that instinctual then? Because you said it's not a fully formed personality. So
none of us have free will. None of us have free will. So like, yeah, it is instinctual.
That's different.
Midnight, you're midnight. Midnight, you're right that there are like instinctual aspects that are baked in, but what I'm saying is that there are other things that are influencing the development of that temperament of that.
Oh yeah,
baby.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that there is instinct there as well, right? While that proto personality is developing.
Yeah, and the other thing is that like she has collaborators like in different parts of the globe, and so they do the exact same survey and testing, and then we combine all the data, and then they look at like these differentiations across differing groups of people at different parts of the world at different ages, different like male, female. Like it's really interesting to look at kind of like a mixed model analysis of that data to tease out like which is more important, like their geographic locations, their ethnicity, male, female, or the demographics like of the mom and dad.
Well, another thing I do find interesting about human development and just child development is attachment, right? Like babies obviously need to form bonds with their mothers, but you could. Let's see who was that guy that did experiments with with mothers. They were like mesh wire. Like, you know what I'm talking about? He did an experiment with monkeys where you had like a mother that's just made out of mesh wire.
With the wire and the glass.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of those.
Yeah.
Okay, if I could say something to Rage
No.
here real quick,
I'm kidding. Go
William,
ahead.
William
Yeah.
is trying to say you're shirking your responsibilities in the side chat. I know you don't pay attention to it, but he's saying
How am I doing that though?
I don't know. You taking care of your daughter, ain't you?
Yeah. That got me earlier. Yeah, I was running away from my responsibilities. It's like, no, I'm like literally the dude that stayed.
I mean, how are you running away from your responsibilities?
I don't know.
I don't know.
He
Yeah.
doesn't.
For the
Unless,
folks,
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
I was going to just that last thing I'll say for the folks in this conversation, I'm going to put a link to a paper she and I wrote on. It's using machine learning to understand age and gender classification based on infant temperament. It's a PLOS paper. I'll put the link there, but I don't want to dox myself, so I'm only going to give it to you guys.
Okay, fair
You know
enough.
what? Nice. I will definitely.
Can I say
That's okay.
something?
Thank
That's
you.
why
Thank
isn't
you.
this-
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Will asked a question there in the side chat that a certain Wet Marsh has asked in the past as well. In fact, he did a whole fucking movie
Wait, who the hell's
on
Wet
this.
Marsh?
You'll figure it out if you haven't already. He did a whole movie on this question. The question is, why did it move? Why did it move? Where did it go? What is going on? What happened? What is this? There we go. What is a woman?
Oh, okay.
A woman is any person engaged in the behaviors or activities, the feminonormative behaviors or activities that are typically associated to the category woman as defined by human society. Which isn't defined linguistically, but defined in more of a cultural sense in terms of what we understand with regards to expression. So there not being a really solid linguistic definition is expected for something as cultural and as socially based as gender identity. We're going to define those more in terms of how people identify and particular normative behaviors that they engage in with respect to those identities. Anybody that tries to just, what is a woman, and you can't give me an answer is already admitting their complete ignorance of this subject.
Well, I mean, I could. Well, if you ask me what a woman is, I would give you the answer. I would give you the answer. I can never pronounce her name. She's a famous philosopher. A woman, one does not become. Sorry, one is not born a woman. One becomes a woman. Renee de Beauvoir. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Maybe I would have to see the name, but what I was going to say is just to make a little joke. The definition I hear a lot of people give is the same definition I get when I ask a physicist what a tensor is. I say, well, what is a woman? Well, a woman is anything that is any person who identifies as a woman. You go ask a physicist, what's a tensor? They'll tell you, oh, a tensor is any mathematical object that transforms like a tensor.
Isn't it Beauvoir? Beauvoir was the quote? I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Simone Bouvier. I don't know what the fuck how to pronounce her name. I'm a Yankee. That's right. Anyways, what were y'all talking about?
It's like asking somebody to define, well, what is a black hole? Well, a black hole is a black hole.
Well, I mean, we can define it, but it'd be more like saying, yeah, what's a chair? If I'm sitting on my bed could be considered a chair.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah, no, that's a really good example. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Some people are going to say it is.
A hot dog is a sandwich. A hot dog is a sandwich. Can we just discuss that right now? Look,
easy hot dog. Look,
oh no,
it.
He's eating a sandwich, bro. If a hot dog isn't a sandwich, then neither is a meatball sub. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Well, okay, hold on. I think a sandwich. I mean, I guess you could say that. Okay, look, I don't think a hot dog is a sandwich. Here's why: because the sandwich has stuff between two layers of bread that are separated. A hot dog is not fully
Well,
separated. So there
Okay,
you
so
go.
It can be.
a meatball sub is a hot dog then.
No,
It can be.
meatball sub is
It's
not a
not
hot dog.
separated. The bread is not separated
Well-
unless the juices run out of the bread.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. That's
Mhm.
okay. Fine. Whatever. You got that.
Jason.
Point.
Yeah.
You said. So would you be upset if I read the title of the paper just to confirm that I found it, or do you want me to copy paste it
It's
in
the
the
right
chat?
one.
I don't care. If you want to read the title, it's fine.
Using machine learning. Does it start with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't dox me.
I don't know how I would because I don't know which name is yours.
Yeah, right.
No, there's like how many people are on this paper?
One,
yeah,
two,
there's like
three, four. Yeah.
there's like 30 people on this paper, but
Oh, I know which one
Damn.
you are. You're Diane Lickenbrock. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
What the hell's wrong with you, Leo?
needless to say, this like that we are the primary authors. So if that
Nice.
makes that gives away, whatever.
Wait, is there a Sarah Lichtenstein in there somewhere?
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I just made the name up.
Yeah, I'm really bummed that JG didn't say a damn word. I want to hear what he had to say. We had a really good argument, and then I haven't talked to him since. So I've just been bummed out about that.
I'm telling
Why
you,
did he
Ray,
come in and not say anything?
a hot dog sandwich. Okay, you're eating a sandwich right now.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
well,
saying.
technically it was a brat, but it was close enough. We've had this debate on the channel before. My position is that an ice cream sandwich is definitely a sandwich.
Oh, I think I found
Goddamn sandwich.
I think I found it.
Leo, come on, don't joke like that.
Hey,
I'm not. I
gonna
think I found
You're gonna give Jason a heart attack.
What did you?
He knows I'm not gonna fucking say anything.
No,
I would never do that.
I sent it to you guys because maybe I shouldn't be so trustworthy. It seems like everybody in this
Look.
stream, everybody in this stream seems nice.
I
so,
really
That's
interested
immoral.
And
in
they
learning
are-
more.
That's
Learning more
immoral.
about this. I've actually been reading a book about.
Degeneracy all around me. That's all
What
I
is-
see.
Wow.
All I see.
What?
Who the hell's talking?
Sorry,
I
we
hear
were discussing
degeneracy.
we were talking about how degenerate apparently ice cream sandwiches are. It's in the fucking name, okay? They're a sandwich.
Hey, he was also in the name.
Oh, I sparked a debate.
Windows are small doors. What the fuck, William? Oh.
Okay, anyways, I gotta get out here. I just wanted to be like a lady on the abortion thing. So I hope you all have.
Oh,
a
I
good
see. We
Yeah.
definitely need at least one woman when we're
Just
talking about
one
abortion.
fucking woman. Just
I
one.
definitely appreciate when you come in, Tioga. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's
I
good
appreciate
talking
you
to
too,
you.
Rage. All right, have a
Bye.
good night. Bye.
But no, Jason.
And
I really-
now William will probably jump back
Yeah,
in because
but
he
no.
can do up to 6.
Because
Jason,
there's
I
no
really
women.
do.
Yeah.
I really do
Like
like.
deal. Yeah.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Midnight?
Like I really do. I really am interested in reading what you posted, because I've been reading a book called Friendship. I'm forgetting the author right now, but I've been reading a book called Friendship, and in the book she actually talks about how babies develop, and how they recognize faces, and how the bonds they form with their mother, and the social networks they build over time. I love psychology. Psychology is my physics. You know what I mean?
No, I get you. Yeah, it's very interesting. My interest is mostly in just the quantitative aspects because I'm not a psychologist, but I'm just a data nerd, so I love analyzing data.
Yeah.
So that's how I got sucked into.
Yeah,
this
I
paper.
understand that. But you know what's weird? Like I'm not a psychologist either, yet somehow I've been able to help people.
Can I ask one question, Jason?
No.
Yeah, go for it.
What year did you earn your PhD? Did you actually receive your PhD? Just I'm curious.
It's pretty recent. Like, are you sleuth? Leo is sleuthing to try to find out.
No, I'm not. I was curious. I didn't know. I figured it'd been somewhere between like maybe like 6 and 12 years.
A little bit more recent.
Okay. Yeah,
Mainly because I had a master's and then I did a bunch of stuff and I worked on research teams and then I ended up going back for my PhD. So.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, so
I don't need to do any more sleuthing than I already have.
Okay, yeah.
Shit, I partied my way out of first year of college, baby.
I just like reading, things about what people are researching and stuff like that because I find it interesting.
I give all props to people that could do all that time, and man, you really like them books.
Oh, hey, I wanted to ask Leo if he has saw any of the James
respect.
Webb telescope pictures yet.
I sure have.
They are great. They are like super sharp. But if anything fucks up on it, it's a million miles away. We ain't gonna get there to fix it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like Hubble. You can't just go up there and tinker with it. But I'm glad it's been working so far.
Are you talking about the James Webb telescope?
Yeah, the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Hey,
I always like.
Rage.
Oh yeah, what up?
No, I think Rage. I have a question for you. Are humans insignificant to the universe?
Am I?
No, I said are humans insignificant? I was referencing.
Are humans?
Yeah, I was referencing.
So far, yeah.
Well, no, I was referencing Bread of Life's stream title from a few days ago.
See, I've never been to her channel. I've talked to her a couple times, but I've never been to her channel.
She's a good egg.
Hey, Leo, did you see that video? I emailed you a link to a video that I was watching. I thought you might be interested in.
I saw that you emailed that. I thought I might know what video it was, but because I'm so fucking bad with email. It's not even fun. It's like with Discord.
Oh no, I'm the same way. I mean, it has to be like a primary email address. If it's like Gmail, then I look at it.
No, somebody. No, hold on. So somebody.
Oh yeah. The second one, the guy I filled in.
Well, no, hang on. Somebody time out Red Fang for even daring bringing up 7 days. Okay, somebody time him out.
Do you want me to do that, Rage? I think that deserves 5 minutes in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yes. Remove Rage. Remove his.
Oh man.
No, Red Fang. You come back 5 minutes.
I couldn't take that again. At least not so. It needs to be like 3 or 4 months in between.
What the fuck?
But yeah, Jason, I did see that video. That was actually the second one that he did because he did the 4-part response or 3 or 4-part response. So I'm interested to see what's.
Oh my god, it's really good. It's got Sean Carroll. It's got all these mathematicians in
Adrian Moore, Alex Malpass.
Yeah, they go.
Oh my god, Daniel Linford's in it. Yeah, dude, he's got a lot of good. Fucking Carlo Rovelli. Yeah,
I was very impressed. I watched I got through maybe 30 minutes of it. Then it really started to get deep because they were going through Hilbert's Hotel. They were going through Infinities and
they break the shit down.
It was great. It was great. I really.
Have you seen the first one?
I didn't. I just saw the second one.
Oh yeah, the first one's good too.
Okay.
And they've got some of the same guys. I know that Alan Guth is in the first one. Alexander Vilenkin is in the first one as well. And these are 2 of the 3 authors of the Borda-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, obviously. Borda-Guth-Vilenkin. God, I would just love to get my SCD from MIT in astrophysics because then I could study under Guth. That would be fucking just the best ever.
You know what? Apply.
Yeah, I got to go undergrad and all that shit.
It's definitely the life I hope for my daughter. I hope she goes all the way with school. That's my main goal.
But see, some of these live streams
as far as you can.
At MIT, there's not just Alan Guth, but
what was that? What was that, William?
Oh, he's
I was saying that
back.
Leo should just send them some of these live streams so they know, how sharp he is.
Why would I do that?
I think Leo would probably
Like to
do
kind of
well
like
in school.
self-promotion,
Why?
Be
Why
like,
would
this-
I do that when
I-
applying to a physics program at MIT?
Oh, you don't talk about physics? I thought you talked about physics sometimes.
On my channel, a little bit, yeah, but people
Well,
don't
that's what I'm
really
talking
like
about. Wherever your shit is.
I
But I would just apply and then, or my undergrad, and then apply to a graduate program specifically.
Yeah,
in
it
a
wasn't an
direct-
insult. It was just you being able to say that you even talk about this shit in your spare time.
I could also go to Harvard because Christopher Stubbs is there, Lisa Randall's there. Those are some good people to study under. I could go to Johns Hopkins, and maybe study under Sean Carroll if I wanted to. Which would be, because he's my number one influence. Oh man, that would, oh shit. Oh, I'd have a lot of fun with that one. But I don't know, man. Alan Guth single-handedly pioneered inflationary cosmology. So that's, as much as I love Sean Carroll, Sean didn't do that. So,
Why is Will still in here?
He just came back in. What are you talking about?
I mean, there's 7 people in here.
Yeah, the phone's already starting to struggle. I'll probably bounce.
Yeah, I've been waiting for him to come back in, but under a stronger signal, because I would like to ask Will what he means.
Hang
by
on.
mentally ill. No.
Okay, there we go.
No.
You know what? I'll just leave so he can come back and actually handle 6 people. So.
No, I don't know that. I think everybody would kind of maybe rather you in here. I mean, I would. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, and you just never know with these rooms when there's 10 available. I mean, so far it's stayed around 6, but usually they go to 10. So
I mean, quite frankly, I'm surprised. The Rage just let me in.
Shit, they're open rooms. Anybody can come in.
True.
Everybody, I don't let Wesley in. I did that one time because it was weird. He was in my back room, but. Yeah, usually he knows that, so usually he doesn't even really show up in the back room, so it was weird.
Some reason Midnight is in there. Rage gets point for token. Wait, I'm a token guest because I'm an albino? Well, wait, shouldn't Leo be the token guest? I mean, I'm sorry to sound racist, but what the fuck?
Fleshberry.
What's token about me?
Do I need to say it?
Yeah. That's what I asked.
You got racist, man.
I mean, I'm only joking with you, Leo. So
I just want you to know, Jason, I only sleuth when people have a PhD.
Well, no. Okay, Leo. You should have asked. Hey, Jason, when did you become a degree snob? That would have been a better question.
I'm not a degree snob, Midnight.
You said you were, so I'm just teasing you about it.
I mean, I say that jokingly. I don't really. I mean, you don't need a degree to obviously learn and be educated, but I do think that degrees matter, and particularly when you're talking about complex subjects, formal education. There's a reason why we have formal education, because it's an effective way of learning. So I wouldn't say that being a degree snob, but I value formal degrees.
Yeah. I'd agree. I think that it definitely lends legitimacy.
Look at Brian's comment.
If you spent so much time studying it and researching it, but also I know, like, when I see like a PhD or somebody that should know better just take a ridiculous ass position, it always throws me off, and I'm like, dude, you of all people should know, So I think it does carry this level of gravity with it.
I didn't want to say. The H index joke is funny because Jason asked that too.
What is an H?
Tangelo, yeah.
What is an H index?
It's a index to assess like your publications and citations. So when you can look at somebody's H index to get a sense of like how not only how well published they are, but how many other citations, how many people are citing your work. So, which is a real test of a researcher.
It measures like the impact, the amount and impact of a researcher, doesn't it? Kind of, sort of.
Definitely, because you could technically you could have 10 publications, but if those publications are getting thousands and thousands of citations, then you will have a high H index. Or somebody might have 100 publications and nobody is looking at your work, then you will have a lower H index. So yeah.
You haven't heard anybody Midnight, like LPP or any of them cite? Oh my God! Don't say it. Everybody, shut the fuck up. How am I really? Hold on.
Answer your question
Shut
now.
up. Shut up.
He's trying
Jesus
to think.
Christ,
No,
man,
I am.
relax.
I know Jason knows what I'm talking about. Don't say it. Don't you fucking say it. You know who I'm talking about. Don't say it. I know his name. I need to do this on my own.
His last name ends with
No hints. No hints.
Dude, it only gets worse the more weed you smoke, man.
Fucking rage. Oh God. Oh my God. Fucking Professor Dave did response videos to him. I know him. I can see his face. Why is this happening?
I just put it in the chat.
I'm not even looking. I'm on comments. I'm not looking. Nope. Not gonna look. James Tour. There we go.
Yeah, there you
I was
go.
like, and we're here for the next hour as Leo tries to remember.
James Tour has a very good H index. He's a very successful synthetic organic chemist. He just doesn't know shit about abiogenesis.
Well, I know I heard them mention James Tour here and there, but I don't watch them religiously. Pun intended.
I've actually
LPP always goes up. Well, his H index is like this, that, and it's like, and none of his research is in abiogenesis.
That moment you had there's like a life moment though, because you're young and you just started smoking. Wait till you get old, man. You just well, yeah. I mean, you're a baby to me, but like, wait until you just lose your thought mid sentence, like I do, like 5 times a
years is a baby.
Well, to me, yeah, man.
Yeah, I know. To you. Oh shit.
I smoked my first doobie when I was 6. I'm 45.
Jason, you want to know why I was stumbled there? Because I kept wanting to say Jason Torn because I knew it started with a J. And James
it's
Tour.
same initials.
Wow.
Yeah.
Knowing the Mad Ducks, I should have guessed James Tour, but I didn't guess it. Not until you said it. And then I'm like, oh, I should have knew that.
I knew his name. I don't know why I couldn't think. Oh, shit. You know what they say, shit happens, life's a bitch, and then you die.
I know everybody calls him Lil PP now, and I admit it's a better nickname, but he's Mad Ducks to me. He's always my Mad Ducks.
Oh, Amy Newman is live.
That's a good one.
I shouldn't say that out loud.
Leo used to call him Quantum John, and I was like, no, he does not deserve that name.
Good old Quantum John, yeah. I think I may just call him a Dodge Maddox. Or John Mad Dodge or something, because he left the stream the other day and all I did was ask him a question.
Yeah, I give him props. Like he acts better ever since the moment like he got away from Smokey.
Yeah,
like even when they were like still friends, but they just weren't hanging around all the like. He became better immediately because he used to be an obnoxious shit, and he's still an obnoxious shit. It's just nowhere near as bad.
Fucking Dodge Maddox.
Hey,
Dodge
Leo,
is more than a Ram 1500.
Leo, you were on that stream that the Your Way or Yahweh guy was on, weren't you? Like the 7-day cycle guy. Okay, yeah, you were on that. Okay, I couldn't remember.
Jesus Christ, Jason, don't give me flashbacks to that stream.
Why?
Dude is he was very manic with his argumentation. It was scary, and I remember thinking that the first time I heard it too. I had the same reaction, and I need to go back and watch it because I do think I eventually kicked him out because I couldn't take it no more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you guys are probably gonna think that I'm crazy, but like, I don't think he's a dumb guy. I think
I don't.
No, I think he's very smart.
Yeah, exactly. I just think he's misinformed, and like what Pat was saying, I think is correct. Where he he has these preconceived notions that are influenced by his religion, and that drives his decision-making process. So it's like he's unable to get out of the loop of what he's thinking. He's not willing to consider other ideas.
Like so many of them. So, Jason, did you see any of the interactions on the Cartesian scenarios argument with Khalil Allah? On the argument that if God is omniscient and he exists on any external world, then that just means that the content internalism is true with respect to God, which leaves open the possibility for Cartesian scenarios or scenarios where something external to God could be deceiving him. And since his knowledge is only internal to him, he then wouldn't have knowledge about it. So he could be deceived, which would be detrimental to his omniscience.
Okay, that makes sense. I can understand that. I mean, it's essentially kind of it's another one of these logical, like it just kind of turns on itself, the argument. Eventually it leads back to kind of a contradictory God. It makes it so God, that the God of the Bible or the way that we're defining God is just not possible. You would have to redefine the perspectives of God.
And you know how Khalil Allah responds to it? Yeah, but I'm just presupposing that God is omniscient.
William is on one, man.
But there's still a problem with that, though.
Yeah, that's begging the question.
Yeah,
because his omniscience is the thing being called into question. So to just assume it literally is begging the question.
None of these. What was that again, Rage? None of these men will own accountability for abortions.
None of these men have the balls to own accountability. But I've never in any. Okay, I can't say I've never finished in anyway, but not out of. Okay, I can't say that either because that's okay. Anyway, I don't need to take what do I need to take accountability for that for?
Well, even if you were somebody that got somebody pregnant who had an abortion, can you put it up again, Rage? What was?
Let me find it.
It's
right up there. None of these men. Yep.
None of these men have the balls to own accountability for abortions. I mean, certainly, if you get a woman pregnant and she has an abortion, you bear some of the responsibility for that. I do not deny that. You bear some of that responsibility because you participated in that act. You put a woman at risk.
How do I put a woman at risk?
Well, hang on. Do you want to just leave so William can come in here and give?
No.
Well, look, his phone can't handle more than 6.
Okay, well then he can wait until somebody in here wants to leave, and then he can join when they do. But I don't think anybody in here wants to leave.
The dude is at work 24/7, every time, man. It's the same shit. Which I don't doubt, because it always happens right around 6 people. But
I mean,
it's Leo, are you ever home?
I literally offered to leave.
Yeah, you offered to leave, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily want to. You might just feel some external obligation.
Yeah, the way I look at it, it's the nature of these rooms, man. If I go to 6 people, that would benefit him, but I don't really care about benefiting him. It drives me crazy that people think that I because he says I misrepresent his arguments. I don't. I merely say the fucked up shit he's saying, just like he's doing tonight. It's all little games to him. It's just to where I take the shit kind of seriously.
I mean,
if you tell me you're in a paramilitary group, you're not a patriot to me. You're like a fucking terrorist.
You could say, as an analogy, if I bought you a car and you went and drove the car and killed somebody, that I bear responsibility for the death of that person. Now, you could say indirectly, given the fact that I bought the car for you, that you bear some responsibility. Okay, but I think that's that to make that connection is very specious. The responsibility that you bear is very minor. Now, if you get a woman pregnant, you bear responsibility for getting them pregnant, but do you bear responsibility for the woman getting an abortion? In some ways, I think that when you say, look,
Okay, you know what?
the man is responsible for the woman getting an abortion is a sexist comment because that's like saying the woman doesn't have the ability to make a decision whether she wants to get an abortion or not. I just don't like that attitude. There is some responsibility, but ultimately the woman gets to decide what she wants to do with her body.
Get your ass in here, Will I am free man.
That's what I think.
It'll be funny because he'll hop in and then, the room's gonna fill up. But like,
Well,
it'll just be like the same shit running in circles, man.
He says
Okay.
it's not analogous. It's not analogous. I mean, I think it may not be a one-to-one analogy, but we're trying to make a connection between, like, if I have sex with a woman and the result of that sex is an abortion, am I responsible for the abortion? Well, I'm responsible for having sex with her and the outcome of the sex, but getting the abortion is not. You don't have to get an abortion if you have sex. That's
By the
not
way, I
good.
put my real name on the screen because I'm not a coward like Jason.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
I fucking
I've
love
got-
that name now. I love Pazuzu. It's like my favorite name.
And obviously Rage knows that's not my real name.
Oh, Pazuzu is
You guys can just call me Paz.
over here. So,
I like.
No, I'm not joking.
I like
What's
the. I like the for the set of all real numbers.
Mhm.
And the
For any
it's
number
not
that
our-
is for any number that is an element of the set of the real numbers, that same number will be an element of the set of complex numbers, such that the set of complex numbers is a proper
Is a
superset over the
subset,
set of real numbers,
Thank you.
which is a true mathematical fact, by the way.
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. I was wondering, like, if anybody knew that. So yeah.
Yeah, but you guys can call me
Okay.
Paz. Just call me Paz. Yeah.
okay, Paz, can I get a word in?
Go ahead.
All right, a more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just,
Yeah, just say something.
more-
I'm sorry, I'm on a roll. I'm sorry.
a more analogous example would be, okay, I had sex with this woman, and she has either herpes or AIDS, and that shit is forever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't get rid of that.
That's a
And is
good
that
analogy.
the same as a woman having an abortion? Does she
What?
want it forever? Does she want that kid forever? No, and she can get rid of it, but I can't get rid of the herpes or the AIDS.
Oh my god. I don't even know how to respond to that.
I wasn't looking for a response. It was an
Okay.
analogy.
Okay. All right.
That was pretty good.
So
mean,
William, my analogy was bad, huh?
Well, I think
Didn't
it's
like-
dismissive of the part that men play in this, because you think it only has to do with, oh well, I'm still giving the woman the choice, like it's a gift to have to make that choice. But listening to women talk about having to make the decision one way or another, it's shitty either way. And like, why are we rushing? I mean, I understand I like pussy too, but we shouldn't be rushing to just get that ass without thinking about
I
what
know.
we're doing to these
I
women.
haven't been laid since 2020.
I'm not worried
Really?
about you getting laid, Leo. That's never even crossed my mind.
Yeah, I'm an incel, so I've never been laid in my life. I have never had sex. Jason gets all the pussy. I don't get any.
I don't know if
likes
y'all
to go
know that, but me and Jason are almost dating. It's not quite official, but we're working on it, and I'm with the process.
I'm the top.
Use protection. I'm
Well,
just
naturally,
Yeah,
naturally.
definitely.
I
Always.
like a good rider.
I am. well, I'm not.
well, William, I like you more and more. every year.
Yeah, you know, when they're not a okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. You ever
So,
look at a
but
woman
when
and
are
just
when are
be
you
like,
men gonna own that
"Oh."
we're taking the risk and putting women in this situation because we're horny?
Women aren't taking a risk.
What risk?
Yeah,
I mean, I
not-
guess they are, but we persuade them. I've heard this from women that we are pressuring them
yet.
into sex.
I have never done that
Oh.
in my
Pressure
life. Let me think about that.
No, Minnow said that. Savage Minnow said that in our first meeting.
Well, that's
And
that
Knock
guy.
agreed that we pressure women into sex, and it's
I
true.
don't
No,
think there's
we
a
don't.
single moment where I ever pressured. Nope.
Okay, well, a lot of men do apparently.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're right.
I mean, you can make generalizations like that, but that
How
don't mean
many?
Well, yeah, this is all in general.
Gur,
Yeah.
Get your best ass in here, Gur.
So, this is like classic Williams. All right, keep going.
How many incel women are there?
I've gone to sleep next to a woman and woke up and had her having sex with me. Is that not rape? Is that not rape? I didn't say yes. Yeah.
That's right. There was
So don't tell me a woman can't rape a man. That's
Well,
bullshit.
let's take rape off the table, because that rape off the table. Yeah, let's take that, because in that situation we have forced our sex on them in an improvable way.
Forced it on me. She forced it on me.
See,
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Guys, it's not in me to leave somebody backstage just so William can stay, especially when it's somebody I really want to come in. So you're probably gonna cut out again soon, William.
Oh no!
Oh, here we go.
James.
All right. I'm sure James.
James, not sure.
How is it going, guys?
How we doing, James?
Yeah, good.
Hey, pretty good, man.
How's my mic sound? Okay.
Yes, you sound wonderful.
Yeah, you're fine. And if William would plug his goddamn phone in, he could hang around and talk.
Yeah, dude, put your phone on the charger. It will help.
Maybe he can't.
Yeah, he might not. Yeah, because he's always working. So apparently.
Why? I don't understand. Like, if you're on your phone, is there some issue with like having?
StreamYard does not like phones.
Oh, okay.
I've never tried it. I've never been on my phone.
Girl, bitch.
Kills your battery like
Coral.
crazy. So I'm on my laptop right now, which is 50-50, but yeah, it kills your battery.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, if I'm working, I'm not fucking streaming or in anybody's panel. I'm out there fucking working and doing my job.
My Pixelbook handles StreamYard way better than it did fucking 2 years ago. So that's all I care about.
Yeah, I think I don't know what his job is, but I think it's something like what Jay Pasick does, because he has patrols and so I think he has long periods to where he's really not doing much, and then he's doing work or whatever. I don't know. It's weird. As long as you don't hear the fucking crickets. So I don't think you might have been in the room, Leo. There was this one room where his crickets, wherever he's walking in South Carolina, the crickets are so damn loud it overpowered like the 8-person conversation we were having.
Oh, he had an Angstrike mic. Yeah, we call it if you know, you know. If you don't, I'm sorry. I call it the Angstrike mic, where you can barely hear the person talking and just all the background.
All the background.
I know Jason knows what I'm talking about. I'm sure Rage does too. I know James does.
Yeah, I was in a room with Jack the other day, and Britney Spears was playing in the background, and he's lecturing a theist like myself. Well, "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time" is playing.
Dude, I had to leave the room. I was laughing too fucking because you've got Jack, and he's just all serious, explaining with Britney fucking Spears. Oh, it was too fucking funny. I'm sorry. Oh shit.
Yeah, my first conversation with Jack, I had to edit it, like to censor the F-bombs, and I had to put it like 40 times in the last 5 minutes of him talking to me. So our first conversation did not go well.
Well, Jack is Jack. That's all I can say.
Only time I've never been on the channel with James before, but I've seen him on Clubhouse many times with the Tom Rabbit, Haiti crew.
Gang.
Yeah, over there, which they seem to be constantly. I don't know if the guys have jobs or not, man. They're like constantly on Clubhouse talking. I was like, damn, do they not have jobs? They just sit around and do that all day long?
Well,
I don't
John
know. I
Lee
just
is
don't
a
judge.
theist. He does
John
not
Lee,
work.
yeah.
He's retired.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe that Haiti has to work right now, and I believe that Tom does his channel partially for a living. But if anybody knows if I'm wrong in the audience, they can correct me. But yeah, they are on there quite a bit, but I don't think anybody's on there as much as John Lee.
Yeah, he's on there all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jack is not poor. That's all I'm gonna say.
John Lee has become Tom's he's like the new Darth Dawkins for Tom Rabbit. Tom's just like, because Tom can talk to John Lee, can't talk to Darth. Darth won't talk to Tom. So I feel like, John is like the butt of the jokes for Tom all the time. So
yeah, I finally made a guest appearance again on Tom Rabbit. John Lee had said that Darth was a racist and wouldn't even let his daughter marry a black man. And so John Lee had made up some rumors about me. And Lord forgive me, I was feeling, I guess, vindictive. So I went right in Darth's room and I'm like, hey, Darth, do you know what John Lee said? And that led to like 3 rooms and a back and forth video between those two.
didn't he just like almost immediately like kick you?
No, I didn't get kicked by Darth. Darth appreciated that I sent him the link. Him and John Lee had like a 10-minute back and forth, and the video's up on Tom's channel now.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of those things. Most recently, somebody accused Darth of being racist. It was like some 16-year-old kid that got posted recently. So,
Well, I tried to go in there and talk to Darth once. And he said, well, after Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, what's the next book in the New Testament? And I was like,
Acts.
I don't fucking know.
you got to say
it is
Acts.
Acts.
You got to be
Yeah, you
ready
gotta
to say
say
Acts. He asks that all the time. If you know, you got to be prepared.
I
Even
didn't
though
know
I don't
the
know
answer to
shit.
that, and I
I don't know
I
shit.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but then he'd get you. So you're like, you
Yeah,
want
he
to be
doesn't get
prepared.
me. He's tried to get
No,
me, and every single fucking time has failed.
No, he didn't get me either. I was like, I don't fucking know. Let me go look. Oh, you shouldn't have to go look.
He's always out to get them. Like I don't know. Because all I'm saying is, if people try to get me, I'm gonna get them. And if they think they can't get me, I'm gonna go and get my Glock. So
Wait a minute. Williams once again saying like that nobody is taking accountability. I already said that that when a man has sex with a woman, that he bears the responsibility of those actions. So if a woman gets pregnant from a man, the man bears responsibility for that pregnancy. Now, when the next step is a woman has to decide whether she's going to have the pregnancy or whether she's going to have an abortion. She makes that choice. The man is not making the choice whether she decides to continue the pregnancy or not continue the pregnancy. The man's not saying, look, I am responsible for that. That's not happening.
I have a question, guys.
Yeah, well, and real quick, technically, the topic is open room. The title of the stream is open room. We started with abortion, but yeah, it can move on. William, you're fun, but you're kind of dull at the same time. Go ahead, Leo.
So James, you're a Christian, right?
That is correct. Yes, I am.
Rage, should I ask him the 3 questions?
Yeah, go for it. You'll probably get honest answers from James.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I want to go down that road right now. I've been doing that all fucking.
You're talking.
What 3 questions?
Gerst. Oh, Jason.
Hello, I'm back.
What?
Now
that I think about it, actually.
Let me say this. I'll do it if Gur joins. I'll do it if Gur joins. I'll ask the questions if Gur gets off his little sand-filled vagina and joins the stream.
Is this the question you were asking? These questions you were asking Maddox?
Yes, and praise.
Okay.
And tear.
Well, just ask him. You don't need Gur.
If Gur joins the stream, I'll ask.
So I know the trap.
Oh, there's no trap. I'm sure James has heard the argument, though. I think James has probably heard the argument.
Quit teasing everybody. Just ask him the questions.
If Gur joins, it's all on Gur, guys. I put it on his shoulders.
Is Gur even still in the?
Yeah, he just said, "Do it, Leo."
Oh,
So I have
apparently we're an echo chamber. Yeah,
I mean, I do
we're
have
an
a
echo
question.
chamber.
Hey, Jason, sorry, James, are you always tired? James is tired. Does it apply every day?
Wait, what, Red?
A lot of the times I'm tired, but the reason why I have the James is tired name is when I was an atheist, I would do discussions like this with other atheists, and if the conversation got boring, I would lie back on my couch and I would go to bed. So they said, "Man, he's a tired atheist." So I was the tired atheist. When I became a theist, I needed something that fit, and then James is tired came out.
I mean, you could just call yourself the tired feast.
James is tired is better. I like it better.
Rage,
I suppose.
Rage, you're not gonna believe this.
What's up?
Praise is doing a stream about the stream that you did about the stream that he did about the stream that you
Jesus
had
Christ.
where I whooped his ass.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah, I
in
saw before.
shit.
Red Fang just
Oh,
told me I had to go check.
No
Yeah.
shit.
Oh my
His,
god.
you know, his thumbnails for you, but his thumbnail for the stream was very weird. I don't get it.
Oh man, I like it, dude. It's awesome.
It's fucking
But-
hilarious. I like,
Yeah,
and I
he's
don't
gotta-
want to
He's
sound.
got to send me that.
I don't want to sound like pompous, but sometimes when you got to somebody and make like 2-3 response videos on the same thing.
Oh man, yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. Oh my god, I love it.
Well, sometimes when you're playing darts, you throw them and hit the bullseye. So that's
That is very true. I just want to say there's 22 people watching. Only 15 of you have liked the video. Y'all, dude, man, people on YouTube are so fucking bad. They're
It
just
hasn't-
dogged it with liking
hasn't-
videos.
There hasn't been too many dumpster fires yet, so they're probably waiting.
Oh my God! The name of you see the name of Praise's stream. Did you see what the name of it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like raging his pinker heads or something like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Monster Rage in his pecker.
Is it peckerheads?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's hilarious.
Oh, Jason, you slimy little. Okay.
What?
What?
Nothing.
I was over in Praise's chat. I said, Rage is streaming now with Leo talking about Praise.
Watch. Phrase, Phrase is gonna come in here while he's streaming, so he's gonna be streaming about this. Wow, it's weird, but yeah.
Oh my God, that's
I
funny.
just invited Praise to come over. So Praise,
Jesus.
you were talking about.
Oh
You
my
were talking
God.
about the stream that Praise was talking about. And so now you guys can all come together and talk about
Oh
the
shit!
stream.
Wait, is he coming in here?
Yeah, he just said he's gonna head over there, guys. It'll be fun.
I
Oh
told
my
him to
God.
come over. I'm a theist. I'll help his back. I'll try to fend off the wolf.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God.
What the fuck is this?
He must not like Gavin Hurleman.
What is going on tonight? Is it a full moon?
Not anymore.
No. Hold on. You guys gotta see this. I'm sorry. You guys gotta.
Don't snipe his.
No. I'm not.
stream.
But you just this part. You guys got.
It's okay. Screen share, girl. Speed. Whatever. Welcome to New Zealand. What the fuck?
All right, you
Oh,
fuckers keep talking. God damn it.
I didn't
Oh
hear
my
it.
God.
I think it might be muted.
Oh, hold on. Son of a fucking bitch, motherfucker. Wait, hold on. What? Share system audio. There we go. There we go. Should be good to go. Hopefully.
No.
No? Okay, hold on. One more time here.
What on earth is this? That's
I got
hilarious.
it. No, dude, it's worth it. I promise you, this is fucking worth it. This is absolutely fucking hilarious. Just give me a second. I gotta go to YouTube on Chrome.
Praise may be coming over.
Oh,
to
he
join the
just
stream.
ended the stream.
Cool.
Praise.
He could have he should have came in still streaming. That would have been better. That would have been good
And that's
content.
fucking hilarious.
Why did
All
he
right.
end the stream? Oh man,
Because he's coming in here, I think.
Sweet. So we might get that dumpster fire after all, everybody. So you know, I try not to fail you. I mean, yeah, I've been like low key the last few days. I apologize. You
All
know,
right,
usually
I
I'm
got
sparking
this.
them all and shit.
I got this. Oh, I got this.
StreamYard in that little ass box for audio.
Before
Can I hear it?
I don't know.
Hello, wifey. Will you come back to me for $250,000?
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Wait. Why the fuck does it keep?
your mouth, Gavin. I will not accept a ride for $250,000, even though you gave it to me like a total dumbass.
Yeah.
You don't understand is I got hit in the head, though.
Why does it keep pausing?
That $250,000 no longer applies. Give me more.
Okay, fuck that. It keeps pausing randomly, and I don't know why, and it's really fucking.
Maybe it's because he just ended the stream or something. But still, that's
fucking.
That's fucking. So that's literally like Praise spent a year bitching about us talking shit about that with Gavin Herleman, and now he's literally because you know they're not friends no more.
What happened? Do you know, Rach?
I don't.
Jason.
It had something to do. It was about him going back to SFT and Young Earth creationism. That's what it started about.
Gavin going back or Praise?
Praise. Gavin is Old Earth.
I thought Praise was too. I guess he switched it then.
Well, Praise was Young Earth creationist, and then he became something else once he started hanging around with Smokey and started to talk shit about SFT. And then once he went back against Smokey for like the 5th time, he went back to SFT, and that's when I guess Gavin got mad. And it's gotten really personal, you know. But like they literally talk, like Jay Passick's in the side chat. They literally spent 2 years talking shit to Jay Passick about that, and he's now doing it because you know they're not friends anymore.
Gavin Herleman has got to be one of the dumbest dudes around. He is so fucking stupid.
Gert, quit being a fucking bitch, dude. Get in here.
Well, yeah. I mean, we definitely if Praise stopped his stream to come over here, he needs to hurry up because yeah, like I said, they usually always fill up till 10, or when I have 10 people, it's usually pretty rare that we're not at 10.
You don't need a sleep, girl. Pussy. Fucking little bitch boy, man.
But I mean, he says that, but he's been in the side chat the whole fucking time. It's not sleep. It's sleep with quotes, you know.
Yeah, I need sleep.
I want to hear. Just run the argument, Leo. Well, you don't need You don't need the.
Oh, it's on Gurr, man. You want to hear?
Yeah, he might have been down there for a minute because
there he is.
I never noticed the bottom row. So
I just want baby girl. I just want baby girl to get in here.
What's going on, Praise? You still butthurt about Leo?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Praise. I was saying you didn't have to stop streaming. You could have came in here still streaming. I think, right?
No, I was there like 2.5 hours. I just said, yeah, I'm pretty much being a dead horse at that point. I just ended it.
And your robot.
Yeah, the dead horse of you getting kicked around.
Yeah, sure, buddy. You like to espouse that viewpoint, but you can't. I don't. Yeah, you're just talking a little bit of crap there. That's fine. That's cool.
Yeah. That's why you did 2 videos in 2 days about one conversation with Leo.
Well, a lot of things had to get ironed out because some people were confused what I was arguing, and I had to direct people to what I was really arguing because people were confused. That's all.
Praise, the people that watch you aren't smart enough to understand what Leo was saying. How do you expect them to understand?
Well, you got to simplify things, define terms. You have to.
Praise, you didn't understand what Leo was saying. So how are you going to fix that?
What do you mean I didn't? Who says I didn't understand anything? Like I disagree with that.
Serb had to keep on cutting in and trying to explain it to you.
No, he didn't, because Serb didn't even understand what I was saying. So we were talking past each other.
Oh, here we go.
That's hilarious. Jerry.
Can somebody fill me in? Can somebody fill me in? Because I don't actually know what was the argument betwing Leo.
I can.
and
Give me
Praise.
just a second here.
Yeah, go ahead.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, you
How
missed
the
that,
fuck-
Jason. Praise. I'm not the one that coined the term bloodbath. That I promise that wasn't me.
You fuck. There we go. There we go.
Leo's going to show something.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is this the like God has intentions, God has desires? Is it that
Yep.
argument?
Yep.
Okay. I do. Okay, yo, this is good. Yeah, I did see this. Okay, this is good. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think that it's going to be easy for somebody to argue in favor of the classical theistic conception of God. I mean, there's this argument, there's the argument from evil, there's the argument from Cartesian scenarios. I mean, oh my God, it's just not a good time.
So which of these?
Are classical theists?
So it seems like there's a lot of premises in here that you don't really need, but I understand
like
why.
What?
Well, like the 1 and 2, can't 1 and 2 just be combined?
No, because what we need to extrapolate is that God has desires from the fact that he has intentions, which is itself resultant from the fact that he's an agent.
So
yeah, so there's different categories of intentions, and this is what I tried to lay out.
Yeah, but what I said is that it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Well, it does though, and that's the point. And I think I went through
why.
it. Say it again. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You never explained why.
Well, if you want, you could put on my stream. You can hear why. Like I did explain why. But
did you?
I did. So, first of all, that if God is self-sufficient in himself, then there's nothing that he is dependent on or required to have or need, or so you agreed upon that. We agree. I think you.
Well, yeah, the argument doesn't have anything to do with dependence relations.
Well, it does, because it's a whole different category of desire. That's what I'm trying to show you.
I don't understand are you saying desires are construed in terms of dependence relations?
Yes, with his nature. Yes, with his attributes.
There.
I'm not saying the argument itself is going that way, but I'm saying what I'm responding with is that because God is self-sufficient, has aseity, then any desire is outside of the fundamental desires. Everything is secondary.
But it's still a desire of God, right? Like it's still a thing that God is desiring.
But I think this is where I went to the Greek words, that if you look in the lexicon, it's bulimai and it's thelema. So thelema, if you look at Revelation 4, I think it's 13, somewhere in there, it says that it's pleasure. So pleasure is something that God is not, he doesn't need it, but it's something extra that he enjoys, or he partakes, and he chose to partake and to have pleasure with his creatures.
I'm not talking about pleasure. I'm talking about desire.
Well, that's how the word is used. What you're trying to explicate was 1 Timothy 2:4, that the word in the English is kind of confusing. It's the Greek and the Hebrew. It's a polysemous language. It doesn't mean There's not one.
Yeah, but I
certain one meaning.
explained what I meant by desire, and that's what I'm working off of.
Okay, so if you were in that regard, yes, the argument would work, but that's not how I see the word desire.
There are things that God intends to be the case that will not be the case.
If that was true in the way that you were understanding it, yes, but again, I think I addressed that.
It seems to be just conceding the argument. That if there are things that God intends to be the case, but they won't be the case, God's failing, and then he's just not an infallible being.
If God was dependent on something, yeah, but he's not.
Why would he need to be dependent on something for that?
Because he's already been everything has been fulfilled. He doesn't need anything outside of that. So it's a different category. It's more of a familial, social understanding of the word. So
does God intend for all people to be saved?
In a familiar father sense, yes.
That's not what I'm asking. Is it true that God intends for all people to be saved?
It does matter though, and I'm just repeating myself.
Why it matters? It doesn't matter what type of see. That's the thing you're not understanding. You think that the type of intention makes a difference. It doesn't. As long as it's an intention. As long as it's an intention and it's not being fulfilled.
No, because again, because I explained the word thelema is not in the decretive sense.
Yeah, then you're just equivocating on the word. You're not using the word.
No, it just means pleasure. As I explained, it just means pleasure anyway. But let me just make this case. So I'll even grant you that we'll even use the word. We'll even use the way you're trying to explain it. Let's just say I'll grant that, which I completely disagree. I made arguments to the contrary, but I'll even grant that you're still going to lose the argument. And the reason is God can restrict his potency. He can restrict his attributes for a greater good. So therefore, your argument is nullified.
That wouldn't bear on my argument.
Yeah, because if he chooses to restrict
the nature of the intention, and he's failing.
There's no contradiction though,
that
because
intention isn't being met. I'm not really. So I guess in some flowery sense, you could say there's a contradiction, but ultimately, what the argument is doing is just showing that there's a property of God that, given what we understand about the world and about God, it's not possible for it to obtain, and that's his infallibility. And then that seems to be.
That's not the definition of infallibility. Like I completely disagree with you.
So an infallible being can fail?
Well, infallible just means that he's...
it means cannot fail, right? If you're infallible, you cannot fail.
No, it just means that he's not deceptive. So
yeah, I don't know what deception is doing there. Infallible just means it can't fail, doesn't fail.
Yeah, if you actually see the source I put on the dictionary, you could look for yourself. That has nothing to do with what you're saying.
Infallible, incapable of making mistakes or being wrong. Seems to align with what I just said.
Well, whatever source you're using is completely contrary to what I use.
That was just from Google, which is through Oxford Languages. We can also go to the dictionary, the Cambridge English Dictionary. Infallible, never wrong, failing, or making a mistake, which seems to align with what I said. That an infallible being cannot fail. If it has a desire, the desire is met. It doesn't fail to instantiate that desire. But God has desires that are not being met, so he's failing.
No, so hold on. Repeat the first. Okay, I'll even grant your source. So say the first one again.
Infallible, incapable of making mistakes or being wrong.
So what mistake is being made?
The outcome not according with his desire.
That's not a mistake. You're saying he doesn't know that? So what is the mistake, though?
Well, I don't take infallibility to be construed with respect to specifically mistakes.
So you're just making arbitrary definitions of okay. So I disagree with your arbitrary definitions.
Mistakes and failures.
You're roboting pretty bad.
Oh, me?
No, praise was for me. Am I the only one that hears it?
Well, if God has a desire, but the outcome is not what he desires, isn't that
God's got to be making a mistake somewhere, unless he's not omnipotent. This is the only two things.
What the problem is, there is no mistake, and I'll explain why. Because he chooses to limit his attributes for a greater good.
And he wouldn't fail. So he's choosing to fail.
What is he failing on?
Wait.
Well,
Yeah,
let me
he's failing with
finish
respect
why
to the
he's not
desire.
failing, because I laid this out in my video that the reason why he's not failing is because it's supererogatory. Something supererogatory is praiseworthy, therefore he's not failing. So that's just your arbitrary
Really?
definition of failure.
That doesn't bear on
Really?
this. Doesn't bear on this argument.
Let me ask Praise a question. What was God's first fucking mistake?
What? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's assuming he did make a mistake.
Of course, it doesn't make sense to you. He put the knowledge of the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden
He
of
didn't put
Eden.
anything there. That's your assumption. That's your
He
cockeyed,
fucked up.
distorted viewpoint of the Bible. See, your failures of interpretation is not my fault.
But just for me, and maybe I'm not as educated on like the specifics of the Bible and that, but just what Leo was saying about if God desires something, but the outcome of that is not what he desires, that seems to somehow be in conflict with God's omnipotence, isn't it? Am I missing something?
No,
Yeah,
because
God would be failing. What the outcome of a desire that God has is not according with the desire. Then God then it must be the case that God doesn't have the power to instantiate it.
Let me explain. I'd like to respond to that.
Yeah.
So whenever you're ready, just let me know and I'll respond to it.
Go ahead. You are roboting for some reason, Praise. That usually doesn't happen with you.
I know. Am I roboting to anyone else? Is it just
I can understand you a bit better.
In and out. Yeah. It's in and out,
Okay.
but we can still understand you for the most part. So I don't think there's really much.
Yeah. I think we could. You should be good. Hopefully, it doesn't get worse.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
if God didn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of good and evil,
Well, wait a minute.
the knowledge of good and evil, he wouldn't have put it in the Garden of Eden.
I think this is getting a little off.
Yeah, address like specific. Rachel's going to address this issue of God desiring something but not achieving that, and how that does not affect his omnipotence. I'm curious what Praise's perspective is on that.
Okay. So God is more concerned about the qualitative aspect of agents rather than the quantitative. You guys are concerned about the quantitative part of his desire rather than the qualitative. So the fact that he has a qualitative desire means it's for a greater good. And since it is for a greater good, then it doesn't matter the objection of him not getting something because he's already praised for that. Because you're going to ask, well, how is he praised for that? Well, because there's something called forbearance. He's long suffering. He shows mercy, and that is deemed praiseworthy by metaphysicians and metaethicists. They deem that praiseworthy. It's for a greater good, so he gets more glory out of that. That's the reason why he does that. So do you see where I'm going with this? It's qualitative, not quantitative.
It seems that what you're just saying is that God isn't failing with respect to this desire because he's desiring for his failure, which is just to mean that he doesn't fail because he never had the desire for all people to be saved in the first place then.
His desire, it was possible. It was in the range for all people to be saved, but it's dependent on those people, though, not on God.
So that doesn't bear on the argument. He desires for all persons to be saved, but that's not going to happen, so he's failing.
But the fact that it's for a qualitative reason is reason why.
Well, if he's got reasons to allow for that, then he never had that desire to begin with.
He has moral reasons.
So then he never desired for all people.
The fact that it is for a greater good, a greater moral purpose, and it overrides.
And he just never desired for all people to be saved.
That's right.
Guys,
Yeah,
have
that's
you
what that
guys-
leads to.
Have you guys talked about lesser wills and greater wills at all in this?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what style of will, desire, or intention it is, as long as it is some sort of will, desire, or intention that isn't being met. God is failing.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter. As long as there is in some way, form, a will, desire, or goal that God has that is not being met, God is failing with respect to that desire.
Where does it say his criteria was for everyone to be saved? That would be good. It's his pleasure that all people be saved, but it's qualitatively.
How do you know God? How do you know the will of God?
The Bible. The Bible lays that out.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
So
this
God-
argument's more of an internal critique. So,
I want to hear from James because James, you were trying to pipe in there for
Yeah,
a moment.
so typically the reason why will is important is why the discussion is. If you're doing improper internal critique and you assume that God's will is a desire and the greatest possible world is that everybody chooses him, that's not the Christian position. His position is that he wants people to
That's
have
not
the
the
free
argument.
act of choosing him. Well, no, I'm explaining to you. You said you want to do an internal.
so then he doesn't desire for all people to be saved.
Yeah, but I don't.
He desires for only the people that choose to be saved.
Hold on. You keep cutting me off. You have to like give me like a few minutes to actually flush it out back and forth with you. If I get 3 words out and then you cut into me, it's just not good. So when you're looking at God and you're looking at desires, he can have a desire that people choose him of their own free volition, but that also means that at the same time, he doesn't have a greater desire that everybody chooses him because he could have that as well. Make sense?
Yeah, you're just saying that God doesn't desire for all persons to be saved.
I think that's obvious. He could force.
Yeah, that just goes against what
God
it
does
seems
not
to
want
say
to
in
force
various
everyone to
aspects.
be saved. Yes.
Nobody
So
said anything about force. I never said anything about force.
It would have to be otherwise.
Wait, so you're saying it's logically impossible for there to be a world in which humans possess free will and all of them choose to come to God and be saved? You're saying that's logically impossible?
Okay, are you talking logically as far as middle knowledge, counterfactuals?
No,
like,
I'm
what do you
talking
mean by
logically as
that?
far as logic. I'm talking logically as far as logic. The modality in which I'm granting the impossibility is logic.
Is it
Because if that is what you're
logically-
saying, then you're going to have to give me the
Well,
contradiction.
then we would need to see. I don't think we have access, or I don't think we're privy to even to have that answer because we're limited agents. How would we know what God knows?
I don't understand
that's
how that
stupid.
bears. I don't understand how that bears on the argument.
So if God chooses, this is why it matters, because if he chooses a particular world to instantiate, then we don't know the purposes why God instantiates that world. So you're going to have access to that knowledge to make your
God's
critique, and
going
that's
to
why your
instantiate
critique
the
is
world that he
bullshit.
desires, right? God's going to instantiate the world he desires to instantiate, right?
Well, how do you know what he's instantiating the world on? What factors?
That's not what I'm asking you. God is going to instantiate the world that he desires to instantiate, right?
Well, I don't even
Because
know
if
what that
not, then
means.
God isn't
Yeah.
acting rationally. Because if he's not going to do that, then God just wouldn't be acting rationally, and then he's not maximally rational, and then he's not maximally great, and then he's not God.
Desire. Yeah, I'm still kind of. Do you mean like human desire, or like what do you mean?
No,
by
I don't
desire?
know. I don't know what the word human is predicating about desire there.
So like,
I would just bite the bullet praise and tell him that this is the best possible of all worlds.
yeah. I mean, I did say that to him
Well,
before.
but this argument doesn't have anything to do with like best of all possible worlds. It has to do with God's desires and whether or not they're being met.
Yes,
God
but if we
desires
have-
for all persons to be saved, but not all persons will be saved. God's failing with respect to that desire, and that he
we're
can't
not-
be infallible. This is not an argument from evil. This is an attack on God's infallibility.
Hang on. None of us are saying that God desires that absolutely everyone is going to be saved.
Well, yeah, that just seems to conflict with what Scripture says.
No.
It doesn't.
I think that God,
I think it does. I mean, even William Lane Craig thinks it does. He just made a video where he said that he thinks that God desires for all people to be saved.
well, that's great for William Lane Craig, but if you're talking to me, you got to not cut me off, and you got to go back and forth. If you want to go talk to William Lane Craig, I have his assistant's number. I'll send it to you. Just call him, but don't cut me off, please.
I mean, even John Piper wrote a book that tries to show that God's unconditional election as a Calvinist is compatible with his desire for everybody to be saved. So, I mean, even there's Calvinists out there that even
You're
believe that.
equivocating the word desire. You're saying that the desire is to fulfill or
what
to
am
be
I
dependent on
equivocating?
something.
What am I equivocating about the word desire?
No, you're conflating the words. That's disingenuous.
What am I
I'm sorry.
conflating? What am I conflating in the word desire?
Because you're using will and something that he is a dependent or he needs something
where
that
have I talked about dependency relations?
That's why you're using the word.
Yeah, but where have I mentioned dependency relations?
Because we mentioned that, this is the greatest possible world, but then you said
that doesn't have anything to do with the argument. The argument is not
it
an argument.
does. It has everything to do because you're
No, it doesn't.
conflating words.
This could not be the best of all possible worlds, and it wouldn't matter to the argument that I'm presenting. You're deflecting to a different argument. No, it doesn't. Okay, so how? How does
Because
it
you're
matter?
saying he's failing.
I'm the worst moderator ever.
Okay,
Right, so like real quick, yeah, I wanted to cut in because like James never actually got to
James needs to finish. Yeah.
Point. I'm the worst moderator ever, and I apologize, James. But
you're good. You
I
told
don't
me
think
that
you were
these are,
finished.
No, you told me that this can be a dumpster fire and that people will cut you off and not let you speak. So it's not like you didn't tell me what to expect, Rage. So it's all good.
Yeah, I am kind of known for the dumpster fires, but I need to be a better moderator in the moments. It's hard sometimes.
Yeah, just to contextualize, no Christian is arguing that God's deepest desire is for everyone to be saved. That's
I don't know
not
what you mean by deepest.
Well, God has desires, and we're saying that He has a lesser will and a greater will, and so for His greater will to get His primary objective, He is willing to not get a secondary objective, because the primary objective outweighs the secondary objective.
So God has conflicting desires. So you're saying God has conflicting desires.
I think that unless you take a Calvinist position, you have to admit that God, given His love of wanting us to freely choose Him, does not force us to choose Him. And so in that case...
I didn't say anything about force.
Yes, but I'm explaining to you the difference. So in that case, He is getting His greatest desire, people freely choosing Him, but He's not getting His second desire in the sense He would prefer if all of us chose Him.
Bingo. There you go. Exactly.
So God has conflicting desires. He desires for all people to be saved, but He also desires for not all people to be saved. I don't understand how an infallible, omnipotent, omniscient being has
His secondary desire is in a social sense, and I've told you this like 50 times.
It doesn't matter. He's got conflicting desires.
No,
that just means he's not omniscient.
Because his greater desire is what really reflects his ontological desire.
It means he doesn't know how to resolve
the ontological desire is what's primary, what's important.
It doesn't matter. You guys keep trying to predicate a number of things about desire, but then when I ask you to explain what it is you're predicating about desire, you guys can't do it. All you doing is special pleading God's desires to somehow be different, so the argument doesn't work. God has a desire. Doesn't matter what kind of desire that it is. It's a desire, and it's not being met. So he's failing.
The problem is that I am speaking and you're not actually hearing me. That's the problem.
Oh, I'm listening to you, but what you're saying just it doesn't bear on the argument.
You're not interested in understanding my position. Let's see if you are.
Well, I understand what your position is. It just doesn't bear on the argument.
Hang on. Let's see if you're following on. Steelman my position right now. It'll tell me if you're actually following.
That God has different wills, and with respect to one will, he wants all people to be saved, but with respect to another will that supersedes that one, he doesn't.
That's restating my position.
But then that's just to say that God has conflicting.
That's not steelmanning my position. A steelman of my position would be what I could do for yours.
I know what a steelman is.
Yes, but I'm telling you.
Steelman is providing somebody's position in a stronger way. But you did say that I did reiterate your position. So you are agreeing that is your position. And you're just saying God has conflicting desires. Well, then that's going to be detrimental to his omniscience.
What I'm saying is that you repeated back my position. You failed to do a steelman of the position like I asked you to do. You did not represent my position.
I don't care, Billy.
Anymore.
But I still gave you your position, right? But I gave you your position, right? Did I accurately give you your position? Did I accurately give you your position?
You're not interested in this.
Did I accurately give you your position? Did I accurately give you your position?
You are not.
Did I accurately give you your position?
If I ask you to steelman it, you say sure.
Did I accurately give you your position?
And you give me the middle finger when I ask you
to steelman it. Did I accurately give you your position? Did I accurately give you your position?
You did not.
Okay, so what did I misrepresent? What did I misrepresent about your position?
I asked you very clearly. I said,
That's not what I asked you. What did I misrepresent about your position?
I asked you very clearly.
What did I misrepresent about your position? Why can't they ever answer questions?
No,
You
you're
don't
not.
let
You
him-
claiming you said I reiterated your position, but then you're saying I didn't I misrepresented it.
You
What
told
did I
gotta-
misrepresent about it?
Look,
You
you
gotta
told
let
me
him
as
answer.
yep, you told me as a
But
good
when they
faith-
don't answer, I'm going to interrupt them to get them to answer. I'm sorry. That's just the way it works.
You told me as a good faith participant in this conversation.
What did I misrepresent about your position?
You were going
I'm not
to
interested in that. I just want to know what it is about your position that I misrepresented.
if
Or are
you're
you
not
going to tell me what that is? I am interested in the conversation,
not
and I'm trying to move it
interested,
forward
Stillman,
by getting you to tell me what it
then
is about your position that I misrepresented, since that's a claim that you're making. You're claiming I misrepresented your position. What about your position did I misrepresent? You're going to tell me what it is. You're going to tell me what it is about your position that I misrepresented, or you're the one that doesn't want a reasonable
You're
engagement.
refusing to stillman my position. There's a
What did I
replay on.
misrepresent about your
Time
position?
out.
Well, I'm just going to assume that I didn't misrepresent your position. So it
Wow.
seems you're just conceding the argument here then.
You said you could stillman my position. You just restated.
What did
my
I misrepresent about your position?
You did not
Flag.
stillman my position.
What did I misrepresent about your position?
Can I just not? Well, can I just interrupt you guys for a second? Okay, first of all, let's just try to not overtalk each other so much, because at least give the other person a chance to talk. And the other thing is, I put
And
a
answer
link.
my questions.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Maybe he's not answering your question, but you have to give him at least an opportunity to try to answer it.
He's definitely not answering.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
but
fair
like,
enough.
trying to answer and answering are not the same thing.
Okay, last thing.
When you asked me to give you your position and then you say that I
Leo.
reiterated it, but that I misrepresented it, all I want to hear is what I misrepresented. I don't care about anything else. So it doesn't matter. All I want, what about your
Flag
position
on
that I
I don't
misrepresented?
care what you want.
I want you to
Wow.
tell me what it was.
Leo,
Flag on
Yeah,
the
so
field.
you don't care. So it's you who isn't
Flag.
interested in the discussion.
I don't.
Can
care
we
what you
calm
want
down
because
and-
I asked you.
I am calm. I'm just trying to keep the discussion
All right.
going.
Leo,
but
Well,
let's
let him say what he's going to say, and then you
Well,
can
if what
rebut
he's
it.
saying is not an answer to my question, then I don't fucking
Flag
care
on the
about it. I don't give a shit. I want an answer to the question. Answer the question. You claimed I misrepresented your position. What did I misrepresent about it? Tell me what it is I misrepresented about your position. This is not hard. We're fucking adults. Tell me what I misrepresented about your position. That's all I want. I don't fucking care about anything
Okay.
else. What did I
I'm-
misrepresent about your position?
So
I'm
Rage,
muting up
if
and
you
drinking
would-
my
I cannot
beer.
believe I have to hold
let
Oh
James
my
respond.
gosh.
and
Let
walk
James
them through this.
respond.
Well, you
Leo,
at
Leo,
least let him answer.
Yeah,
Fuck.
so Rage, if Leo cuts me off or unmutes while I'm
Shit.
talking, please send him to the back until I'm done finishing my.
Yeah, I try not to do that shit, but it's getting there.
He's
All
unmuting. Like I said, he's not interested in this. So what we were
Yeah, but
engaged
you're the one that won't answer questions,
Oh
but
my
I'm not
fucking
interested
God,
in the
Leo,
discussion,
let
right?
him answer the
Don't
goddamn
make him
phone.
leave.
Or
Yeah, but he's not answering the question. You think
Well,
he
but
is,
just-
but he's not.
yeah,
He's not
right,
telling me what I misrepresented. He's going on about
Stop,
you didn't
Leo.
steal, man. I don't care
Leo,
what I
Leo.
misrepresent.
Leo, even if he
Leo,
listen,
calm
Leo,
down.
let's give him an opportunity
I
to
am
respond.
calm. I just want an
Yeah,
answer to the question.
Okay, but if he doesn't, okay, let's let him answer. And if you think that he's not answering your question, just let him at least answer. So then we can assess whether the question was answered or not. So let's give him an opportunity.
Yeah,
To
we can figure out whether it's horseshit or it's
Yeah.
him actually answering the question. Yeah,
That's right.
So two things will happen, Rage. If Leo interrupts me again when I'm trying to go with this, I'm just going to leave the stream unless you put him in the back. I just want to be clear. And I get it. It's your channel. I'm not trying to be demanding. You can boot me out. I get it. But Leo's got to be willing to engage.
I'm not trying to be demanding, but I'm making demands.
Sorry.
You
So-
should be used to this. You hang out with Darth. You should be used to this
Okay.
kind of bullshit.
I do try to avoid doing it, but I do want you to be able to answer. So
And but the
definitely.
easiest way to speed this along, James, is to actually answer Leo's question. So
No, here's
if you
the thing: is his question is bad because it's based on him throwing a temper tantrum, and he won't let me explain to him why the question he's asking now is bad, and why we're at an impasse in the conversation.
Yeah,
So
but
the
didn't
reason-
you say that I misrepresented your position?
There he goes again. He can't help himself.
All right, he's
Well,
asking
but you're
about
saying
like,
the question was bad, but you're the one that said I misrepresented your position. All I'm
guys
asking is what it is that I misrepresented.
said-
How is that a bad question?
You guys
But I'm
said
the one that doesn't want to engage.
You guys said that I could get uninterrupted time, and I can't. Like You're unwilling
Alright.
to police Leo.
All
It's
right,
been a
your
minute
turn.
and 30 seconds. You still haven't answered the question.
No, Leo, you got. I don't want to put you in the back, but I will. I just want James to be able to say what he's going to say, and then you can respond. I really don't like putting people in the back. I hate it, and everybody knows I rage out. So I try to be like not a fucking hypocrite, but I want him to be able to respond. That's a conversation. Is at least they let people respond. All right, so please just let him get to his stopping point, and then you can come in and say whatever you want.
All right, to address somebody on the side, no, I don't typically hang out with Darth Dawkins. I'm not one of the people who follows him from place to place. The other thing is, I did not say that Leo was misrepresenting my position. What I said was that Leo, after I asked him to steelman my position, he repeated my position back to me, but he made no effort to steelman it. When I pushed him to try to get the steelman to make sure that I could understand if he understands where I'm coming from, he refused to, said, bleep this, I don't want to steelman, something to that equivalent, and then just started screaming hysterically. So we're in the position now where the only way the conversation can move forward is if Leo wants to be an adult and steelman my position.
So I went back and I listened. Yeah, I asked him if I accurately represented his position. He said no. Well, then that means there's something I didn't accurately represent, which means I misrepresented his position. I just want to know what it is that I misrepresented.
What you misrepresented was, I was not claiming that you had misrepresented the statements that I had made. You misrepresented my position in the sense that you were saying that I'm arguing something that I'm not. I was asking for a steelman. You refused to give me a steelman.
So I didn't misrepresent anything about your position.
No, I said that. If you go back a little bit further in the replay, I was very
So then
clear.
what is it that I misrepresented about your position?
You started to go off. You started to push it in a different direction. I was trying to explain to you that what I want
What
is
direction
you
was
to
that?
steelman my position so that I know that you understand what I'm saying. Because if you can't steelman my position, it doesn't mean you're automatically an idiot. It doesn't mean that you're uneducated. It could be that you don't understand or I'm not conveying myself properly. That's why you do a steelman.
Yeah, and then I asked you, you said, well, yeah, you gave me my position back to me. And I said, okay, so did I do so accurately or inaccurately? And you said I did it inaccurately. All I'm asking is, what was the inaccuracy? So I didn't inaccurately. I didn't think so. See, they don't have a response to the argument.
Yeah, and I don't have to steelman
My
your
wife's
argument.
in the room and she's more important than talking with you right now, Leo, after you just pitched a fit. You can wait a minute.
I didn't pitch a fit. I was just a little irritated that I asked you a question over the period of 8 to 10 minutes and you still haven't really answered the question.
Yeah, and there's no obligation on me to steelman your argument if I think it's stupid.
And the thing is, he asked me to steelman his position, so then I gave it back to him. He said, okay, you did give me my position back. And I said, okay, so was that accurate? In which case I would say, then I don't see why it's not, successfully steelmanning. Or is it inaccurate? He said, well, no, it's not accurate. And then I've just been asking, okay, great. I did not steelman your argument. I haven't been denying that. But what is it about your position that I didn't get accurate? And I still have not been told
Okay,
that.
I do have a quick question. Clockwork just said he's not obligated to steelman your position if you think it's stupid or something. Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said there, Nightmare.
Okay, well, I mean,
Yeah,
shouldn't
I didn't ask you to, but I didn't ask him to steelman my position. I asked
Okay,
someone.
well,
He said that he
whatever.
would.
I'm talking to Magic Bones here.
Go ahead, Magic. I didn't hear you in the background. Your mic was low, buddy.
By the way, my name is not Magic Bones. It's midnight. Clockwork was just giving me shit. But what I was trying to say is that should you not steelman the argument before you think it's stupid? Because yeah, okay, maybe you're not under obligation to steelman it. But I feel like if you're gonna, if you're gonna call the argument stupid, you should at least represent it accurately. Because if you don't, you think you're thinking a straw man is stupid. I'm done.
Well, I mean, I was sitting here listening to the whole thing, and I thought his argument was stupid. So I'm not going to steel man that argument because that would be fucking stupid.
Yeah, and if the best you have to contribute to a conversation is your argument's stupid, well, thank you for the third grade addition to the conversation. It's
Oh,
not.
hey, look at that. Going for the nuts. Guess what? I'm wearing a cup.
I just wanted to say, I think there's a couple people in the
Wow.
chat that have never in their lives engaged with. Well, okay, so I don't think James is intellectually dishonest. I'm not going to call him that because I don't think it. But it's irritating when you're asking just a simple question and it's not getting answered.
I totally agree.
Typically, let's say. Oops, sorry, Rage. It's your stream.
No. Actually, no. You was going. You go ahead.
So typically, if you would have remained calm, and you wouldn't have gotten loud and aggressive, I would have diffused the situation much sooner. But if somebody gets loud and angry,
You could have diffused it by just answering my question, at which point I wouldn't have gotten loud.
Here's the thing: when you're loud and angry and you're demanding, and I'm trying,
But
to
not when I
explain to you,
first asked.
and I'm
I only
trying to
did that when
explain-
you refused to answer. So if
You
you'd have just
refused
answered the question.
steel man my position. So I'm trying to push for you to steel man my position. You're trying to push for something else. I wanted the steel man. I remained calm. You got angry, and when you got angry, I
didn't get angry.
letting you stay angry longer.
I didn't get angry.
You were yelling at the screen.
You asked me to steal me your argument. I said, sure. I gave it back to you. You said, okay, you did give it back to me. And I said, okay, what's the problem? And I said, okay, was it accurate? And then you said, well, no. And I said, oh, okay. So then what was inaccurate about it? I never once denied that maybe I failed to steel man your argument. All I was asking you is in what way?
And
you still haven't given that.
My issue was that I asked you for a steel man, and you said you didn't care to give me one. All you want to do
didn't
is
say that.
restate my argument.
That's not what I said. But you're still not telling me what it is about your argument that I failed to properly represent. You're just telling me that I said a thing and then like something else. I don't know. Like, what about your argument did I not accurately represent?
No, what you failed to represent was what I was trying to convey, which was I was pushing you for the steel man. I wasn't trying to ask you any other question. I wasn't trying to make
Steel
any
man
other-
of your argument, though, right?
That's what I was pushing for.
Did I accurately steel man your argument?
No, you.
What did I
represented-
misrepresent about it?
You represented as in you stated back to me the formulation, but that doesn't mean that you actually are steel manning how that formulation would work. You're not giving me that you understand what I'm trying to convey, and that's why I'm saying
Well,
it could be two things.
Wait, but if I reiterate your argument, I kind of think that means I do understand it, especially if I
No.
do it in my own words.
You know the band Nirvana?
I don't understand how that's relevant.
So they have this song. She's the one who knows all the words, likes to sing along, but doesn't know what it means. The reason why a steel man exists is you want your opponent to, one, be able for them to repeat back your position, but also try to make it stronger. If you just repeat back my position, but with no effort to make it stronger, then it's not a steel man. And if let's say you tried to steel man it and it went really left of center, then like I said, it doesn't mean you're stupid, doesn't mean you're an idiot. It could very well be that I'm not conveying myself clear enough or appropriately.
Aren't we getting way far from the?
Yeah, I'm still just trying to figure out what it is about his argument I didn't properly steel man. Maybe he wants
Yeah,
to give
we-
it again.
we are so
Perhaps I
beyond
don't
that where-
understand it.
This is like uber meta.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
all
and,
meta.
and then people wonder why I get a little animated when my questions aren't answered.
Well,
As
why
if
don't we
that makes me
this
evil
point-
bad person.
Wait, can we reset? And James, can you just briefly restate your argument?
James just quoted "In
Yeah.
Bloom" by Nirvana. I mean, come
Yes.
the fuck on.
Let's let James restate his argument.
What was the issue with quoting Nirvana?
It's fucking stupid.
So I quote something that you recognized, others recognized as an example, and it's stupid. Okay. Well, thank you once again for your third grade contributions. Now, when
Third grade contributions, exactly. I'm just third grade. I'm not almost 50 years old and haven't heard all this shit before.
Well, if you've heard it all before, thank you very much. I guess you can go ahead and go to bed. Take your cup of coffee, whatever you do before bedtime.
Okay, let's get back to the actual
Now who's
conversation instead of mudslinging.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the argument that I was trying to convey, and there's always the possibility that I was not conveying it well, is when I've heard this through William Lane Craig, and it's kind of where I got it from, but it was the greater will and the lesser will. So that, for example, I have a desire to lose weight, but I have a greater desire to go into the fridge and snack. That doesn't mean that because there's conflicting desires that somehow that's a problem, unless it would be like if I desired X and not X in a sense. In this case, you have this desire, but my greater desire is to get food. In God's case, his greater desire is for us to freely choose him. Lesser desire is that he would prefer if everybody chose him. So desire versus preference might be a good way.
I like that.
So yeah, the problem there is that James is not an infallible being, so it's okay if he has conflicting desires. I don't understand what it means for an omniscient, omnipotent being to have desires which conflict. It either knows how to resolve them, or it would know better than having desires that are going.
Does not equal right, Leo. You keep on to understand that.
Well, that doesn't mean anything to what I said. That is absolutely irrelevant.
And also, it becomes a mute point.
Lay out the argument.
So Leo, what was your thoughts?
It becomes a point that of desire versus actions, because we know that if God created us in His image, right? Well, there's a good large portion of the population that suffers from mental health, right? So, being that we suffer from mental health, does God suffer from mental health in the same situation of where people desire desperately to exit the situation that they're in, but they don't have the means or mental or whatever capacity, the ability to do that, to exit that situation, right? Well, that's the desire, but my desire far outweighs what I'm doing.
So
James,
that may take away from
I don't even know where we're at.
That I would love
so
to hear
desire contradicting or desire being contrary to your actions doesn't.
I don't know what that means. I don't think that would just be irrationality for an agent to act in a way that is in conflict with their desires.
But that's the thing, is that that's the thing. That's one of the core tenets. That's one of the enduring traits of humanity, right? Is irrationality.
I actually don't think so. I think most humans behave irrationally. Also, God is maximally rational.
Are you serious?
He only
humans find in our own way, we find in many situations find irrational ways to support irrational behavior or irrational beliefs.
You're probably understanding irrationality to mean something different than I do. All I mean by irrationality is an agent that acts out of accord with what they ought to do, all things considered.
Okay, so
that happens. That happens all the time throughout.
I don't think so.
All swaths of humanity. I mean, you could literally pick any 10-year period from the entire 30,000 last years, and you'll be able to pick a pertinent example of that.
Would you mind? Because it seems
but
like
in
we're
what
going
way?
in a different direction.
That people have the desires, the things that they want to do, and they act differently because.
Well, can we stick on?
Then I don't know what it means for them to act differently. If I don't know what it means for an agent to desire X, but then do Y, I would just take that to mean that they just desired Y. Unless
well, then that's where you got to step outside. Okay, in your mind, it is inconceivable to do something that you don't desire, or to have a compulsion to do something you don't desire. Right?
It's not
I'm
inconceivable.
Fine with muting. Hey guys, I'm fine with muting, but could I just ask our friend up top his thoughts on that last statement I made, and then you guys can go at it. I'm fine with that. What would be your issue if instead of conflicting desires, I said desire versus preference based on that desire?
I don't know what the difference between a desire to say that X, to say that God desires X and God prefers X is just expressing the same thing. X ought to be the case.
So in this case,
All
the
things
desire
considered.
is happening, but he has a preference on that desire. But because of the action of him giving us free choice, he's not going to get his preference, but he will get what he desires. So he has.
I don't know what it means.
He's getting what he desires, right?
Yes, because he's
so then
he's
God
getting,
doesn't.
But
So then all
that,
people will be.
but by the necessary conditions which you set up God's position, that's an unassailable position. You can't access that portion because you by the position of which you established God's position, right, or his tenets, right. It's not possible at that point because he already sets the rules, makes the rules of operation and the way that things go down every step of the way. He sets all the parameters all the time. So you can't have that he sets all the parameters all the time and yet things don't go the way that he desires them to go. It just doesn't work.
Exactly.
That's where your argument breaks down.
Everything that occurs
Because
logically.
you can't make all the rules, set up the situation, put the actors in play, design the actors, pick their choices, and it not turn out the way that you want it to turn out.
All right, real quick. We've been kind of talking about this in the private chat. I finally actually have a copy of the syllogism, and for the sake of the argument, maybe we're a little off track now. I'm not quite sure where we're at now. I've been doing other things, but I'm going to keep this up. So we actually have the syllogism to look at. I know James said he had wanted it, and I would have preferred it. I know Jason would. So yeah, we'll keep it up during the conversation. All right, you guys go.
I was going to say what's being
in?
described here is just basically determinism.
Hey, Rage, can you zoom in a bit? I'm getting old. I can't see that, buddy.
All right, I'm not sure. Let me see. Yes.
It's not determinism because I would say my position where he restricts his omnipotence to get what he desires. So no,
Does he desire to restrict his own power?
That doesn't make any sense because, like, at no
Well,
point.
look, I'm not understanding what determinism, like, that doesn't have anything to do with the argument. All the argument has to do with is whether God's desires are being met fully. Because if not, if there's even one, it doesn't matter. Everyone says, well, but he's got these kinds of desires, but then maybe these kinds, and they're different. It doesn't matter. It's a desire, and it's not being met. He's
right, because you can't univocally predicate God because you're an idiot. That's why.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by univocally predicate God?
Job,
Tell me what you mean.
So the way we predicate God cannot be in humanistic terms. So using the word
what does that mean? What does that mean when you say predicate God? I don't understand what that means. That
we
doesn't
can
sound
only
right.
use analogies. That's why. It's
I'm not
understanding.
I'm still not understanding what you're saying. What do you mean when you say predicate God? Now, if you mean say predicate about God, I understand what that means. But predicate God, I don't know what that means.
It's the same thing, you retard.
No,
who cares
actually,
about
hold the fucking
horses
on that
thing.
The problem here is I think you're failing to understand basic philosophy of language.
No, it's just that you're trying to squabble and you're trying to be pedantic
No,
over
you're
words so
just,
you can
you
try
didn't-
to
you don't understand the
uproot
nuances of a
our
subject.
arguments. We've already addressed this stupid ass argument, and all you're doing is flailing right now.
You haven't given an
All right.
objection.
Can I make a point?
Well, real quick, and then yes, Jefferson. Real quick, and then yes, Jefferson, and then I think Jason was about to say something. Praise, I love you, dude, and I understand the passion. I love the passion. Just remember, tell yourself inwardly, liberal SJW's channel, no R slurs. Thank you, Jefferson. Go.
Okay.
Okay, so the basic problem with this still applies, right? We are humans, and we have a limited epistemology, which means that this particular God can never actually convince us that it exists in any conclusive fashion. That's just those are just the breaks, right? You accept that, right?
No, because you're trying to use some type of inductive epistemology, which is stupid. We have axioms, we have different things out there. We don't need to rely on concrete. We can
Wait. Praise. Are you not the
Now we're
same
off the
person
argument.
that has said over and over again that God has created us in a way that we can never truly understand his motivations?
Thank you.
what?
If
What
that's
does
the
that have to do
case,
with what Jefferson
then that's exactly what Jefferson just said. Is that God in the definition, the way that you outline God and the way that He created us by your definition in a way that He can never prove that He exists or it exists. Actually, concrete give us proof that it exists.
We
Because of the situation
analogically,
with
yes, we can use analogies. God is light, God is love. That's
no.
sufficient.
That's not concrete proof.
Yeah.
Concrete proof of my car is like a Corvette
That
is
is called
nothing. But
scientific.
when I bring you my car and I say my car is a Corvette,
It's empirical.
that's
You're trying to,
concrete
but
proof.
hold on. You're trying to use empirical grounds to try to give some type of justification for an immaterial, eternal God.
I'm not. Nope.
It's ridiculous.
Right
It's
there you go,
ridiculous.
immaterial and
Nope.
eternal. Therefore, it's
I'm
always
trying to-
been, but can never be touched or seen
Hang
or
on.
smelled or heard or tasted. Right?
Hang on.
Therefore, there's no way
So
you can
what?
prove it to you.
Can you use your senses to
not
prove your
even clear enough to
senses? Like it's just circular anyway. Your own systematic
Oh, here we go.
Wait a
epistemology
second.
is
Whoa,
flawed even
can
in
you prove?
itself.
But
You refute yourself.
Hang on. The proof for your senses beyond your senses is proof beyond the empirical sense, right? So
What?
here's my problem with what mostly happens with the stuff that happens with Christianity, right? Is this idea that like here's the idea. We're gonna try to propose this notion of a God, right? It's an omnipotent, omniscient being. Cool. How on earth can a human being with its limited knowledge resources possibly falsify that? It can't. Therefore, I guess it must be real, right? That's kind of the basic idea behind a deity, right? If it's anything beyond that, right? If there's some kind of like appeal happening from Christians, which is that this God has to appeal to your sense of logic or your sense of reason or any of this other kind of stuff, that basically is a bunch of bullshit. There's no reason for it to actually do that.
Is this an ontological argument? Like, we can just take this off the screen.
Yeah, this is totally off. Like, yeah, I don't know what this has to do with what we're talking about, Jefferson. Really, it's a non sequitur.
What were we talking
I
about?
get the objection that if we're going to object to the argument in certain ways, you're just going to call into question other attributes about God.
There's no atheist, an atheist in general, cannot know what a God is, right? They're just going to end up calling into question every fucking thing ever, right? Because it's going to be pure speculation every step of the way, right? That's going to be the nature of their whole take. What am I looking at, right?
Well, not just an atheist, Jeff. It's anybody. I believe and I think what I want to
Anybody?
think.
You mean in any Christian too?
It's what I want to believe and what I want to think.
Okay.
All right.
Tell me I'm wrong. Prove to me I'm wrong.
I'm not. I actually agree with you. I think that's where most people want to be, right?
Yeah.
Here's the problem. There's no way that God can actually prove to you that it is a God. It can't. You're limited in your epistemology. Therefore, it can't actually prove that. So it's fucked.
No, we can use parsimonious evidence to come to a conclusion abductively. That's a retarded. That's a dumb statement. I changed it.
No, you can't.
I give you props, Praise. You're trying. I give you props.
No, you can't. You can't.
Yeah, you can abductively. Yeah, you can abductively use evidence evidentially to God, but that's not even to say that's just. We're not even talking about metaphysics too, Jeff. Like you're not even including metaphysics. Like you're just using
metaphysics.
The words you're looking for, Jeff, is underdetermination.
Metaphysics doesn't have any. Look, you can actually include as much metaphysics as you want into the argument, but metaphysics doesn't matter in terms of human epistemology. That's the problem. Metaphysics might matter in terms of trying to determine ontology, but in terms of actually bridging the gap between the difference between actual ontology and human epistemology.
No, because there'd be no such thing as a reductio ad absurdum. I completely disagree.
Okay, Praise, you might actually be insane. You might want to actually pursue some therapy.
Are you saying the laws of logic are not absolute, Jefferson?
They're not
What do you mean by
absolute in
absolute?
the terms of Christianity. No, Praise, they're not.
It's a reductio ad absurdum, so it's the
Praise.
contrary is impossible. So I disagree with that.
In the perspective of Christianity, the rules of logic do not entirely apply logically or universally in the Christian theological perspective. Are you not willing to accept that?
Who says that? I never heard such a thing.
Why would they?
There are
Why
Christians
would
who
they,
are
Praise?
Jesus is a logia. He is even himself.
God,
They've even
Praise,
called the
don't
logic of the
just-
universe. Yeah, the
Don't
laws
just
of logic.
don't just stipulate a middle point. How is it that they actually apply that way and not the other way? How do you get that to work?
There are Christians who are Mysterians, but that is not the majority position. Praise is right. Christians accept logic. We don't believe in squared circles.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay,
No, but you
Who
believe in
brought
a
that
sky
up?
daddy.
Except
hang
you.
on, guys.
That's just
hang on,
like
guys.
believing in a square
God,
circle.
Daddy.
The existence of a squared circle.
No, but they do believe in an infallible being that's failing. That's funny.
Yeah, the existence of the squared
Feelings.
circle.
What the hell does that even mean?
If you guys hang on, if you guys believe that logic is evidence of the God that you believe in, that God can never tell you he's real. He can never convince you that he's real. He can't do that logically.
Is that absolutely true, Jefferson?
Yes, based in the consistency of the argument of the
So
logic.
you just admitted that there's absolutes.
Oh,
You just defeated your own
And-
stupid argument.
Wait,
Praise,
how does
you-
him admitting there's absolutes defeat? I'm so lost.
Because that's what we're saying. There's absolute epistemology out there, and he's saying no. We can
Sure,
never know
I
something.
can grant that. That doesn't mean anything.
Can you explain this to him, Leo?
Probably not.
So are you using it in a colloquial sense, Jefferson? Because you said,
No.
yeah, absolutely true. So if something's absolutely true, your points.
I'm not using it colloquially. You can't prove the existence of a God because if that God has those omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent properties.
We can't predicate those properties. So what? I mean, we can analogically do that. We can't univocally do it. So what?
No, you can't do that. You can't do that given our epistemological limits.
What do you mean? So the laws of logic impose on us. We don't impose on them. It's an irrelevant objection.
No, the limitations of that kind of logic actually are imposed on us. So, yeah, I would say that doesn't work.
What? Like you're just
I don't even know what logic has to do
Yeah.
with God. What does logic even have to do with God? Logic is a human developed system. I don't.
No, I was
understand.
responding to Jefferson. Like, well, it does. I'm saying, because the descriptions of logic is actually they're characteristics of the logical nature of God. They reflect the reflections of Himself, and
What's
is
the argument for
only-
that?
Say it
Right.
again.
What's the argument for that?
Okay, so that they're not relegated to time, space, or matter. Therefore, they're immaterial, eternal. They're absolute. They're universal.
How does that mean that God exists?
Because they're the exact descriptions of God.
What do you mean
No,
when you
they're
say
not.
that?
But
No, but
they're
what do you
not.
mean? What do you wait? No, don't say they're not. What do you mean when you say that?
Who are you asking? You asking me or?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Say that they something about God. What do the laws of logic have to do with God? Sure, they're immaterial. They're eternally existent. They're absolute. None of that in any way, shape, or form gets you to
They're
God.
non-physical. They're mental.
Sure,
They're mental
sure.
entities.
Yep.
They're
Yep.
Here's the thing,
Great.
Praise.
None of
If
that
you
gets
wanted
to
your
God.
If you wanted your God to fall in line with the same logic that it describes itself with, that God would by nature not care whether or not you believed it existed, because it's doing nothing and it's set up the conditions and the rules that it can't prove it to you. If that God cared that you believed it existed, it would set up the rules in such a way that it could concrete and undeniably, unrevocably, show you and prove it, i.e., escape the prison of solipsism and prove it to two disparate people of disparate beliefs that don't agree with each other at the same time in the same place. And it has set up conditions and rules for itself that preclude that from ever happening. So the logic doesn't follow that your God wants people or desires people to believe it exists based on the rules that it's set up for itself.
You said to prove. Proof doesn't exist in a realm without God. How could you have proof without God?
Yeah, it does. Mathematics.
Don't be full of dark talking.
You haven't yet shown.
Mathematics is a description.
Either of which you haven't yet shown have anything to do with God.
Math has every. I would just say math is a proof of God as well. Like how is math independent of God?
Give me the syllogism.
Prove that.
Give me the syllogism that proves it.
Well, first of all,
is it proof of God in that?
No. I want the deductive syllogism that shows that mathematics proves God. I want the deductive mathematical syllogism.
On the fly, like right now?
Yeah.
I can't supply on the fly.
You should know it.
You said it,
right?
Praise. You should know it.
Well, I don't need a syllogism right off the fly.
Well, then it's not a proof. It's not a mathematical proof. Give me the proof. I want the proof formally.
You don't need that's I don't need to do that.
So then, okay, yeah, then you're retracting the statement you said earlier.
No,
right.
I'm not going to just.
Right, then give me the proof.
Fall to your whim. I'm not going to just go to your whim.
Can't substantiate the argument. Okay, that's fine.
No, I mean just because I don't have one on the fly doesn't mean that there isn't.
No,
one.
I didn't say there wasn't one. I'm just saying you don't have the ability to give an argument for the claim that you made right now. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not being sarcastic either. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
so
I just don't have it on file. Right? I just can't just.
All I would say is that you shouldn't make claims you can't immediately substantiate, or it's going to look bad. That's all I would say to that.
So the only way that I could see that you would be able to make the argument that mathematics proves God's existence is in that you could say that, there's proof that you can't tie one part of God to the other because you can't tie quantum physics to, general physics. So, I guess you could say that, but really there's special rules for math. There's math that works in normal situations, doesn't work in quantized situations. But the thing is, you're trying to equate that to describe or prove a being that works in every place, every time, everywhere, in every way, all the time.
Math and logic are going in tandem together. They work together. So that is, I mean, that'd be a whole nother rabbit trail to go down. I don't feel like going through that, but I think James sufficiently overturned.
Then why say it?
Because it was brought up. I'm just saying that it's out there. There's you just look up on, what is it called, that show with, I think there was Closer to the Truth. He's had mathematicians on there that have given mathematical proofs for God. Like, just look it up yourself.
Yeah, but most mathematicians and philosophers of mathematics would just scoff at that idea.
Oh, so you're saying the people that go closer to the truth are just total
I'm saying they're not. Saying they're not represent. No, I'm not saying they're frauds. I'm saying they're not representative of the relevant consensus.
Good luck. Good luck.
Do you understand trigonometry?
No, I don't give a shit either. I don't see
yeah, exactly. So you don't know if they're right or if they're wrong.
What does trigonometry have to do with what I'm saying? We're talking about the ontology of math.
Math. Trigonometry is math, you stupid motherfucker.
Is it math? You got to get the math in your head. You got to learn that math.
Well,
here's the
go
thing,
ahead.
right?
So stupid.
That's my argument against your mathematics proves God thing. Because the thing is, if mathematics proved God, then every time a mathematician throughout the history of humanity came up with a new form of math that shocked and scared the religious body that was in control at the time, they would not have been shocked and scared. They would have hailed them as showing the light of their God.
What? We're talking about the ontology of math itself demonstrates God exists.
So over the course of human history, when mathematicians brought new forms of math,
so what?
They would not have been punished for that by the religious body in control, which a good portion of it was Christianity, but they would not have been punished by that body because the God on high would have spoke to those religious leaders and said, that person right there is showing the light of my way.
Do you know there's atheist historians that deny the Dark Ages never happened? Like, why are you trying to push this idea?
You understand what they mean by the Dark Ages never happened?
But
You understand by that?
I
You
don't think
understand?
I don't think anybody in here actually knows what the term Dark Ages means. It has absolutely nothing to do with religion, and has to do with the lack of substantive historical documents. We were dark about that period. This is nothing to do with religion. Absolutely nothing to do with religion.
And the majority of the argument of the Dark Ages doesn't exist is actually a argument about calendar keeping. It's not an argument about that it never actually happened.
You're right.
Real quick, y'all.
At least somebody else gets it. Sorry.
I actually agree with Praise because y'all must not have been here yesterday, but 7 Day came here, and the 7 day cycle 1 + 1 + 1 and 3 doesn't equal. I mean, math definitely proves the existence of God according to 7 Day. So I don't know.
You should kick yourself, Rage.
Man, you didn't go full. You didn't go Steve McRae enough. 0.9999 equals 1.
I pulled that for like 25 minutes the whole time. Like, since math came up, I've been holding that. So
yeah, you were sitting there eating a couple of brats, and yeah, I get it.
So can 1 + 1 not equal 2?
If you're using a different base system, yes.
No.
No, that doesn't.
Well, actually, yeah, because if 1 is not defined as it is in the current base system that humans use, then 1 + 1 wouldn't equal 2.
No one cares about some of this made up bullshit.
This isn't made up. Do you know anything about set theory? Do you know anything about how are you defining 1? How are you
ontology of oneness?
Leo, you have to remember you are talking to
how are you defining 1?
How are you defining sequiturs?
How are you defining 1? How are you defining 1?
Praise got hit in the head.
How are you defining 1? How are you defining 1?
Here's a good example to explain how 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, and I get what he's saying. So let's say if you start off with -1, if you add 2 to that, you're now just at 1. You've replaced the negative, and now you're at +1, but you don't actually arrive at 2. That's just what he's referring to, I think.
No, I'm referring to a difference in the base system. Humans use a base 10 mathematical system. 1 + 1 equals 2 isn't going to be true in a base 64 system.
So if I have 2 rocks, even if you label them differently, is it?
How are you defining 2?
I'm saying, even if you label them differently, is it still differently not 2 rocks when we're looking at them?
I don't know what you're asking.
So if I have
it doesn't matter what.
It's the same.
Dodge.
Someone else is looking at it, right?
I didn't.
Different.
I'm not. Like, you guys know what a base system in math is, right?
He's asking you a question. Why are you trying to dodge? Just answer the question, Leo.
I'm not understanding what he's asking.
He's trying to figure out.
You don't understand if you've seen 2 rocks in front of you.
How are we defining 2? How are we defining 2? What does 2 mean here?
The point is no matter what base system you use, what we call 1.
What do you mean? What is it that you're calling 1? What are you calling 1? What does 1 mean?
The concept of 1.
Yeah, what does the concept mean? What does the concept mean? What is the referent of the concept?
The single rock.
Yeah, what are we predicating about that rock when we say 1 rock? You see where I'm getting at?
Yeah,
what any number n under any operation on any other number n is going to depend on how you define that number in the operation. You can define them differently than humans have. If you don't believe me,
you can define them differently.
I'm sorry.
I don't care. You interrupt everybody all the time.
So the problem here is if you don't believe me, then what you should probably just do is go to a university and actually talk to a real mathematician about this thing.
What we call
because anybody who doesn't understand the difference between base systems is just a fucking dumbass that doesn't understand a single fucking thing about
whoa. That's the one thing I'm going to ask is that the thing is, if you, this is the thing, right? So I do respectfully request if you believe yourself to be, or you hold yourself to a standard of, I am more than an adequate adversary for this person in the discussion, then I expect people, I would expect people to take that into account, right? So it's just like the Bruce Lee theory for me, right? Like 1 million people wanted to fight him, but there was only 2 people in his life that ever tried to fight him that were ever worthy of getting the smoke. So he used to push people apart all the time, and he had the ability to go fucking mental on them, right? To just destroy people, right? But he knew their capabilities, right? So that's what I'm saying is that, yes, Leo, you definitely have the capabilities, just like Jefferson does, right? Just like Jake 4D does, have the capabilities to handily walk away with the victory in this debate or this conversation, right? But you're not going to convince Praise or James or Flow State. You're not going to convince these people of things that they feel or they believe to be true. I don't care what they feel. I don't care what they feel. They're just wrong, and I can show that they're wrong. And if they actually went to a university,
because they're wrong,
and if they went to a university and talked to a mathematician, but that's the thing is that okay. But in discourse, it's not. In discourse, is that the objective is not to show that someone is right. It is to campaign someone to change the way that they think or the way that the position they hold. Otherwise, there's no point to you having conversation. That's what I'm saying. If the point is to just if the point is to just present a dissertation, then there's no point in having to enter a room of conversation. If it's just these are the facts, I'm going to present it, and I'm not going to. I'm not interested in the conversation. Well, then what's the point? Just present a dissertation and have it at that. That's what I'm saying. What anything that you're saying has to do with anything that I'm sorry. What I'm saying is that did you implore them to change that they're wrong, right? Well, no, they fact, the implorance of there isn't a debate here. They're wrong.
Show us you're wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me what you mean by one. What does one mean?
In a base,
the concept of one.
What does the concept mean?
Oneness.
What's the referent? What is oneness?
Why don't you tell us the answer you're looking for, Leo? Because
I'm not looking for anything. The answer
is that in a base 2 system, 1 + 1.
I didn't say base 2. 10. I said base 10.
I don't care what you said.
I said base 10.
Whatever.
Do you even know what a base 10 system is?
Hey! This is what we're talking about. Is where somebody's trying to elucidate or elaborate on your position of what the question that you're asking, because it's in such an abrasive and overbearing tone that people can't. You just keep slamming it in. Well, guess what? You might be right, but it doesn't. It's just like, okay, you're right, but you're not getting any traction.
Jake is coming here.
I don't care.
Quiet.
What makes you think I care?
Let him at least.
If you don't care and you don't want any traction, don't want to achieve anything, what is the point? You're just at this point berating
Point is
or
to show
badgering
that
people.
somebody's wrong. Oh well, then don't be fucking wrong. Learn something about fucking.
But you're not proving anything to him. You're only
Well,
proving
then that's
it to
not my
yourself.
problem. I told him he can go to a university and ask a fucking mathematician if he doesn't understand.
But you're only proving it to yourself.
I don't care. What are you?
Then
talking
why are you in a
about?
conversation?
What are you talking about?
Then why are you conversing with anyone? That's what we're saying. Is if you're going to converse and you're
Stop being a jackass.
Oh, I'm a jackass because people can't actually defend what the fuck they're saying.
Dude, okay, here's the thing. I suggest seriously you do some research on MPD because it seems
don't
like
need to
you're
do
exhibiting quite a few
Now we're
traits.
gonna psychologize about people.
All I'm saying is you're being very,
Yeah, we're
very
psychologizing
narcissistic
about
right now.
people, not responding to anything that I said. This is typical.
So in a base 2 system, 1 + 1 is 1, 0 or 10, but we don't call that 10 in our standard base.
That would be in a base
system.
What are you talking about?
Let him finish his point.
What I said is 1 + 1 in a base 2 system is 1, 0.
It's 10.
We don't in a base 10 system, 1 + 1 is 2. But the concept, the idea of 1 added to another 1 is 2. And it doesn't matter how you relabel that.
I'm still don't know what you're
base 2 or
defining.
base
What you mean by 1? What do you mean by 1?
a single item. The abstract.
What is a single item? I don't understand.
Oh
what-
my God, this is
Leo, you go
pedantism
ahead
to
and
the
explain
fucking
to me
max.
what you think 1 is. Tell me. what
I
your
would say that
definition
1 is generally defined, at least in set theory, as the lowest cardinal number in a base 10 system on the real number line. Wait, no, not on the real number line, because there is no lowest number. Well, that depends on how you're defining lowest number. And this is the thing, mathematics is axiomatic. Y'all aren't understanding. You can get different definitions if you change the axioms.
Right, and if
Apparently
you
that's
change the
going
language,
over
you
your
say
head.
something else. If you change the position, the rules of engagement,
No, I'm not.
you
I'm
change
not
the whole
You guys
situation.
aren't making any attempt to even understand what I'm saying. You're not trying to
What
argue.
we're
for your
talking
point.
about
You're
is
too
the concept, the
compli- you're
abstract
too
idea of
concentrated on
1
trying to
or
go
a
after
single.
somebody, and you're not responding to the
We're
point.
talking
You're not
about the
defining your-
concept of
None of that.
oneness. I
What
mean,
is the
good
concept
gosh,
of
man.
oneness? What is
No,
the
it's-
concept of
Will
oneness?
someone just tell me he wins before he strokes out?
What is the concept of oneness?
Well, I think Jake was making that clear when it's the lowest amount.
Yeah, but what was it?
A single item.
What is a single? What is an item, and what does single mean?
Oh my God! Well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Is
see,
that, what
the problem here is
language
you're
are
not
you
getting-
using? Are you
you're not
using
getting the
English? Are you using
No, I
Spanish?
get
Are you using
exactly what you're
Japanese,
doing, Leo.
Turkish,
You are intentionally trying to confuse the
Bengalese?
subject.
What are we using? Are we speaking Mandarin Chinese? Are we speaking? What are we doing here?
You're just trying to prove you're the smartest person
Hey,
here.
are
but
going
it
to
doesn't
depend
work.
on those axioms, and that if you change those axioms, you can change what words mean. That's why I keep asking you what the fuck the words you're saying mean.
Hey, don't
You're
get
too
him.
fucking
You need
stupid.
to go ahead and
You
just take a
understand
breather,
that changing the
or
axioms can change what the words mean because you're a fucking dumbass.
you need lithium, dude.
Can
You
we
need
calm
lithium
down?
bad.
Always receiving just one. It's incredible.
Bro, if
Everybody
anyone
shut
needed a
the
prescription
fuck
of
up.
Valium,
Trying to
So I've
prove
been
that you're
sitting
for
smarter
the
than
past
everybody
30
is not
minutes.
Trying to
working.
prove
It's
you're smart, yeah,
showing
because
that
you
you're
don't have a
ignorant.
response to anything that I said. That's what I
anybody
thought.
got
God
some spare
damn
questions for this dude?
Leo,
I've
is
been
with that
check marking
goddamn
every time.
second.
I'm check marking off every time that Leo has cut someone off. I am at 37.
I don't really
in the
care
first
if I'm cutting
10
people
minutes.
off. If you can't respond,
Okay,
to the argument
this
with
is
me,
what the
then
one
I'm
request I'm going to make is that
Yeah.
Well, you
if we're to have if we're going to converse or exchange ideas whatsoever, if you don't care to exchange ideas, you don't care to converse, you don't care to explore another
I
person's
never said
position
that.
or anything like
look.
that,
I want
then
to talk to
just
Rage for a second.
set up a
Will you
fucking
shut
box with a party speaker somewhere.
When did I say I don't engage? What I don't like conversations. What I don't like is
You
people
said
that
you don't care
that
to
I
converse. You're not here to
that's
converse.
not what
You
I
don't
said. No, you're
care to exchange
misunderstanding what I
ideas.
said. No, that's not what I said. Let me reiterate what I said since
It doesn't
apparently
matter what you
nobody
said,
heard
it's
what
what
I
you
said.
did.
What I said is that what irritates me and what I don't like engaging with is people who don't know how to defend their arguments or actually
Did you
respond.
not say I
their
don't don't care if anyone understands what I'm saying. I don't care if I change this person's mind. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Explain what it is that I did actually say, and I see we're still not listening. But let's come at me like I'm the one that's not
We
listening.
can rewind the tape. We can rewind the tape to where when I said
then rewind the tape.
we're having a conversation. You said I don't care if we're having a
Then rewind
conversation.
the tape and share the screen and show me where I said the thing that I definitely didn't fucking say.
Well, you said I don't care if we're having a conversation. I don't care if we're
I don't
exchanging.
care what you said, Leo. I
Okay,
don't care
then
what
you
you said,
can go
Leo.
back
I don't
and you
care
can
what
show
you
me
said,
where I
Leo. You
said
just
those
said
that
to
I
prove you
definitely
smarter.
didn't
I don't
say.
care.
Yeah, see, and all you want to
You're
do is
doing.
like
No, that's exactly
well,
what
all
you were
you want to
doing.
do is do, and all you want to do is that because you can't respond to anything that I fucking said.
And this
So
is
all you're gonna do
exactly this is one of the things that goes down with MPD
about what
right
you
here.
think my motives are because you have no
Wait.
fucking response, and I'm sitting here having a fucking blast.
I have a
And I
question
wanted
for
to tell not
Puff. Oh, go
that.
ahead. Sorry.
Wait a minute. All right, so
What if you can't shut the fuck up?
this is way
let
out of
somebody
control.
talk?
All right. So what has happened
Then
here?
fuck all
Yeah, I mean,
rage.
oh my
Let's
god,
see
this is insanity. I don't even know
What
what's going
happened
on.
was when he was forming some traction, but when he started acting extremely childish, and people were like, "Hey, you know,
I
this is a
don't
conversation.
care.
Let's have a conversation."
I don't
That's what I'm
agree.
saying. I've had conversation with Clockwork
Puff.
Rex where he's told me to go fuck off, but at least he listens to the
shut
position.
the fuck up for 5 fucking seconds? Yeah, exactly. Can you shut the fuck up and let me say
happened to him?
bye
Did he die?
to Naka? And I'm out of here, and y'all can do whatever the hell y'all want to in here.
Take care, Clockwork. Take care,
Yeah,
buddy.
thanks for
I
coming
don't
into this madness. All right, so what I have to say is that I love Leo's argument. I think it's a great argument. But to Puff's point, Leo, like the point of conversation is to allow other people to speak. Jake 4D comes in, he's quiet, he waits, he finally gets a moment, and there's no chance for him to even make his point. People have got to be able to respond to your argument. If you say they're wrong, prove they're wrong. You can't just say they're wrong and expect everybody to say, well, God damn it, I'm wrong because Leo says. You have to part of arguing and part of conversing is that both sides get a chance to speak. I want you to come on, but you've got to respect other people's ability to speak, because then it just becomes the Leo show, and it becomes a lot of screaming and a lot of headaches, and it's no fun for anybody. All right, so
You
let's
just gave
try
my
to do this
respect.
again.
Yeah.
And let's try to be respectful and allow everybody to speak. I hate doing this. This is like to me, this is the antithesis of an open room, is when I have to do this. But it was way out of hand. I should have done it a fucking hour ago. I mean, so let's try to be respectful. And that's the raging fucking atheist saying that. So please.
Dude, that was beast. You know, Rage. You know, everything that I said about you was already eliminated when you just said they're awesome leadership skills. Great job, man. I appreciate that.
I should have done it a long
You're
time
being
ago.
a suck up.
But I
Rage,
really
but-
like the argument. And Leo, you will lose a lot of people with this style.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
obligated.
he doesn't care if
I'm
he's
not obligated to
reaching
be respectful.
anyone,
I'm not
changing any
obligated- I'm
minds.
not obligated to be respectful to people who sit there and psychologize and insult and duck, dive, dip, dodge, and all these other things. And I'm not going to be respectful to you. I would 8 days out of the week and twice on Sunday rather be fucking rude, but intellectually
Because you
honest.
don't want
And
to
be
be
polite,
rude.
but
That's why.
intellectually
You
honest.
overtalk
And notice
people.
how we bitch at me, and then everybody interrupts me doing the same thing because we're all a bunch of fucking hypocrites, I guess. But yeah, I don't care. I'm going to be rude to you when you're when you are intellectually dishonest, because that's fucking rude. That's very fucking rude. Learn how to engage with somebody and respond to their arguments instead of, well, you just want to
Are you really standing for Christ right now?
smarter than
Don't sit there and do that.
Filibustering.
Respond to the fucking argument instead of being a
So
child.
what'd you get on
and
Treat Stream
sitting
last
there
time?
Getting mad.
Shanny, what'd you get on Treat Stream last time?
Hold your feet to the fire because you're being a fucking child and can't actually
You're
respond
just
to the
mad because
argument.
we're proving you wrong.
I'm
That's why
not
you're
mad.
mad.
And the
Hey,
thing
wait
is,
till he
Ray can
says
tell
I'm not
you,
raging
and
out, and
almost
then he
everybody
breaks
Midnight
something.
can tell you, I never get this way on Ger's streams. I never get this way on Rebecca's streams. Ask yourself why, because I don't have to engage with a bunch of intellectually dishonest fucking pieces of trash.
Because whoa, the thing is this:
You know
is
what?
because
Go the fuck there, then.
people
Bye. See ya.
do not want to acquiesce to your.
I'm not bringing you back in. Goodbye.
Wow.
Beast rage. That was
I
awesome.
mean, I did have a question for Puff, and I also put it. Okay.
The victory in this
Is that Leo?
No, Leo's gone. I kicked him.
I hear Leo still.
Yeah, baby whining.
I mean, I had a question for Puff, but if we're just gonna make fun of Leo, then okay, cool.
Like Leo was, for one, to put it out there, I agree with Leo's argument. I put it in the side chat. So far, every argument I've heard against it proves his argument that God is infallible, that God is not absolutely divine. But you gotta let them say that, right? Like you can't just not let them say that part of it. It's fucking insane, and I don't know why, but I'm just done with it. You know what? Go be with those intellectually brilliant motherfuckers and stop like just being a dick.
Okay, Leo, I mean this with love. Okay, Okay, where's that noise? Where's that background noise coming from?
I'm not sure. I haven't figured that part out. God, I never fucking do that shit either, man. It fucking pisses me off.
I only played the baby sound effect for about 30 seconds, but I'm muted now for sure.
Okay. Look, Leo, I said this with love, but you really need to calm down. Yeah, okay, they may have been intellectually dishonest, but at the same time, like, calm down and show why they're intellectually dishonest. Don't go Super Saiyan. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Just and here I thought I had anger issues. I mean, I don't know, man.
I mean,
if you want to,
I hate that happened. Because like I said, I'm pretty much in full agreement with his argument. I think it's brilliant. To me, it's the
not
same.
even his argument, Rage. You didn't even know that. It's Danny's argument.
Well, yeah, it's Danny's argument, but to me, it's like it's the exact same thing I was getting from 7 Day yesterday. Just I'm super passionate about this argument, and I'm right, and I think that Leo's right. But like I said, you've got to allow that interaction. Like even when I'm at my worst, I don't think you can ever say that I'm just not allowing people to talk or. Man, I don't know. For me, I don't want to be hypocritical because I made an ass of myself in so many rooms, and I'm not even saying because he's probably right in all of that. But at the same time, I don't think anybody's being intellectually dishonest. I think people are trying to answer and they're not getting a chance to.
Well, this is what I'm saying about people being right. I'm not saying about being right or wrong or anything, right? What I'm saying is to open yourself up and give to put yourself in the position, the shoes of the other person, to try to think through their eyes, right? Or to see through their eyes is just a tactically smart thing to do. It's foolish to go into battle and not try to consider the position or the way that your opponent thinks, right? So if he's going to consider this, I don't understand if it's a debate. We're debating. We're trying to convince or change each other's minds, right? Or at least trying to change the minds of the audience. But if that's not your objective, then I don't understand what you think you're like. Why engage? It's like if I didn't want to win the race, why would I enter into the race?
What's your goal?
If I wasn't there to race, if I didn't want to get, if I didn't want to drive around a car or track fast and try to beat people, why get in the race? I'm not here for that. I'm just here to drive down pit lane and do donuts in the grass in the front.
Right. Can we explain why?
I mean, I personally, you know, I got mad in the moment about the comment, but for me, it's why I don't like going in those other streams. I don't like, I don't like it when the group allows something, you know, like I let it go on as long as I could let it go on, in my opinion. In fact, I think I let it go on too long. I don't think that I was being fair to everybody on the panel. I was being fair, like I was letting Leo dominate the conversation, and I let it go on for as long as I felt like, for longer than I felt like I should. But Leo, that's all I'm saying, bro. It's I'm not against you. I like your argument. It's just I didn't get a chance to hear anything against it. You know,
Can we go over
I don't want
why-
to talk smack like they do when I rage out and leave the room. I don't want to be there.
That my thing is this: I just want people to have conversation. Like if you're going to converse with somebody, is to understand that other person's position, right? Like that's the whole thing. I understand that Leo fully understands his position, probably better than anybody, right? But it's to understand the other person's position. That's the point of this, right? That's the point of the exchange of ideas between human beings. Because I don't know of any human being on this planet that's a mind reader. So the point of conversing between people is because we have to exchange ideas and try to explore the other person's mind, basically their position, whatever the case may be.
Can we like recap our argument and then like get it out there so people understand our position at least? Because sorry, go ahead.
I just, if you recap your argument, can you also include what your definition of God includes? Like, do you go with the quad omni God, or do you have different attributes?
Yeah, so I'm not sure about James, but for me personally, I hold to the maximal properties of God. Now, when we could go and go further with that, but generally, omnipotence means anything logically possible God can do. So that's the way I see it. He's omniscient and he's omnipresent. So I would hold to those properties. But James, I'm not sure if you do that as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I would hold to that. I would just add one caveat. Just because he is maximum doesn't mean he has to operate on maximum. I think that would be an arbitrary limitation. So God does not always, like, let's say maximum is 500 pounds on the bench. God doesn't always have to do 500. He can choose to rep with 200.
Yes, me too. I would hold to that as well. Yeah. In fact, that's part of the argument. That's part of my argument addressing this syllogism. So I think James really, you really helped me out, actually, James, to really solidify it. So I would say God has a primary desire, and then he has a secondary desire, which is something that what did you use the word, James, there? It was something that... it's missing. It's escaping my mind, but it's something
I say use the term preference.
Yeah.
That he has a desire that everybody would freely choose him, but in order to give everybody that option, they have to have the ability to choose not God, because by definition, free choice means you have the ability to do the opposite. So once we've established that, it takes the premise out that God desires, that his greatest desire is everyone be saved. Because if that was the case, everyone would be saved. It's kind of where we go from that. So we tried to explain that to Leo. I don't know that he understood that his argument just was not for us. Maybe for a theist who may say the opposite.
Jake, do you have some questions, or would it be okay if I present some of my questions about that position?
You can go first.
So this is my question, right? Okay, so you said that God desires that everyone know that he exists, or accept that he exists, or it exists, or whatever the case may be, right? But the only way that they feel comfortable with that is that they give the free choice, right? But also, that's because the afterlife is eternal, right? So my question is, why is it so important that he only prove to people and get them to accept that he exists during this very short period of time on Earth, and not continue that campaign to prove his existence in the afterlife, which is eternal? That's the end of my question.
So I do want to answer that because I just got back. I'm sorry I didn't hear that, but I don't want you to repeat it again, though. You don't have to.
What I said was, and I will repeat it because I'm not going to let you get out of it, Praise. Question I have is if that is the case, that he desires for everyone to know that he and accept that he exists and take him as the one true God before they die, but the only way that they feel comfortable with that is to allow free choice to get to that point. Why is it so why is it predicated on that happening during the very short portion of time which we are on Earth, and he does not extend that to continue that campaign to prove his existence or prove it and get us to accept that he is real into the afterlife, which is defined as eternal? Why is it so important that it has to happen in the very short time we're on Earth?
So I can address that. Does anyone else want to go before me? Because if not, I'll just go. Okay, so first of all, I think he's supplied us sufficient evidence that there's no excuse to reject him, and we take it on faith. It might be little compared to what some people would not to their liking. Like, does God need to show, right in the sky, I'm Yahweh, please follow me, and then have like angels flying and stuff, like some type of circus? Like, is that what people expect to believe in God? Well, that's what God does not. I think God works in substance. So the fact that he expects us to respond to the evidence he's given, and we take it on faith, confidence that is true. We accept that the evidence he supplied to us, and I don't think. And the other part to your question too, I don't necessarily think that there won't be another time when he will reveal himself in a greater fashion. So that might contradict. Some people might say the gospel. Well, I think that Revelation 20, chapter 20, might give them a little bit more demonstration of God's existence. That's something that's up for controversy, but that's how I would address it anyway.
So if I could jump in real quick, I think what Puff was asking is, why do we have to accept Jesus before we die? Like, can anybody after they die and they're in hell, can they say, "Oh, Jesus is real. I was wrong. I repent now"? Can you repent in hell and go to heaven? Most people say no, it's too late. Why is it too late? Why can't you repent after you're condemned to hell? Why does it have to be?
And I was saying that could be a possibility in the millennium. So that's what I would say.
So you're saying it could be possible that people in hell can repent at some
yes.
point?
Yeah. I know that's it's really a tough, because some people will take that offensively. Well, I would like them to address Revelation 20. And then we could have a talk on that, but that's the way. I do think there is definitely another era or time where God will reveal himself greater to those who didn't accept the evidence here, whatever reason it was. But I think there is another time. So,
well, I have to say something. I'm going to pass it back to Jake, but I have to say that where I come from, we call that the okie doke. So I'm just saying.
Well, real quick, I do want to, to be fair to Leo's argument, the way he put it, he's really addressing the classical theist definition of the Christian God, right? Like that omnipotent, all powerful being, and his point is merely like if God wanted a thing, then that thing would be in existence by the definition of that type of being. And the point of the argument is when you argue against that argument. I think so far what I've enjoyed most about it anyway is that when you argue against that, you end up with, I think, without quite realizing, is you take away from that definition of what the Christian God is. And if you're both saying, I might have missed it, I don't think you quite went there, but if you're both saying that God is not that, then I don't see where Leo's argument fails.
So Leo needs to explain what does he mean by omnipotence. Does he mean logical possibility? I don't know if that is the classical theist position. I think it is. I don't think they mean it's just brute omnipotence, even illogical omnipotence.
Well, I believe it would be all of the omnis kind of mingled together, just kind of.
Well, actually, you don't. Once you have omnipotence, you already have the two other omnis. If because the four omnis is omnipotence, omnipresence, and
omnipotent, omniscience.
Yeah. And the fourth omni is omnibenevolent, which some require as a god and some don't. But the other three omnis are all wrapped in with, because once you're all powerful, you already are powerful enough to have those other traits. So that's why I was wondering if you guys consider your god omnipotent or at least maximally powerful. Even at maximally powerful, maximally logically powerful, once you have a God that desires for everyone to be saved, it is not possible for everybody to not be saved, because it is powerful enough to insert its will at any point in time. This God can intervene in the world in such a way that you necessarily will lead to a position where you are saved. If you don't lead to that position, then that God necessarily did not want you to be saved. And therefore, either that God did not want you to be saved, or it's not powerful enough to make you be saved. Therefore, it's not maximally powerful. It's not maximally logically powerful. Whatever.
And if I could steel man, Leo's position. Yeah. Anyway, when he was saying, like you guys were saying, that God does desire people to be saved, but that is in conflict with another desire that he wants people to come to him by their own free will or their own volition. So I think Leo was saying that if a desire that he has is greater than the desire to be saved, then he doesn't really want everybody to be saved. His main preference is everybody to have free will and to come to him. So also he was saying that an omnipotent being wouldn't have conflicting desires. That was another point he was making.
Yeah, and I thought that they were really good, legitimate points. I agreed with them like wholeheartedly. That to me, it's like antithetical to have these two conflicting desires. I mean, you're omnipotent. It just doesn't make very logical sense to me. I mean, I understood how James broke it down, and I can agree with his thinking there. But I think that's more of like I don't know. I think it would. Not even a human mode, but definitely not a God mode. At least not my what I understood of God to be.
So how are they conflicting, though? I'd like to, if you guys can explain that.
Well, one is a desire where. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, please.
Okay. One was a desire for everyone to be saved, and one is a desire for everyone to have free will. Those aren't.
You can sorry, go ahead.
No, okay.
You can take free will off the table. In atheistic world, free will is logically possible, potentially. In a world with a maximally powerful God, free will is impossible. Once you have a God once you have a God that has any type of desire of any kind, that necessarily will be the case. Think of it like a time traveler. So this guy goes back to, 1980 or something, and they want a certain person to be president. This person doesn't become president, so they go back to 1980 again to make this person president. It doesn't happen, so they go back to 1980 again, over and over and over again until this one person becomes president. In that kind of like a very limited sense, they are controlling the outcome of this, assuming that, you know, they're able to continue to do this over and over again. In a similar way, once a god wants something to happen, it is powerful enough to make that happen by any means necessary. If this god does not want you to go and kill this person, you won't do that. Otherwise, that god wants you to do that. There is nothing that you can do that this god does not want to happen.
So
I'd
like to
because he
respond
could
to
have
that.
chose otherwise, but this is what he chose.
So, well, firstly, I think you're committing the modal scope fallacy. It's knowledge is not causal. Just because God knows something doesn't mean He causes it. That's a modal scope fallacy. And moreover, that no one, like, I think you're misunderstanding that how God uses His potency. Not everything is fully. God's not using His whole potency, maximal potency in everything He does. And this is what I was saying, that He actually limits His potency for a greater good. And that is a legitimate, He wants a legitimate love from His free will creatures to freely choose Him at a true love. And that overrides any other potency problems with potency. So, yeah.
Well, so you're saying that God limits His potency?
Yes. Yeah.
So is
why
he
would a perfect being do that?
And is it
For
even
him-
omnipotency if it's limited?
Do
you see what I'm saying? That
That
you argue against the like actual what it means, Praise?
No, but just because God can regulate His potency does not mean like it undermines His omnipotence. I don't think that's
Actually, it does.
That's a wrong conclusion. It's erroneous. You can't just because. Well, let's say a guy can bench 500 pounds. Well, if he chooses to bench 350, does that mean he can no longer bench 500 anymore? No.
Yeah, but we're talking about a perfect being. In your mind, he's a perfect being. A perfect being,
moral being. Yeah.
A perfect moral being would not put evil in the world if he was perfectly moral.
For a greater good, he would. And
no, he wouldn't. Not for a greater. No, because
Yes.
he would be not perfect anymore.
No, it would actually reveal even a greater. It would be a greater revelation of himself. It would actually highlight his greater great making properties. So let me explain. So the fact that he shows forbearance, temperance, long-sufferingness to his creatures is something that philosophers, metaethicists, they classify that as praiseworthy, because it's a sacrificial love. That is the highest form of love, and God gets more glory out of that. He even shows the greatest mercy to people who reject Him. So it's
so Praise. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So I know this is reach. You having a girlfriend. If you had a girlfriend cutting herself to prove her love to you, would that make you feel more in love with her? That she's causing this pain to herself to love you?
Cutting. No, I think that she would be psychologically wrong in the head. Yeah.
There we go. Praise. Now you're getting
What
it.
does that have to do with what we're saying?
You're quite literally saying that you guys put yourselves in danger for this God to show that you love Him.
What? I thought we're talking about the properties of God.
Yeah. And you just proved that
what is we?
You said your God is a perfectly moral creature. Why would a perfectly moral creature be fine with his creations hurting themselves to prove that they worship him?
So you talk about suffering? Is that what you're trying to go with?
Yes.
All this? Okay. So suffering isn't always a bad thing. There's actually goods that come out of suffering. In fact, we wouldn't have heroes. We wouldn't have people. We wouldn't have the principle of overcoming. So I think there's moral reasons why God allows suffering. And
Only
the
if
the
you
onus
are
is on
not
those to show that there's a suffering that is not moral.
Is it possible for God to achieve his goals without causing suffering?
Not with a free will, not with volitional creatures, no.
That sounds like a limitation.
Well, yes, it is a limitation.
It sounds like a
yeah.
not a perfect being.
Right. So you I think you caught it yourself that God willingly limits. That's a limitation.
Yes, and
He
a perfect
accepts that
being would not
limitation.
do that.
Yeah. What?
A perfect being would not do that.
I would disagree.
Because he is perfect. He would only make perfect things.
Well, I would say forbearance is perfect. Yeah. So.
Oh, fuck, praise.
But
I'm sorry. What is even the argument anymore?
So we're over to the problem of evil now.
Well, the problem with evil is an absolute defeater for an sufficiently powerful, omnibenevolent God. It's a perfect defeater.
Yes, and I agree. And I think once again you demonstrate how somehow God weakens himself for this. I don't know. Greater will than his own, I guess, would be the only way to describe it, right? Like, God doesn't desire for evil or desire us to be harmed. He desires for us all to come to God. But there's this greater will than his own that is required. I guess you would call it free will or whatever. But that free will requires God to be lesser than God is. That's pretty much what I'm getting.
So what God does is he limits his potency, some of his attributes, for a moral purpose. See, he's more concerned about quantitatively bringing people to him rather than qualitatively. It would be artificial, superficial. So what he does is he willingly suppresses himself, which is also a moral act. We call this temperance in philosophy. And forbearance, even those are praiseworthy in itself. Like, people are praised for that; they get moral achievements and stuff for doing that type of stuff. So, in the end, God is a perfect moral being. He's demonstrating this by the mercy, forbearance, and temperance he has on his creatures that reject him. But he allows it, though, too, that not everyone will come to him, and therefore he just allows for them to reject him, and that's their final destination. So, which would be we call the lake of fire, whatever you want to call it. So,
all right. So I asked you, God is deliberately limiting himself, and you agreed. And by that, I mean, I know you're not going to agree with this statement right here, but you are literally saying, praise, that God limits himself from being omnipotent. That's what you're pretty much.
Yeah.
But that's the defeater argument for Leo's whole argument. Like, that is the concession of Leo's entire argument. Once you concede that God is no longer omnipotent, you have conceded his argument.
No, because he's still omnipotent.
It's the point of the argument. No, you just admitted that he wasn't.
No, he can choose to limit it. Just because he limits it doesn't preclude his omnipotence. Where do you get that at?
Oh gosh, it's.
I don't think that actually makes sense. A God can't limit its own omnipotence, but it can limit the scope of which it uses its omnipotence.
The scope of his what? Yeah. Can you?
You can choose not to lift 500 pounds, but you can still lift 500 pounds.
Right.
It's still an omnipotent God. It can't remove its own omnipotence, but it can choose not to do something theoretically.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I was arguing. Yeah.
But it's still capable of doing that. It's there's no point at which it's not capable of doing that.
Yes.
Therefore, it's allowing it to happen because it wants it to happen.
Yes, and I would still think that comes
And
under
so
his
it
primary
wants
will.
people to undergo suffering.
Yes.
But see,
because that's the
God
only way
doesn't
you can
necessarily have to make that happen. Suffering is unnecessary for a God that is maximally powerful. There is other ways for things to happen. If this God is powerful enough to either conceive of way for people not to undergo suffering, or to make a way for people not to undergo suffering. Last month, I taught one of my sons to ride a bike without training wheels. And I knew that he was going to undergo the suffering of frustration, of falling down, of skinning his knee. And if I could stop him from doing that, I would. Of undergoing the suffering, but still gaining the ability to ride a bike without training wheels. This might be like explaining to him how counter steering works, explaining to him how balancing works, explaining how keeping your speed on a bike in order to help you with your balance. All these things, I can reduce it, but I cannot completely eliminate it because I am limited. This God is not limited in the same way. It is definitionally an unlimited, or at least maximally powerful God. It does not have the limitations that I do. It wants us to undergo suffering, and it cannot be omnibenevolent because it not only allows but requires us to go through the suffering. There is no possible greater good that could come out of it, because the God could do this in a different way to which there is not suffering.
And I would disagree, because it would be a fabricated false love that if people, without suffering, without trials, then God would never know if they were tested. There has to be a testing to see what real love is.
But can this God see through time? Can this God see the future? If this
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, it can. Then there is no possible way in which there is free will. You can't have.
It doesn't follow, though. Knowledge is not causal. I'm sorry, I disagree with that.
Knowledge is not causal, but knowledge plus power is causal.
Yeah.
This God can see for which a way. Okay, so you have a road. You can go left or right, and you know that if you send this person left, they're going to go to this place. If they go right, they're going to go to this place. You cause them to go left. You cause them to go to this other place.
He allows it. Yeah, no, there's different wills of God.
It's not allowing; it's causing it. When you're sufficiently powerful enough to change. No. When you're sufficiently powerful enough to change the outcome, you are causing it.
Right. If you could have made it otherwise, but you elected to do it this way, if you could have interfered to make it something else.
He's not impeding anyone's will.
Praise. If you see a child
all the time.
if you see a child who's about to fall off of a ledge, and you are there, you can physically stop the child. You can pick them up off the ledge and bring them to safety, but you choose not to, and the child falls and gets hurt. You caused that. In the fact that you decided not to prevent it, you caused it. It was not an imposition of you to do so. You are
but you're just, to me, saying the same thing as allow. It's just that you're using the same synonym as allow. I don't see the difference.
In this case, when you have the power to change something without major imposition, like it's not going to severely hurt you to stop this child from not falling off the ledge. It's not like you have to make a 100-yard dash in 10 seconds or in a second. You are right there. You're able to remove the child from the ledge, and you choose not to. You allow it to happen. You essentially cause it to happen. Morally speaking, you cause that to happen. In the same way, the God is capable of changing the outcome, capable of changing the way this happens, removing the suffering for the same end goal. They are causing it to happen. Permitting it and causing it to happen is morally exactly the same.
And I would say that God's not under the same conditions as human agents are. So I would disagree.
There's the dodge.
See, the more you do that, the more that you're saying is, you're saying God's ways are not our ways. We can't understand God. God is not analogous enough for us to make a comparison like this. You're just going further and further towards
Right.
it's
There's
not
more at
logical.
stake
No,
than you guys think. I'll
no.
explain
Praise,
after you're done.
praise. What you're heading directly into is it's not logical for us to believe in this God because this God is illogical to believe in.
Well, because the problem is you're anthropomorphizing God and putting him under your own human scrutiny. And that's just you can't put God in a box. See,
Isn't that what Christians do? What?
so first of all, like if God intervene and impose himself on every single thing, let's say the person falling off the cliff, what is he expected to do next? And then it becomes then he's imposing himself on every little thing that happens, and then there's no such thing as reality itself. There would be no reality because he's imposing himself and interfering on everything. So what is the demarcation? Tell us what the demarcation of what he is supposed to do and what he's not supposed to do.
I actually agree with you largely on this point. The problem of evil is that it leads to an infinite regress. So if we say the problem with evil, God should just not give kids bone cancer. So then we rerun the universe and there's no kids who are born with bone cancer. And we say, well, God shouldn't give kids any kind of cancer. So restart the universe and kids don't have cancer. And we say, oh, well, God shouldn't let kids break their legs. So rerun the universe and kids can't break their legs anymore. The problem is you have an infinite regress of this is the most immoral thing, and then this is the most immoral thing, and this is the most immoral thing.
Exactly.
So you do have this infinite regress, but the problem is the God is capable of running a universe without any moral suffering. So you still have a sufficiently powerful God who is omnibenevolent is impossible in any kind of a universe that has any kind of suffering.
Yeah.
The fact that we happen to be in a universe that has suffering so we see the benefit of certain types of suffering, so we can see the beneficial outcome in some cases, but you still cannot have an omnibenevolent, sufficiently powerful God.
I disagree. So, first of all, some of your points, you kind of made my point for me, is that if he did make a world without suffering, it would be sort of a superficial world where people would not know what is, what the trials, they wouldn't understand, like the essence of what is good.
Things. You wouldn't need those things in that kind of world. That's a moot point, because in a world without suffering, you wouldn't need suffering.
There's greater, but see, here's what I'm saying though. So there's greater moral principles at stake though if he did make the world without suffering. So there's more to gain in this world with suffering, morally speaking, than a world without that.
Did God create the universe, like from the cosmos, the universe, like everything, with knowledge of how it would turn out?
Absolutely.
Then it 100% caused everything that happened. In this case, knowledge with the ability to change it is, I forget the word you used earlier, but it is, it means the God did cause it because it could have done the world in a different way. There is no point at which free will comes into the equation under a world where a God starts the universe.
Can I ask you a question, just to clarify your position on this?
Yeah.
So if I have a computer and I create a number randomizer, and at random it'll spit out different numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that because God created something that will spit out different things, that he's somehow directly behind each thing, like he chose number 4, he chose number 5? Because it seems to me like there would still be an impasse, correct?
I'm not entirely sure what you're asking.
So think of the random number generator as a comparison for free will. Now, even though free will isn't random, I am programmed in a way that I have the ability to choose A or B. And the same way the random number machine is programmed in a way to choose 1 through 10. Let's say that. Now I can have that initiated step, pick a number, but I didn't pick the number for it. But I am responsible for the base code. So I think a lot in Christian theology, when we are talking, we need to be clear because not all Christians are like strict determinists. A lot of people maintain a version of will for free will.
So let me see if I understand you correctly. What you're saying is
That's why Christianity is a joke, because you guys can't agree on the same book.
That sounds like open theism, where God doesn't know what the future is.
So what you're saying, James, is let me see if I can steel man you here. What you're saying is you write a program, and the program chooses a random number between 1 and 10, and based on whatever it comes out, it's going to choose either A or B weighted, however. Now, what you're saying is you're responsible for generating the code, but you're not responsible for A or B because that's random. Is that right?
Yes, that's trucking so far, but I wouldn't
so the
consider myself
difference is
an
with a
open
God.
theist, though. So I want to be clear on that difference, because an open theist would say that God doesn't know the future. In this case, we're saying that there is a being who knows what the random numberized generator is going to generate, but did not cause it to generate that specific number.
Right. And so the thing is in this particular case, because the God started at the beginning, it caused everything to happen from the beginning forward. It knows what the random number generator is going to create. So it created the random number generator. It created the way the random number generator works, and it caused the random number generator to output a value because if the random number generator did not land on 6, God would have changed the universe and the way it flowed out to a different universe to where it did land on 6. It's powerful in such a way that it will always land on 6. So it did cause it.
I disagree with your analysis on that, because if you truly have this intelligent agent that you've created, you've given it the ability to have that free action choice. All that means is that you caused it to have the ability to choose. So there could be a secondary causation, but there's not a direct causation. And the same way, foreknowledge does not imply that you control everything in the sense that you caused it. So, like, I got my kid a bike.
Have you seen Back to the Future?
Yes, but let me run this analogy real quick.
Did Marty? Okay, go ahead. You go first. Sorry.
And then we can run with yours. No, that's okay. I appreciate the plight back and forth. So I get my kid a bike. I'm certain that she has the possibility to fall, to not fall, to ride the bike. That does not mean that I caused her to fall when she fell and skinned her knee, even though I set things in motion where that was a possibility.
I agree. You didn't cause her to fall off the bike, but you can't go back. And so it's like if you got her the bike and you got her to go ride the bike, but if you pushed her in such a way, she would go on the bike and then stop. But if you pushed her in a different way, she would fall. You don't have the ability to choose that. You don't have perfect foreknowledge. That's different with a God.
Yeah, but perfect foreknowledge, there's no correlation to where that would automatically mean causation. So you can.
It does, because the God could change.
So I know tomorrow with perfect precision. 1 second. So I know tomorrow with perfect precision that they're going to draw the local lottery numbers. Now I can guarantee you that we can money to the bank. They're going to draw those numbers. Just because I know that particular part of the outcome does not mean that I caused them to draw the numbers.
No, it doesn't, because that's not analogous. If you know what the lottery numbers are going to be tomorrow, you didn't go in and cause the lottery numbers to be those. And you can't change the universe. You can't jump to a different universe where they are those lottery numbers. That's the difference of foreknowledge and foreknowledge with the power to change it.
So there is foreknowledge with the power to change it, correct? But just because you have the ability to change it does not mean that you're required to change it. And so, in the sense, God could have programmed us taking away some options, and then it would limit the outcomes, or maybe set things in our path to cause certain things to, or certain outcomes. I can concede some of those points, but still, though, if you have a free will agent, and I have the ability to choose A or B, I still have that choice, regardless of my creator. I can pick either one. He didn't cause me to pick one or the other.
So if I write a computer program that has agents in it, and these agents will go and perform certain tasks and then go on to perform other tasks. And the way the program is set up is based on a seed. So based on this long random number, they'll perform the tasks in a certain way. But I don't like, I know I want a particular outcome where a certain number of them achieve a certain goal. So you just cycle through the seeds until you get the one that has these certain agents doing this thing and these other agents doing this thing. You caused it because, or I would have caused it in this scenario because I selected the seed that forced them to do that. I selected the universe in which this thing happened and this other thing happened in terms of the simulation. In the same way,
is, just so I understand, you're saying that you have a program and you just encouraged preferred results, but just because you encourage it does not mean that you would necessarily get your preferred results, correct?
No, it based on a seed. So it's not like a random number is generated on the fly. The random number comes from the seed. So it's like Minecraft, right? When you select a certain seed, the world generates in a certain particular way. No matter what computer you go to, no matter on what device you do this on, it'll always generate that exact same world. In the same way that seed is used to direct the agents in the simulation. Every time you select that seed, no matter which computer you do it on, they will always do these particular tasks in these particular order. And it's a cascading. So, once they do a certain thing based on what's there, they do a different thing, but it's all based on the original seed. So if the world doesn't turn out in the particular way that I want it to, I select a different seed. And then I can continue to select different seed after different seed until the end result is what I want it to be. So originally it is based on a particular set of values that I set up, but I control what the ultimate outcome of the universe is.
I still think that it doesn't work, your argument, because even if you do produce a number generator that is more likely to draw the numbers that you want, that doesn't mean that you caused the number generator to draw the numbers that you don't want and the numbers that you do want. That logic doesn't follow. What you've done is you've created a program where you've encouraged certain parameters so that it has the best ability, but that's all I'm saying.
Why would a god create something that can do something outside of its own, that can do something that it doesn't know the results to? If it's all knowing.
I cannot tell who's talking. They're very, very faint.
That's
My apologies.
Mr. J.
It's Jay.
Jay Weasel. You're still using that praise?
Yeah,
He's a child. Remember, Jay, he is a child.
No, I don't. So we can. I understand, because that seems like you're like praise is talking about anthropomorphizing God, but that's exactly what James is doing. He's anthropomorphizing God into a computer programmer who makes a random sets up a
all
computer.
analogies. So all analogies by definition. Oh, I thought you did. You're just so faint for me, Mr. J.
I'll put my headset on.
For me.
Yeah, I turned them up as much as I could. I turned you up as much as I could, Jay.
It's the mic here. Yeah.
Is someone playing drums?
No, it's his mic from his headphones.
No, it's Jay's mic. It's coming from his laptop.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, he's gonna get mic'd up in a minute.
So, one thing that I was thinking about is that if God is immutable, that if God is the same in all possible worlds, then wouldn't that sort of lead to necessitarianism? Because if he created everything and knew how everything was going to be and could have chose to do otherwise but didn't, and this is the only way he is, then that means that the actual world is not only the best of all possible worlds, it's the only possible world.
Well, I see what you're saying. I would actually say that the best possible world is the one that God created. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's the only possible world, because let's say God's desire wasn't to have agents freely choose him, but
Well, but
maybe
then
his
God would be
desire-
different. That would be a different God, and God is the same in all possible worlds.
Yeah, you got to let me just finish the sentence. So the other possibility is that maybe God wants everybody to be saved, and that was his other goal. In that case, he would cause everybody to choose him. So that would be a different God, a different world.
Right. Yeah, but God is not different. God is the same in all possible worlds. It's not possible for there to be a different God because he's the same. His nature is the same in all possible worlds.
Yeah, but he could make.
So he wouldn't desire. There wouldn't be another world where he desired something else because he desires. You know what I mean? Because
there could be arbitrary though differences that would and could change in the world that would not affect God's ultimate goal or outcome. Like I could have more hairs on my head. I don't think that that's going to affect God's greater plan in anything. I could have less hairs on my head. So there are things that God can and could affect in other logical possible worlds without deviating from his primary goal. So other worlds can exist.
Well, with an omnipresent God, all goals for God are already met out.
So that's another point I was going to make. So first thing, the hair point. He knows how many hairs you have on your head, and could have chosen a world where you don't have hairs, or you have other hairs on the head, or a different number of hairs. I mean, but this is the one he chose, and since he's omnipotent, he has the power to have made it otherwise, but did not. So it seems to follow that this is the one that he wanted, and since God cannot be otherwise and not have any other desires, then this is the only possible world. Now, to what Mr. J was saying, if God is perfect, I would take it perfect to mean that all your goals are actualized, that you would not have any unactualized goals. Therefore, you would not desire anything at all, because if you did want something, then that means that there is another state that is preferred. You're not perfect. There is another state of being that you could be that is more perfect than what you are now, and achieving that goal would bring you to that state. So I would say that if God is perfect, he wouldn't have any goals, because all of his
I
goals
don't
would be
think you demonstrated that this has to be the only possible world. Like there's a whole field like in philosophy where all we do is just brainstorm logical possible worlds with God. So I don't think you've met that burden. Then
No,
the other
it's
thing
not about. It's not about the. Hold on. It's not about demonstrating all the possible. It's about God's consistency across all possible worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he said there could only be one. I'm
Right,
saying
because God is not. God is
only one God across all possible worlds. God would
I'm
be
saying-
what he is all across all. Because remember,
I'm saying
if
that-
you aseity thing, that whole aseity thing for God, that would make him who he is, regardless of all possible worlds.
No, aseity just means uncaused. He's not contingent. That's all aseity means. Now, when you're looking at God, God
But
is
he's also immutable.
God is a being that has free actions and free choices, meaning that he has options. He's not bound by anything. He's not predetermined to do something that he doesn't want to do. If he was, then I could say,
Well,
then
there's
this
no
is the world, this is the case. But
then he's not the same in all possible worlds.
But no Christian believes that that's a logical possibility, that God could be predetermined.
So then he's not the same in all possible worlds. There are other possible worlds where God is different.
Maybe you missed that. God is not a person who can be predetermined. In all possible worlds, he has the ability to choose. Now, he can choose different outcomes, but that doesn't change God and the fact that God is able to choose. Nothing about God changes in that.
Yeah, that just seems like special pleading, because if you choose a different outcome, then that means you're different. You have a different brain state. You have a different desire.
No,
So it
it's
means you're
so
not the same in all.
That's linear thinking. I'm sorry, God is not linear. We can't. There's no way we can impose that on God. I think that's
then
foolish.
You can't prove your God.
Right. Every time we have arguments about this, and we were like, oh, well, that makes it, and then we keep arguing back and forth, and then it gets to a wall where it's just like, oh, but God's different. You can't apply that. It doesn't. It doesn't count with God, because
I'm not ready. I'm not ready
We're pleading
to.
to a
I'm not
special
ready to take that particular step right now myself.
I mean, that's
I'm saying
kind of
that
crazy.
I'm saying that God is a free choice being in all possible worlds. Just because a logical possible world exists does not mean that it necessarily has to exist. Are we in agreement there? That not all logical possible worlds have to be actualized?
Right. I agree.
So all we're saying is that God has the ability, because he's a free will choice agent in all logical possible worlds, to choose actions. And this world is the perfect world because this is the one that he chose to initiate.
But what he chooses comes from his free will, which I get, is his nature, right? So if he had a different choice, then he would be different. And this is the problem when you say God is immutable and he is the same in all possible worlds, and he's necessary and he couldn't be otherwise.
I think I know. I think what James, if I can attempt something, I think James is saying that if the worlds are like computer designs and God could design one world that operates like this computer and does these kind of things, and then another world that is like another world or another computer that's designed in this particular sense that doesn't do what this other thing does. But that wouldn't change the nature of the creator. That would just change the preferences of the individual computers that
Mhm.
computer developer is making, right? Or computer builder.
Yeah,
So,
and I think that's the problem people get into when they look at logical possible. And that's why we agreed a few minutes ago that just because something is logically possible doesn't necessitate that it's actualized.
no, well, yeah, I get that. But if he is able to create, what I think what you're trying to say is, though, if he wanted to actualize another world or multiple worlds, I think what you're saying is that he could create those different worlds differently than the other worlds, right? So he's got computer A and it does these different things as compared to computer B, computer C, and computer D, and so on. Whatever ones that he decides to actualize, but that doesn't change him. That just he's just chosen. He just has preferences for these individual designs.
Yeah, and if you took away the ability for him to choose opposite, then you would put God into a deterministic category where God does not have free will.
I mean, there are a lot of Christians that argue that.
But with a being that if the person is claiming that the being is omnipresent, then all of that has already taken place, right? So if there's no linear
What do you mean by
actual.
everything has been taking place?
God exists in all time and all places because God transcends time and space. He is all those places at once. So all this stuff is happening all at once, everywhere, all
Are
at
you
once.
envisioning, just so I can follow, are you saying that God, after he's already decreed something, has the ability to change it from your perspective?
It's already been created, changed. Everything is happening all at once for him. It's
I
happening
don't.
all the
So,
time and all at once for him.
so in Christian theology, once something's been decreed, he cannot change. God will not change from a decree. Now we can get into secondary
Why
arguments from
couldn't
the
he change?
Bible as to
Why
whether or
couldn't he
not.
change? Wait, I don't understand. Why wouldn't he have the choice to go? Why couldn't he change his mind about a decree?
Once God has made his mind up, it's settled.
Why
So
is
you're
that?
saying he cannot change or will not change?
He will not.
It's not that he cannot, it's that he will not.
He will not change his mind. And if he were to
But
change his mind,
could he?
but if he were to change his mind, it would be, in theory, in this logical possible world, it would be before the event took place. It wouldn't be after the event took place. So God, after He's already decreed, the action's already happened. God is not going to go back and undo the action.
Could he if he wanted to?
I don't believe that God could travel backwards in time in that sense, given the statements that I've already made. I don't think any other Christian would hold to the time traveler theory either.
Is that like a logical impossibility?
I think so, given the parameters that I set up, that God is not going to undo a choice after it's been made, because He will not attempt. Sorry, I'm twisting my words on this one. Let me think of an easy way to explain it. So once God has made a decree, and that decree has come to pass, there's no way to undo the decree because it's done.
Right, because it would show God is wavering then and be inconsistent with his nature. I agree.
Well, I don't think it makes so. It wouldn't wouldn't that just like limit his I don't know his all divinity. I don't know the right way to put it. I know I see one Christian in the side chat is like, God is not limited by time. It seems like we're limiting God again.
So think of Him as being a free action, a free choice action being outside of time, meaning that time could be looked at, for the sake of this conversation, is an attribute of God.
I don't think we can conceptualize that, because choices that we make are based in linear time, whereas you're talking about a being that's already made. You're talking about a being that's not looking at time as backward and forward. It's almost like it's looking at time as almost probably like a multi-dimensional map, and everything is happening at the same time.
Yeah,
and he's
and then we get. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just there would be no way for us to be able to, any time that we would try to conceptualize this deity, would always be anthropomorphized in our own sense of time, and we're only trying to stretch our limits of how far we can conceptualize a particular deity, almost like almost like how we conceptualize superheroes today. How fast can Superman fly? How big can Godzilla get? Right, this kind of stuff.
So, well, God is outside of time. He
But
has
that's a
reference.
concept. Yes, but that's a
Yeah.
concept that we
I don't
cannot.
know how to conceptualize that.
I'm trying to
How
kind
does-
of
what does that
explain to you
mean?
how I conceptualize it a bit. So, God, even though He's outside of time, meaning that He's not bound by the natural order of things, in the sense that we are bound by the natural order of things which are created by God. God can, however, have reference points in time, meaning God revealed His word, God sent prophets, God communicated with people. Those would be reference points in time where you can see God interacting.
You wouldn't
Now,
have points. You wouldn't have
This
reference
is-
points in time for a God.
Now, this is relating to us, and this is when you get into complex theory about A theory of time and B theory of time, and whether or not it's possible to have one agent in a B theory of time, while created agents are in an A theory of time. I think that would be really
You do
deep.
realize you do
tonight.
realize that you're putting God in a box, right?
So anytime
Take whatever you're conceptualizing with your limited brain, and then just flush it down the toilet with all
So
those
ul-
omni traits that are attached to that being.
So ultimately, as a Christian, what we have as far as God is we have what we've seen from natural revelation, what we've seen from divine revelation, there's always going to be in these conversations a certain point in the conversation where we just can't go any further, where we don't have enough data. Speculations could potentially lead to contradictions. And so, in that case, you wouldn't want to speculate in that direction. Um, I think that because we're limited beings and God is an unlimited being, it makes sense that we'll never be able to fully grasp the infinite. But we can, however, compartmentalize certain views of God in a way that we can at least understand some concepts.
Where these concepts break down, it shows that believing in this type of God is irrational. But I think the B theory of time makes a lot more sense. Us viewing it as a theory of time is only because our perspective, as far as whether or not a God could travel back in time, I think logically speaking, it could because it's powerful enough, but it never would because it again being so powerful, it already knows everything that's happening simultaneously in the future and in the past, and it already would have made a decision. So there would never be a need for it to go back in time.
So what I would
Exactly.
say,
Yeah, exactly.
so what I would say is you have to be careful once we reach to the point of where we're realizing that we don't have enough data to form the full concept of this infinite being and that we're not capable of doing so. All we can do is point to whether or not that being exists or not. Now, the theist is saying that we have enough to indicate that this being exists. I don't think that you have to be required to fully explain everything about that being to believe in its existence. In the same way, when we talk about evolution, I don't believe that you guys are required to be in the lab with lab coats to fully understand the concept of evolution.
Real quick before anybody else jumps in, going back all the way to Leo's argument, I don't think that the questioning of God's existence is necessarily important here. It's does this God meet those omnipotent criteria? I think you can strip away the omnipotent criteria and still have a God. Plenty of polytheists do. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, this argument's like an internal critique. You know, we're saying like if we grant that God exists and He has these particular properties, then where does that logically follow? Does that mean that it's logically contradictory or not? And Leo's whole argument is to say that if we grant these properties that God has, then this leads to logical contradiction.
Yeah.
And what I said is when you reach these limits, it's that particular type or this particular definition of God is illogical to believe in, not necessarily all possible types of gods.
Well, we already established earlier in the conversation that Leo's argument does not work for any theist on this stage because me and Praise both said that God's ultimate desire, even if you want to say that God has only one desire, like Leo tried to argue, if that's the case, but we're telling you that his desire is not for everyone to be saved, then Leo's argument falls flat. Leo has to now reshape his argument towards us.
Well, it only
statement.
Honestly, it only falls flat though in the face of that statement that Christians make that God wants everybody to be saved. But essentially, his argument comes down to those properties of God, not the statement, not God's desire for people to be saved. It's ultimately, does God meet the criteria of these omni aspects?
So even if like, let's say we agree on all the criteria for all those premises, because it's a logical syllogism, in that logical syllogism, we're disagreeing with that one point, meaning that God's desire is not this, means that Leo has to throw out the argument because he's tying it to God's desire. Now, if he wants to substitute that and try to make it some way to fit God's desire for free agents to choose him of their own volition, then we can try to work with something on that. But I think he would have to rephrase some of it. Do you have the argument, Ray? Did you pull up?
Yeah,
I was
James,
just
I
going to
agree.
ask
I
that.
agree completely. Well said, James.
I
show you the
actually
premise.
agree too.
So if we go
Premise
through
5.
God as agent,
You're saying premise 5 is not true.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Premise 5. I was thinking of premise 2. I said God has desires, but yeah, premise 5 is definitely there. But still, and to Leo's point in the side chat, then you're then pretty much going against what it does say biblically, right?
no, I disagree, because from our perspective, and I believe the proper Christian perspective is that agents would freely choose him. So he is getting his desire, and people have the ability, and people are freely choosing him. If he had
No,
the desire that everybody would be saved, then everybody would be saved.
I agree with you. If you reject premise 5, then Leo's argument is not valid.
Now it's not a bad. I'm not like just dumping on the guy's argument. If you do have a Christian who is arguing that God's desire is for everybody to be saved, then you have to ask the Christian, why does God not get what he desires? Because then that would violate the other premises if he's already agreed to them. And in that case, there can be a problem. But if you have, you start describing primary will and lesser will and other things, then you've distinguished that this is God's ultimate will. Even if you don't want to call that second line item a will, God is still getting what he desires.
Right, and I think even the Greek in the Bible it demonstrates that. I told Leo that the word there is thelema, it's not bulimai. So for even him to try to make this argument work, he would have to use bulimai there, but it's just not in 1 Timothy 2:4. So he loses either way. Even theologically speaking, he would need to make that fit, and it just doesn't fit.
Well, like if you, for example, if someone has a Calvinist, what's up, Oz? If someone has a Calvinist position, then that falsifies that argument.
Wait, I'm trying to find it. So
Yeah, I would say that in some Calvinistic positions, God is getting everything that he desires, and his desire is to get the people who he wants to choose him to pick him. And so I think that would be the Calvinistic move. But there's a lot more predetermination in that.
all right, so Timothy, 1 Timothy 2:3-4. This is good and pleases God our Savior, who wants all people to be saved and to come to a knowledge of the truth. So right there, it's saying God desires all people to be saved. Right there, I mean,
God
it's right.
wills. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Well, I'm saying that biblically, Leo's premise is not wrong. It says that, like, literally, that God desires that everyone be saved.
So the only thing I would say with that, Rage, is you can take one Bible verse and isolate the context, but you have to take the context of what the entirety says. And in this case,
hold on, what was the verse again so I can look it up?
Rage, what happened? When do we start conceding that God has a say or is real and has control of it?
I was going to bring that up, but I was going to let them just have fun with
so
the
it's
conceptual.
what we're doing, Oz, right now is just an internal critique where
pretending
they're granting certain premises, and then we're discussing those premises. It's a way to
it's
get
an
past
internal
just
critique
arguing.
on the
Yeah.
actual concept itself.
Yeah, and
that's
instead
presented
of
in
arguing
the Christian Bible.
Yeah, instead of arguing like a contingency argument or fine tuning or one of those, this is a way to have a little bit more fun and in-depth conversation.
Well, but we know God likes to kill babies. So what's the argument?
Oh snap! Here we go.
The God of atheists, yeah, sure.
No, the God of the Old Testament loves to kill babies.
I agree.
I would say that's a projection of communist atheists
Oh,
in Soviet
Oh my
the
god.
Soviet Union.
It's in the text. It's in the
hilarious
text.
when
No,
he goes
it's
there.
not. I'm sorry,
funny.
Oz. It's just
No,
not.
it is. It is.
It's
And,
funny
and
when he
if
goes
you
there.
if you want to avoid it, that's cool, bro. That's
Well,
cool.
then
But it's in the text.
citation. Give me the citation that I want to see.
Let me grab my Bible. Let me grab my Bible since obviously you don't read
What was
yours.
that, baby?
Let me grab my Bible.
Yeah, Mr. Ad Hom already. Yeah.
Ad hom. I did make it ad hom. Nice
You did.
try,
You
though.
said I didn't read my Bible. I mean, I'm reading my Bible every day, even on my stream. I do.
Cool.
So that means I read my Bible. So
Full
So
disclosure,
it's not an ad
What
hom.
wasn't it? 130.
I was calling my
137?
wife baby. I just didn't mute my mic. I wasn't calling you baby, Us.
Oh, you can call me baby anytime you want.
It's getting pretty sporty in here.
Wasn't it Psalm 137?
I have my my
Nice.
email attached to my Facebook or my YouTube channel. You guys can send me a message, and I'll definitely touch base, and we can have further conversations on this too. But I'll let Oz and Praise go back and forth on this for a little.
sure, I love to see him get away with this one. He's not going to be able to. He thinks he is, but he's just not.
He's just not.
To let everybody know, I'm up way past my bedtime, but this is way too fun, so I don't see myself going to bed anytime soon. So let's. But I should be, just to let everybody know.
Yep, well, I got my Bibly. I got my Bibly. Just give me a second.
So if we hear any
You rage.
snoring, that's you, Rage.
No, I'll never do that. I will just like kind of cut it off suddenly. But
If
you know,
he
and
does
back to my point. You know, when I broke out the Bible, and it was 2 Timothy or 1 Timothy 2, 3, and 4. Like it was like everything I was taught when I was a Christian is that God wants everybody to be saved. And yet, you know, he has this desire. And yet, I think to Leo's point and to Leo's syllogism, I don't think you can necessarily take away that premise if there's actual biblical reference and then like an actual history of preachers preaching it from the pulpit. You know, this is something that Christians say all the fucking time, and it makes it just literally makes no sense. It seems to contradict the God figure himself.
Yeah, I'm just saying you have to take that within the contextualization of how that statement's being made. If you take it and you just isolate it and you say this is all you have, you can manifest a problem. But that's why when we're doing
enlighten us and show us how we're reading this wrong.
So that's what we've been doing for the past.
No, specifically on 1 Timothy 2.
You mean how we're talking about God having people to choose him?
Well, he was talking, yeah, because you had
The
mentioned
context of the verse.
Yeah, you had mentioned, James. You said you have to look at the context of the whole context, not just pick and choose the verse.
Like Praise does.
Oh,
Ooh, I saw.
Oh, but you never can demonstrate that. They're just baseless claims. But that's cool, though. And we still love you, though.
Damn,
okay,
God
okay,
really
Praise.
does not want you to be understood on my channel because you are. I don't ever hear you robot like this, Praise.
Am I roboting?
Man, your God really doesn't want you to get your word out, huh?
You got like
You're
a storm
not-
in your area or something. I don't know. I usually don't have this issue with you.
You and your sister need to pray, and maybe they'll make it work.
Praise it. You don't always robot. It only happens when you're talking.
Well, you know what? I'm going to restart my phone. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Could just try and leave and then come back in.
Or connect your phone to a Wi-Fi, like I am.
You know, and ultimately, I do think that Leo's argument, like he put it in the side chat recently, it's pretty much to show the lack of infallibility here, right? You know, so like when Praise starts to I don't know, talk about limiting your omnipotence. Like, and to me, again, it seems like this great oxymoron when you're saying if you're limiting omnipotence, it can't no any longer. It doesn't seem to me like it could be omnipotent any longer. But like when you start to make arguments like that, it seems like you're. And I was trying to explain to Praise. It seems like you're conceding the point that Leo's trying to make, and Leo is exactly right when he's saying that you're just not listening to him, or you're just not answering him because you essentially aren't. I don't know how to describe it right, but it seems like you end up arguing for what Leo's arguing for, which is the fact that God does not logically seem to be infallible.
Hey, Knock, can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
This goes to Leo in the chat. I was wondering, did he run that? I'm just curious. Did he run that by Danny?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's Danny's argument. From what I understand, Danny said that anybody can use it.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I'm not sure.
I think Danny got it like from another philosopher or something like that.
Yeah. So, okay. I don't know all the details.
Maybe he read it in a paper or something. I don't know. I don't think he.
I know, like in the moment, I thought Leo was presenting it as his argument, and I'm like, wow, that's brilliant, like on the fly, Leo. And then, but then later, I'll be like, he never claimed that, So.
Yeah, because I didn't see the entire stream or anything, so I didn't know if it was if Leo came up with a syllogism or if it was a syllogism that was just out there from someone else, and that was now being.
I think it was
being weighed.
Yeah, I think it was Danny's syllogism is what he was using, because the premise and what we had came up with that we were discussing was based on the fact that he also believed that all God's power needed to be acting at like a maximum capacity, but that's not our case. We're saying that God has the ability, instead of let's say, and I used this example earlier, maximum is 500 pounds, even though we know like maximum is infinite. He has the ability to go rep 200. That's kind of the analogy.
Oh, okay. I see. Thanks, Leo.
Yeah, I get that analogy too, but I don't get it at the same time, because then we're talking about human beings. Yeah, I can lift a certain amount, but then I can choose to go for lighter reps if I want to. But we're talking about an omnipotent being, right?
And not if we can. Are we ready for the like not just one or two, but the several scriptures about infanticide in the Bible? We're ready for this?
Yeah, let's prove that Praise does not actually read his Bible.
I feel like
let's do it. So
it's about to go. We need the Michael Buffer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. All right, guys.
Is my mic better?
All right.
It's not roboting anymore.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot better.
So I'm just going to ask to be able to share these scriptures without being interrupted, and then once I share all of these scriptures, then we can discuss the topic at hand. So
thanks, Oz. I can take a nap.
So yeah, it's going to be a minute. So I'm going to light a cigarette because that's how long it's going to be. So one second.
Sweet.
Can somebody post the link to evilbible.com so we can follow along with Oz?
No. This is actually coming right out of the King James version. So I'm going as raw and real as I know to go for the Christians. Psalms 137:9. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. 1 Samuel 15:3. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, oxen, sheep, and camel. And that's Exodus 12:29. And it'll come to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat at his throne. Isaiah 13:16. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. cool extra point there. Hosea 13:16, Samaria shall become desolate, for she hath rebelled against God. They shall fall by the sword, and the infants shall be dashed into pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. 2 Kings 15:16, the Menahel, I never know how to say it, the Menahelim smote Kippathsis and all that were therein, and the coast therefore from Tiraz, because they opened not to him. Therefore he smote it, and all of the women therein that were with child he ripped up. Numbers 31:17, now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. Psalms 135:8, who smote the firstborn of Egypt, both man and beast. Acts 7:19, the same dealt subtly with our kindred, and evil entreated our fathers, so that they cast out their young children to the end, so that they might not live. Psalms 136:10, to him that smote Egypt in their firstborn, for his mercy endureth forever. And there's more. If you guys want to keep going, there's more. But I'm getting like fed up.
No, please do keep going. I'm going to respond to every single one of them.
I filter beta. Didn't you say it was the Old Testament? Then you had Acts in there. You can't bring in the New Testament and show that it's still going on.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say it was all Old Testament. I said that's where I was starting.
I'm just kidding, Oz.
Well, praise. Did you write them down? How are you going to respond to all of them?
Because I don't need to write them down. I've already done my research and studying on them. I've already responded to these on my channel.
Most of those he's gonna the ones from the Midianites and the Amalekites he's gonna dismiss as war rhetoric or hyperbole, or and then the rest of them are just gonna be whatever.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good, Jay. So I mean, tell me when you're done. Oz, are you done or?
I'll stop there. It's entrenched in the text. So go ahead. Please tell us. Please tell us why the text is wrong.
Hold on. When it came to the Amalekites and the Midianites, that was just like, man, we crushed them, we destroyed them. That wasn't actually a decree from God. That was just being free with the narrative. That when they went in there, they did so much freaking winning during that war that even the babies died. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. Because if we're going to use that analogy, it's like so let's use the NFL. So the Cowboys kicked the 49ers ass, and they kicked the 49ers asses so hard that they killed all the 49ers players' babies at the same time.
Yeah, their ancestors felt it.
Yeah.
Well, just let me know when you guys are done, and I'll respond to it. I'm just waiting,
Yeah, sorry.
All right, go, champ.
We're just having
are you guys sure?
Let's hear the bullshit.
Sure? Come on.
Well, I just have to say that analogy would never happen in the playoffs. It would be the other way around.
It's a
just
joke.
Let me know.
Go.
Okay. So I would say 60% of those passages have nothing to do with the biblical God. Because if we go to Isaiah 13, where
it was from the Bible.
Hold on.
It was from the Bible.
Let me. I thought if you let me talk, then if you don't want, that's just if you want to make your decision, if you want to convince yourselves that you're right, then go ahead. You can convince yourselves what you want to believe.
Okay. Just go. Praise Jesus.
I'll mute. Go ahead.
All right. So. The babies. We'll just get this one by one here. So, the babies bashing the heads in the rocks. That's actually not the Israelites. They're not doing that. It's giving a prophecy of who would do that. It's mentioned in Isaiah 13. It's actually the Babylonians are the ones who did that. All you got to do is read those passages there, and it clearly tells you. So that just wiped out probably 60% of them. So as far as 1 Samuel, I think you're 15, you mentioned, Numbers 31. Yes, that is, we call war rhetoric hyperbole propaganda. And the reason is, all you have to do is go to 1 Samuel 30. Guess who's mentioned there?
Oh my gosh, they're mentioned there again, the Amalekites. So either the Bible or the writers of the Bible were falsely asserting things, or they falsely documented things,
The
or God
Amalekites are
doesn't
still
know something.
the Amalekites are still around because Saul failed to follow through completely with what
No,
God
no.
commanded.
The only one he didn't kill was Agag. That's if you
It
actually
doesn't.
read the.
No, it doesn't say. No, it does not say that.
Yes, it
does not.
does. Yes, it does.
Show me where. Show me where it says he
It says
only.
he utterly killed everything except for the best of the donkeys, the best of the mules, the best of the horses, and then Agag. That's the only one the only ones who he did not kill. Yes.
Let me go find that real quick because I
Yeah.
don't think
So you guys don't even read. This is what I'm saying. You say I don't read the Bible, but it's you guys who are not reading the Bible.
See, praise that's an answer that like a secular scholar from an outside worldview that is non-religious would say, but you actually believe the narrative is true. So are you saying that the narrative is not true and these people were actually
So it's sort of.
So God didn't actually command that was just the way that they expressed their
Oh.
victory?
Right. So go ahead, Jay. Did you want to say something before I respond, or? Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Go ahead, Jay.
No, I'm looking something up.
Oh, okay. So it was sort of like it was a rhetoric. It was sort of it was a cultural practice back then that even the Egyptians, they said they utterly destroyed the babies, the camels, the donkeys. It was a total wipeout of Israel. This is, you can look this up by, I think it was Pharaoh. It was a different Pharaoh. It wasn't the one of.
Well, then it's a contradictory. Well, wait. Then it's a contradictory account because hold on. Because you're right. The first account says he took Agag, king of the Amalekites, alive, and all his people he totally destroyed with the sword. Now, some people, I have heard arguments that when it says he totally destroyed with the sword all of his people, that it was Agag, it was Agag's family or something like that, or the royals or something like that. But there were still other Amalekites around. Either way, you still have a contradictory account, because if that's the case, if Agag is the only one that's alive, then they did actually kill all the babies.
No, because 1 Samuel 30 says they're there. Like the peoples are still there.
And you still have, then you have a contradictory account.
It's not, Jay. Let me explain why you just cut me off, man. Like, let me finish what I was saying. So war rhetoric is not meant to be true. War propaganda rhetoric is not meant to be true. It's meant to intimidate the opposing forces. It's something they practiced back then. Whether you agree or not, that's irrelevant.
So you're
It's sort
saying
of
this part of the Bible is not
ethnocentric. It's
So that part of the Bible is definitely not true, because Egypt mostly owned most of that area.
Obviously, but if you're a Bible believing Christian and you believe the narrative, then
if you're a hyper literalist, yeah, but see, I'm not a hyper literalist, so it depends how you.
Okay, but why would? But here's the interesting thing, because Samuel chops up Agag in front of Saul.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would mean that based on that narrative, Saul did kill all the Amalekites except for Agag, at least in this narrative, as we're reading that narrative, and then God is disappointed with Saul because Saul hasn't done exactly what God wanted him to do. Then later the Amalekites are found, like you said, later on in the Bible. In fact, they're not finished. I think the Amalekites are finally finished off by, I think, David in like Judges or something like that, right? So this kind of becomes problematic when you're looking at this as a possible historical sense, or any real truth. You have to try to separate the inflation of the tale from the actual truth. So you have to basically sift through the fluff.
You have, yeah. So again, these are things that the culture practiced back then. Whether I agree with it is irrelevant. They did it, and we're supposed to come to the understanding, and we're supposed to evaluate them based on their customs. So, I mean, are you? I mean, to me, like as a modern Christian, am I confused? Do I understand why they did it? Yes, I think that God was trying to deter these primitive savages from doing any harm to his people, and that's the way they did things back then. And you're going to say, why is babies involved? Because here's the thing you guys probably do not know is that these cultures back then, they worshiped gods based on the outcomes of the wars. So whoever won the war is the god that existed. So if you kill all the people, they would say, well, that would be Yahweh who existed because they defeated everything exhaustively. So it's
praise based on that, based on your lights then that you just shared right there. Is it ever okay? Is it ever okay to kill a baby?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, boom, done. We're done.
So what does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Well, because you're pro-life, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're endorsing a God that is willing to kill babies, and you're making excuses for it. So the conversation's over.
I'm showing you that there was no killing of babies. Like, are you following me?
Oz, you forgot about the biggest one, the global flood.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. You do believe in a global flood, right?
That's low hanging fruit. That's low hanging fruit. That's too easy.
Yeah,
but
we're talking to praise. We gotta go low.
Well, but if I could real quick, you were talking about, this is the cultural practice at the time. This is what they did with wars, and this is it. You know what else is a well-documented cultural practice at the time? Creation myths, flood stories, flood myths, that sort of thing. So how do you determine, or how did you determine that these ones are actually true?
Yeah, that's my point.
We have corroborating accounts out there. So,
but you also have, so when I objected to the all thing, I got my narratives mixed up, because when you go to the Midianites, not all the young ones are killed, right? But the children in that narrative, not all of the Midianites are necessarily killed in that narrative. The females that haven't known men are still left alive. So that
the
was
word is preserve,
the plunder. No, the word is plunder. The plunder.
No, that's actually not in the. That's not in the Hebrew text. I've already debunked that against Dr. Josh, and I think he even admitted it. That is vassalage. That they had suzerain treaties and vassals had covenant treaties with them.
Yeah, but they still took.
Actually didn't.
Hold on, but they took the young ones as let's say they took the young ones, the young females, as vassalage. It's the narrative still states that the women that had known men were to be killed and along with the young males.
Yes, the ones that would have been warriors and the ones that would have been a threat to Israel, yes, that they were going to be destroyed. So
a 5-year-old boy would be considered a warrior to you, praise?
Let me respond to that really quick before you just jump in there and overtalk me. So Solomon is called a child at 38. So that's just not true. You don't understand the different dynamics that play out through the Old Testament. And also Isaac was called a child at 20.
Here's the dynamics that I do understand. Is I go to KingJamesBibleOnline.org and I type in infanticide. So I'll spell that out. INFANTICIDE. So we're the killing of children. And when I put that into the KingJamesBibleOnline.org, it pulls up, I think it's 15 scriptures. This is the Bible. This is not an atheist website. This is not a skeptic website. This is coming from the King James Bible Online, and it literally pulls up 14 or 15 scriptures on where God either was part of or ordered the killing of children. So at this point, like
That's just not true.
there's you can say it, but it's in front of me
Oz, why don't
right
you
now.
give the verses and maybe we can go over them together?
We already have. Like, I'm explaining this. I said I refuted every single one he's brought up. Like, what have I
No,
not
you
addressed?
haven't. You haven't refuted one. You just
I
said it was
refuted
war
every single
narrative.
one.
Everybody
You
stop.
just said it was war
Everybody
narrative.
stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. If you are a Bible believing Christian, you just said that you are now therefore refuting the Bible. That's my
No, I'm
point.
refuting your hyper literalist interpretation
No,
of
I'm
it.
just reading what it says.
So what? It doesn't mean okay. If so, you're gonna read is Jesus the door? Are you gonna say he's literally a door?
Oh,
Hold up.
but we
Hold
didn't
up.
read anything like
No.
that. We didn't read
Hold-
anything like that.
Okay, but hold
No,
on.
you're just
Nice try.
assuming
Nice try.
things.
Nice
These
try.
are assumptions.
Nice
wait.
try.
Okay,
You're
so
assuming.
let's dial this back. Let me go back to 1 Samuel 15 and read this first part. Samuel said to Saul, I am the one the Lord sent to anoint you. So this is Samuel, God's prophet, talking to Saul because he's got word from God. This is what he wants Saul to do. I am the one the Lord sent to anoint your king over his people Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. So Saul summoned the men and mustered them at Telaim, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 from Judah. Saul went to the city of Amalek and set an ambush in the ravine. Then he said to the Kenites, go away, leave the Amalekites so they do not destroy you, so I do not destroy you along with them. For you've shown kindness to all the Amalekites, to the Israelites, and then came out of Egypt. So the Kenites moved away from the Amalekites. Now, why would there be war rhetoric in the message from Samuel to Saul?
Wait, so sir, you're an atheist, right? And you're judging God based on your version of morality. Where are you getting?
No, I'm looking.
Oh my God! Don't do that! Don't do that! Get
I'll
out of
do it.
here!
I'm talking. I'm doing a
Get out of here!
I'm doing a literary critique. So what I want to know, because this isn't a new conversation. This conversation about 1 Samuel 15 and the death of children and infants in the Bible.
What
This has
do you
been
know
going on.
about the Amalekites? What do you know about?
No, stop it! Stop!
I know the Amalekites were an
Wait,
ancient Near
Praise,
East
I'd like to hear
culture.
Praise and Kevin discuss this because Praise disagrees with you. He thinks it's allegorical and God didn't actually command people to kill the Amalekites.
Yeah, it's war propaganda. Look it up yourself. It's something that is demonstrable.
It's not war
in the ancient Near
propaganda.
East. It is, dumbass. You know what the hell you're talking about.
I do know what I'm
You don't
talking
even
about.
do any research. Just shut your stupid mouth and tell some stuff you actually know you're talking about.
Yes, because the time of when all this bullshit was happening, the land that you love so fucking much was controlled by the Egyptians. You dumb
When are
fuck.
you, dude? Just go.
Your supposed
something.
King David
Guys,
didn't fucking exist because it was owned by Egypt.
Hey, Praise. I know you've covered this before. Do me a favor, and I know you probably got this. Can you post links to this? Because I know there's probably a shitload of like Christian apologetic sites that have all sorts of different takes on this, whether this is allegorical, whether this is. I'm just wondering why it is that there's this translation in this sense where if you're a layman and you're reading the Bible for what it is, ESV, NIV, whatever, and you're going through and you read these verses, and that's the first thing that you're going to take away, right, from the message, because it's like, yeah, this is an historical account of Israel and them, facing, being an established nation. Now they have their own king, which wasn't recommended by God, but God let them have it anyway. And then there's, okay, now it's time to kick the Amalekites for some stuff that happened in the past on our way out of Egypt and go from there. So that's sometimes an issue when that's a concern for some skeptics when they start looking at this.
And Jay,
Go ahead.
Jay, if I could jump in and just piggyback really quick off what you said.
My brain is inspiring COVID.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll piggyback off that because that's the issue. that's the problem. Is yes, I will for this conversation, I will concede one thing. I will say, yes, Praise has done his homework, right? We'll
Thank
concede
you,
that.
Oz.
We will concede that for this conversation. But let's pretend for a moment that none of you have ever met me, talked to me. You don't know who I am. And I'm someone that for the first time ever, I'm approaching this text. I literally have 15 scriptures that I looked up on KingJamesBibleOnline.org that tells me that God either ordered or was a part of killing either living children or unborn children. Why? Like all of your the theology and the doctrine that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm brand new to it, right? That's where it all gets lost. Is because all the scrambling around and doing all that. And I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying it doesn't mean anything to someone that reads this for the very first time.
Yeah, I agree
Real
with
quick,
that.
Praise, before you respond to Oz, and I agree, Oz, wholeheartedly, and I have to say, Praise, I do commend you as well, because I remember the days when Praise would just tell you, well, it's not wrong because it's God, so you have evolved. But I do want to welcome Kevin's biblical discussions to the chat. I always like it when new Christians do come on. We have this visceral reaction when Christians try to imply that atheists can't know anything about morality. I'll let somebody get to that eventually. So I don't want you to feel like excluded.
No,
but we do have this visceral reaction when Christians try to imply.
Don't bring that bullshit.
Hold
Don't bring that
on.
bullshit.
No. I didn't have a. Hold on, real quick. I didn't have a visceral reaction. My first thing is cringe. Pure cringe. That's cringe in
we
my-
hear
that's
it
cringe
so
in my
much.
book.
It's but I do want to welcome you, because I do like it when Christians step into the Viper's Den. I do appreciate that. So welcome.
But
is this the same guy that said I wasn't a Christian?
For the atheists here, we can say been there, done that.
Yeah.
Yes, he says you're not a Christian. I have to agree, because I don't think you probably knew the gospel. But maybe Kevin, you can have that conversation.
You little bitch. Just because I didn't know the fucking gospels when I was talking to 9 of you. Okay.
Oh, Red Fang, are you able to have intelligent dialogue without being a stupid scumbag? Just asking.
Can you have a conversation without being a prick?
Because last time you came on,
These two know each other, don't they?
Oh yeah, we know each other.
Oh,
I've dealt with this fucking bitch.
All right. So hold on. Before I do this, I again, and I will mute because this sounds like it's going to take a better direction. But Praise, my whole point is, if we're trying to look for the most the best reasons to believe something may be true, we're looking for evidence, right? Like things that are recorded. I have. Like I said, just from the King James 15, there's other websites that I have saved on my tabs. They could pull other ones up, but 15. Why would we not believe that having 14 and 15 just alone from the Old and New Testament regarding God either being a part of or encouraging the death of children or unborn lives? Why would we not take issue with that?
Well, that's a good point, Oz. And I would say that coming from a general perspective, a general citizen, that hasn't, or a general person that hasn't been acquainted with the Bible or God, yes, that would be problematic. But if you get to the Bible, Proverbs says you got to exercise wisdom. And one of the things that God says in Proverbs is you have to diligently seek out things and research. And if people come to that understanding, maybe I should research some of this stuff. It looks pretty bad, but is it true, though? And I think that's what we need to do. I think it's descriptive. A lot of the Bible is descriptive, so it records a lot of bad things, but I don't think it's reflective of God. It just means of humanity in general. But you're welcome to disagree, but that's the way I see it, though.
Okay, and hold on. Last thing. I'm sorry.
I wanted to add a point. Go ahead, Oz.
Last thing. So So praise and actually praise and I for the most part have always been it's been Gavin that's always been an issue between praise and I. But the one I'll point out is Numbers 31:17. On our channel. Thank you,
Fat
Gavin.
bastard.
Fucking asshole. Numbers 31:17. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. Numbers 31:17 to me is a very critical scripture. You don't have to respond to it right now, but later maybe we can have a conversation, because I think that scripture is very problematic. And
Sure, I would love to, but I don't want to take over this room either. But I would love to talk with you, Oz. I'm really into this stuff. It's something that's caught my fascination. But anytime, let me know.
Yeah, I think we could talk about it, because that particular scriptures and Numbers, that one to me is problematic and needs to be talked out. But I'm done.
And
Well,
what about
I have a
David
fan.
and Bathsheba's child?
I have a fan in the chat. He's sweet.
So praise. That was interesting to me, because when you were talking about the slaughter of the Amalekites and the killing of the babies, you were saying, "Oh, that is just war rhetoric," and it's not actually true. That God didn't actually command people to kill babies, and babies weren't actually killed. But then when it comes to this verse in Numbers, when you're talking about, they to kill all, God commanded to kill all these people and take the virgins for them. Why are you arguing, oh, well, it was better for them and it was to preserve them? Why don't you just take the route you did with the Amalekites and say, oh, this is just a war, rhetoric, and this is, not actually true. It didn't really happen.
Well, that's a great point. In fact, I actually could have went down that route, and here's why. If you check the amount of donkeys and camels and all these numbers, they're inflated. They're crazy numbers that even Bible scholars say that are inflated, purposely inflated or over exaggerated. So yes, you could actually do that as well.
Okay.
So you're saying that God doesn't kill children. Well, if we look at 2 Samuel 12, verse 15, and Nathan went to his house, and the Lord afflicted the child that Uriah's wife bore to David, and he became sick. And verse 18, on the seventh day, the child died, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead.
And I would say that is from the consequences of David's sin. It wasn't God directly. I mean, it wasn't God killing the baby. It was because of David's consequences that was the case.
What caused the child to get sick? What caused the child to get sick?
I would say it was just something random. I don't think that God inflicted with the baby with something, and that's what people assume, but I don't think so.
So when it says, and the Lord afflicted the child, you're saying that's not true. The Lord didn't afflict the child.
There's an apologetic, and I don't agree with it. The apologetic is that when David did that, God basically took away protection from David, and that's what allowed the illness to take his child. So God didn't, oh, I'm going to kill the kid directly. He just turned away from David and went, oh, you're not going to get any blessings or protection from me. Baby gets sick. Baby dies because of the consequences of your actions.
Right.
Again, we're back.
And let me just get the last part of that. So it says that the Lord killed Saul, but if you actually look, it says that it actually was Saul committing suicide. So what they did back then was they would attribute things to Yahweh indirectly. So yes, I think Jay said it perfectly there, that God removed his protective bounds, or just like on Job, there was a protective thing around him and he got sick. So that's how we would address it.
So we're back to, if you allow a child to fall to their death and you could have easily prevented it, you're still the person at fault. By removing these protections, knowing that the child would become sick and die, God did it.
No, it was David's consequences for his sin. That's what happened.
Even if God did it to spite David, God did it.
Well, no, because God did not directly inflict the child. I disagree.
when you have a child who is about to fall off a ledge to their death and you're easily able to prevent that from happening, you're at fault for not preventing it from happening. In the exact same way, God is, if you take the story literally, God is, by removing these protections from David, God caused the child to get sick.
Hey, Jake, I've got a quick.
Why are we hold on? Why are we blaming God for bad things that happen? You know, we do have free choices to make.
Well, hold on. I was going to ask a question real quick. Hey, of Praise, do you agree with like Darth Dawkins when Darth Dawkins says God is that which instantiates all that's possible and impossible?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to throw that out there. Go ahead, Jake.
Well, and I guess real quick to answer Kevin's question, it kind of goes back to the very, well, not the very beginning of the stream, but the very beginning of pretty much this entire argument was an argument against the omni aspects of God, and you know, free will comes into play, and ultimately what we're arguing is that if God, the argument that Jake laid out is if you have the capability of stopping something and you don't, then you're pretty much at fault at it. So that's where we're at.
What I would say is that, okay, so let's say that God stopped every time someone was going to make a bad decision and do something evil. If he stopped it and stepped in every single time, how would we ever learn or grow from our mistakes? We would never learn anything.
Yeah, that we went over this like 3 hours ago. Sorry. No, that's all right. You weren't there. Sorry. Yeah, if God has the power to teach us, an omnipotent or maximally powerful God would have the ability to teach us this information without causing us to go through the suffering. God could give us that knowledge in a number of different ways.
Can I give an example of that? So I was watching a debate, I don't know why, between Matt Slick and Dan Barker. And Matt Slick was saying that, you know, he lost his son, he lost a child. I'm not sure. You know, he lost a child, and he said that losing that child was God's way of getting his wife to grow and him to grow closer together and have a stronger relationship and to be more supportive of each other. And then Dan Barker said, well, couldn't God have made your relationship come together without without your child dying?
Or let the child live and bring you guys together to raise a kid?
Yeah, that's because that's what Dan Barker's point was. God, if God is all powerful, he could have brought you and your wife closer together without having your child die. And Matt Slick didn't really have a response.
So
we can't know why God allows certain things, you know. But
it was serious.
If we can't know why God does if God does illogical things like this, and we're just supposed to say we can't know, then
it's illogical. You don't know that. There is a reason behind everything. You just don't know what it is, and I don't either.
Reasons.
Then it's when God does
trying to take this moral high ground over the God that created you and gave you life. You are
not. Well, so
when God does something that is clearly, when God does something that is clearly immoral, and you're just telling me to if God does something that is clearly immoral, and I'm just supposed to say, well, God works in mysterious ways, it is illogical to believe that God
has never done anything.
Are you familiar with skeptical theism?
Well, actually, Praise, it's funny because what we have here is actually the traditional answer that we would get from most Christians, and the answer that I would have gotten from Praise quite a long time ago.
That's why I want to see the two Christians duke it out because they're the opposite. They believe the opposite things.
Yeah, because Praise, Kevin is actually arguing against what you're arguing for, which is the fact that it's all war propaganda and God doesn't actually murder babies. Kevin is saying even if God might murder babies, but it's God, and we can't understand his thinking. That's the traditional Christian answer. It's the one you used to give.
Oh, a perfect example is the the Canaanites, and they had their god Moloch, and they would burn their children alive. And when God judged these people and had the Israelites go in and destroy them, he was doing the world a favor because their wickedness spread.
See, you think that actually happened, right?
Of course it did.
Praise.
Just like Genesis chapter 6,
Go
when
ahead.
God fed the whole
Because
world.
my holy book
Praise,
told me
praise,
so.
Praise, go ahead. You think that didn't happen?
Right. So if you do this, I think Kevin hasn't really. I mean, it's fine because I'm not saying that's bad. You haven't researched this, Kevin. But in the ancient Near East, we have scholars and historians showing that these cultures back then, they would hyperinflate these numbers and they would make stuff up like, we totally whooped your ass, we took out your babies, we took out your donkeys, we took out your woman, we took out everything. It was basically to instill fear in those people back then. It was sort of like shit talking. It's the way they did operate back then. We have evidence of this, and even in Joshua we have evidence of this too, where like in the very next passage where they said they were completely destroyed and wiped out was another Canaanite there. Like we even have scriptural evidence of that.
All right, and real quick, y'all, I want to bet I want to let Leo back in the room. And I don't know. I've never kicked anybody from the studio before. Is there anything I have to do?
Why do you have someone sitting backstage?
Do you need a spot?
Oh, guys, can I say, Rage, I'd like to talk to you one-on-one sometime because you and I started to have a conversation last year, and it was interrupted by Smokey Saint, and you left to go argue with him. We were actually having a good conversation. I would like to continue that and talk to you one-on-one sometime.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be interested for sure. Yeah,
Get ready to be called you weren't a Christian.
So, Kevin, what do you think about what Praise just said?
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, what do you think about what Praise just said?
He's entitled to his opinion, but I tend to take it literal. And I think that everything God does, he does for a reason. If he ordered to have these people eliminated, it was for a good reason.
Well, and I do think
now, if I'm wrong and it is some sort of war rhetoric, I'd have to look into that. But I don't think it is, and I don't fault Tom for thinking that it's a non-essential issue. We agree on the gospel. That's what matters.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
So
we both have half a brain to understand that creation can't create itself. That there has to be a source.
So then, if you were shown sufficient evidence for you to believe or be convinced that what Praise is saying is true, you would believe that, and
of course, because truth matters to me. If he can show me how I'm wrong, yes, my opinion, absolutely.
I'll show you, brother. I'll show you. Yeah, you'll see.
No,
we could talk about it.
That's cool, because sometimes people are. I mean, that's a good.
Look, we're human beings. We don't know everything. Even as Christians with the Holy Spirit, we still have to learn. We have to come to the knowledge of the truth. It's not just something automatic. So yeah, I could be wrong, and if I am, I'll humble myself and I'll correct myself.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to respond to 420 up there. He was saying that even though that God allows something, he ordained it or he determined it. I would agree, but there's a distinction though. There's indirect causation and direct causation. As long as you agree it's indirect, it still preserves free will. So that's all I wanted to say out there.
And Kevin, I'm not sure if you can see the private chat. But in the private chat, I put my email address. So yeah, just shoot me an email and we'll set something up.
All right, cool. Thank you.
There's no such thing as free will.
Good luck proving that.
Good luck proving that there is.
Oh, I can. I think I can, but I don't want to
Praise,
explore the room.
Can you jump to the moon?
That's not how we that's not how we define free will. I think that's a strong
free will.
Uninhibited, rational choices, and also moral choices.
In a world where there's a maximally powerful God that can see the future, free will isn't possible. You can't have these kinds of uninhibited choices. You're uninhibited choices is not a thing.
Amen.
I disagree because of secondary agency. He can allow for a spectrum of choices.
What about God's omniscience negates free will?
That's a modal scope fallacy.
It is actually technically a modal scope. Well, it depends on how the argument's laid out.
Because if the God can see the future, it can choose which future it allows.
What's the entailment there? What's the entailment between knowledge of the future and decision over it? I don't understand the entailment.
Because I didn't say it, you didn't give me a chance.
Well, okay.
We're waiting.
What I think he's trying to say is that this is supposed to be not just omniscience, but omniscience plus omnipotence. So if you have those,
I still don't understand the entailment. God knowing the future and being all powerful still does not entail that he decides all events in the future personally.
But then he could have chosen otherwise.
Well, of course, but that doesn't have anything to do with God. And if you would have chosen otherwise, God would have known that you had made that decision. You don't make the decision in virtue of God's knowledge of that decision. God has the knowledge of your decisions in virtue of you making them. This is the problem with this argument, is that, and the only reason I object to it is, like, I just got to be honest, I just don't think it's a good argument. There are certainly ways to attack God's omniscience. I would argue that Cartesian scenarios are probably going to be the best way to do that. But the idea that because God knows what's going to happen in the future, that thereby he personally decides for every single individual event to happen specifically, I just want to know what the argument connecting the two propositions is.
Yeah. Okay. So you have a moment in time, right? And everything that happens beyond that moment in time, God has full omniscience to see what's going to happen, and God has the ability to change what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So if we select between two different options, if you're going to choose option A and God doesn't want option A to happen, God causes you to choose option B. If God did not want it doesn't, because God can. If God doesn't want option A to happen, option.
How do we get from God can to God directly cause?
See, having knowledge and I believe it is in the Stanford the Stanford Encyclopedia for philosophy, and this is coming from a guy that doesn't do philosophy, mind you. But I believe the definition is this, or very close to it, is free will, philosophically speaking, is the ability to make a decision or make a choice without the influence of an external agent, which would mean that there is no God, there is no higher power, there is no other thing influencing that decision. You can make that decision, and there are no repercussions, there are no penalties, there's no anything for making that decision. But when we look at it biblically, first of all, let's just point it out, Christians, free will isn't even brought up in the Bible. So let's be honest.
Oh, it is though. It's called a free will offering.
No, it's not. No. Give me a scripture where the Bible says free will.
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you one right now.
Right. I want to see it. Free will.
Yeah. Give me 1 second here.
All right, so in the pause, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to cut the stream at 3:30. If somebody wants to like start a stream after and continue the conversation, that's great. I definitely wanted to bring you in, Leo. I think that I overreacted when I kicked you. I should have just let things simmer down a bit and brought you back in. I definitely am glad that you are back, and this has been a great conversation, but I'm exhausted. If I don't go to sleep soon, I'm going to regret it for all day tomorrow. So
Kevin here is a Christian, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I was listening to something you said earlier. Would you agree that there is nothing that occurs in the world that God does not have justifying reasons for permitting the occurrence of?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe God has inexhaustive knowledge of all things.
So literally everything that occurs, he has ultimate justifying reasons for permitting the occurrence of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you agree there is no evil in the world?
No, evil exists. It's just God does allow some evil things to happen.
So what do you mean by evil?
Evil is transgression of the law. Sin.
Wow.
So what is transgression of the law then?
Have you ever read Exodus chapter 20? Thou shalt not
No,
kill.
I haven't. I just want to know what transgression of the law
Thou
is.
shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not take the name of your
Ten
Lord thy God.
Commandments, yeah.
So when you say thou shalt not do one of those, are you saying that all things considered, these are things that one ought not do?
Yes, you should not.
So evil is that which all things considered one ought not do.
No, evil or sin is transgression of what God says is good.
And transgression of God is something that all things considered you ought not do, right?
Yes.
So then evil is just that which all things considered you ought not do.
No, evil is doing things that God says is wrong.
Yeah, and those things are going to be things that all things considered you ought not do, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then evil is just that which all things
Yes,
considered you ought not do.
but I'm being more specific. That's very vague. Sin is transgression of the law. So evil is everything.
And you ought not transgress against the law, all things considered, right?
Right.
Okay, so then evil is just all things considered what you ought not do. Right? Okay, so then if God is justifying reasons for permitting literally everything that occurs in the world, then that's just to say that all things considered, God ought to permit those things to occur. So you're just agreeing there is no evil in the world. Because evil is that which all things considered.
No, because he prescribes it. We already talked about this, Leo. It's so stupid.
I'm talking to Kevin, sorry.
Yeah, like your argument it's not a good argument. Like,
why not?
If I know, let's say I know, like I have a son and he's going out to ride his bike and he's never ridden a bike before. He took his training wheels off the first time. I know he's going to fall and hurt himself. I tell him, hey, you shouldn't ride that bike, right? And he says, hey, I got this. I'm going to do it anyway. And he falls and scrapes his knee. Is it evil for me to stop him or to not stop him from riding his bike and just let him learn a lesson and scrape his knee so next time listen to me?
Ought he fall off his bike? Is that something that all things considered ought to occur?
Sir, I'm not interested in getting to philosophy.
Yeah, you're not interested in understanding what we mean by the words that we're using. You just want to be vague so that you can avoid being pinned down on everything. Yeah, I understand. I deal with this all the
No,
time.
I think I'm being more specific than you are because I'm trying to tell you what evil is, and you're trying to say, no, it's something you ought not do.
You haven't
Okay,
defined
but
what evil is.
can we be more specific? Because if you ask different people, they would say there's different things you ought not do. I'm being more specific and saying you're violating what God has said.
But that doesn't bear on anything that I said.
Okay. Well, Leo, do you think you're a good person?
Of course. I generally do the things that I ought to do. And the only time where I do the things I ought not do is when I later realize that I ought not do them, but in the moment thought that all things considered I ought to do them.
How many lies do you think you've told in your life?
I couldn't tell you. Don't keep
What
track
do you
of it.
call someone that tells countless lies?
Somebody tells countless lies? What do you mean by countless?
You can't number the amount of times you've lied, correct?
Me?
Countless means
No,
yes.
it's not something that I've never kept track of.
Right. So what do you tell someone? What do you call someone that tells lies that you can't even keep count how many?
Ray Comfort in the room.
What
I was
do you
gonna
call
say,
somebody who tells
fucking
lies
Ray.
when they don't know the amount of lies that they've told? Probably just your average human being.
Wait. Next, are you going to say a building needs a builder?
I'm still curious though, because you agreed that evil is that which all things considered one ought not do. But then you said that from God's perspective, everything that occurs, all things considered, because he has, ultimate knowledge, ought to occur, which is why he permits it. So that I'm just not understanding
No,
what
I
you
didn't
mean
say
when you
that.
say
I'm
there's
saying that
evil
God
in the world.
allows certain things to happen.
Yeah, and he allows them because all things considered they ought to occur, correct?
No.
So then why does he allow things that shouldn't happen?
To accomplish certain purposes for certain
So then,
reasons.
so then that means there's a reason that they should happen, and it's so he can accomplish a goal. So it ought to happen, right?
Not
Could he accomplish
necessarily. I
those
don't
goals
know.
if they didn't
Well,
happen?
I don't know what it means to say something ought to happen.
but I don't want it to happen, or something ought not to happen, but I want it to happen. I don't understand what that means. You're gonna have to explain that for me.
Well, I'm not the one trying to bring this to philosophy. You did that, so you're gonna have to
Well,
clarify.
I don't know what that. I have no idea what that's even.
I'm just keeping it
just trying
simple
to
that
understand what it is that you're
God
saying and
allows-
the entanglements of it.
For example, in the book of Job, Job it's stated that he was a man of God that loved God and was righteous in his ways, and God allowed all these terrible things to happen to him, right? And it was never given a reason why. But
Could God? So can I ask you a
Because
quick
God's
question?
a prick.
You have sinned before in your life, Kevin. I would presume, since we're all born sinners.
of course,
So if and I'm not going to ask you about what it is or when it was, because that's not relevant. But the last sin that you think you may have committed, do you think that it's possible that you could have done otherwise? That you could have done the right thing rather than the wrong thing in that situation?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna put that on anyone else. That's my fault. That was my responsibility.
Yeah. Okay. And then the one before that, the sin that you committed before that one, whatever it was, is it possible that you could have done the right thing rather than the wrong thing there as well?
Well, I suppose so.
So do you think that this could be true for all of your sins?
I mean, are you saying if it's possible for me to live my entire life without sinning? No, because we have a tendency to do wrong things.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Are you saying that logically entails that it's impossible for humans to live without sin?
Yes.
So what's the logical contradiction?
I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm asking for the logical contradiction. So a logical contradiction is essentially going to be the obtention of two mutually exclusive states of affairs. It would be like saying something is a square and a circle simultaneously. There's going to be a contradiction there because what it means to be square is entirely fundamentally different from what it means to be a circle. So if you're going to say that there's a contradiction in there being a world in which there exists rational moral agents like ourselves, but that they can't ever choose to do the good, even though they have free will in all instances, and you're going to have to give me the contradiction since you're claiming it's logically impossible.
Well, because humans are selfish. Sometimes we choose good, and other times we don't.
Yeah, but we could have always chosen the good.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, so what's the contradiction?
Sin.
Yeah, but we could have chosen not to sin, right?
We're born with a sin nature, so we are automatically presupposed to do the wrong thing instead of the right thing. We have to actually make a conscious effort to try to do the right thing, and we still don't sometimes.
Well, number one, that doesn't logically entail that humans couldn't always choose to do the good. Number two, it seems that you've already admitted that it's possible for you to have always chosen to do the good in your life, so I don't see why it couldn't be extended.
Like, for example, is it possible to live your entire life without ever lusting?
It depends on what you mean by lust.
Sexual desire.
But that doesn't really answer my question because I mean,
Yes, it
it doesn't because there's
I know it's wrong to lust after someone else's
there's
wife,
going to be people that think
but
that
they
lust is not a sin, but that's just tangential to the point that I'm raising. All I'm wanting to know is if you're going to claim that it's logically impossible for there to be a world in which humans have free will but never choose to do the good in all instances.
I don't give a
Then I want to
toss
know.
about
Then I want to know. I'm sorry. I haven't finished speaking. Then I want to know what the logical contradiction is. You can't claim that it's logically impossible if you can't give a contradiction. Wait, did he leave?
Yep.
Man. See, the argument from evil works equally as well as the argument from failure.
Well, so one thing I wanted to kind of run by you, Leo, something I've been thinking about is that if there is a necessary being, I was talking about this earlier, if there is a necessary being that is immutable, meaning that he is the same in all possible worlds, then doesn't that lead to modal collapse or necessitarianism?
There is a sense in which you can derive a modal collapse into necessitarianism from classical theism, where that where a lot of classical theists are going to want to argue that that God himself has libertarian free will. Well, then what causes God's desires ultimately? They're either going to be arbitrary and thereby they're going to have to sacrifice a bunch of concepts, or they're going to have to say that they're necessary. And there are many Christians actually that want to say that ultimately the world that we inhabit is the necessary one. It's the world that God created. It in the world that God created. It's the best of all possible worlds, and God can only create the best of all possible worlds, and that's this world. So, and then that's relates to the argument from evil is that if you're a classical theist, you're either going to have to admit that God created the best of all possible worlds, and that thereby there is no evil in this world, or you're going to have to sacrifice one of God's great making properties, and thus his godness.
Right, and that's the whole. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, if you want to know more about the modal collapse and necessitarianism, I would talk to like Danny or Jack Engstrike. They know a little bit more about that than I do.
Okay.
But yeah, no, you bring up a very, very good issue. I just don't know all the formal aspects of that argument like they do. But it is a good one.
Interesting.
Well, I know I am falling asleep at the keyboard here. I am going to. I know some folk have channels, some folk I haven't met yet, so everybody can have a moment to shill or say goodbye. But I know I have to go to bed because it is super, super late for me. So, yeah, anybody can go.
Well, I just wanted to say I appreciate Lucia letting me come back in rage. I hope I was a little bit more reined in. Of course, I was really
I didn't. You start talking, and I don't get a chance to make it about me. Leo, come on.
I know, Jay.
Come on, dude.
I definitely think it was a lot more calmed down. I know I'm so tired. Like I until you actually pointed it out, I didn't realize we were talking that you had actually switched it up and was talking problem of evil, which was still on topic. So yeah, that's just how tired I am. I thought we were like back to where we were 4 hours ago.
Oh shit! Did
The last 4
anybody
hours
just
never
see
happened.
Gavin's comment?
No, I didn't see that. So let me check that out. You know, I do like it that
Oh,
Gavin's
Gavin.
here.
Well,
It's been quite a long time since he's actually been here.
That is
I assume
impossible
it's
to
because of
prove how
praise.
God does
Well,
not.
it-
You can't prove
and
how
Rage-
something doesn't
Rage-
exist because it doesn't exist for there to be a mechanism to instantiate a how. The question doesn't even make sense. Sorry,
Rage. No, you're good. I was gonna say, Rage. I created a room as a follow up, and I don't know how long we'll go, but as a follow up because I am a insomniac, so I'll be up. So I put the link in the private chat, so those that want to continue the conversation, we can.
Awesome. I appreciate that,
do
Oz,
what I do.
because I honestly am doing. I didn't plan to have an open room tonight, and I've done it for 6 hours now, so I'm exhausted. And yeah, I hate it that when I just have to kind of end it, you know. So yeah, thank you, Oz, for continuing
The
it
alley
on.
oop, the alley oop, the
Oh,
alley
yeah.
oop.
So everybody in the side chat, go to the Tang channel. You know they're gonna definitely be having another stream. Yeah. So Oz is Tang. You want to promote yourself, Oz, and let them know where to go. And then I know Jay, you got a channel. I think Jake, don't you have a channel?
I'm not fucking promoting myself. No. Don't come to my channel, you fucking idiots. I don't want any of you.
Go to
I
Jay
want-
Passick's channel so I can yell at you over there.
Exactly. I don't want to see any of you. None of you. Stay away. No, it's all good. But yes, I do have a channel. To answer the question, yes, I do have a channel.
You're cool. So y'all
Yeah,
like me.
got-
I hate shilling too, man.
I do have a channel. I haven't uploaded anything to it for a while, but I'm actually moving it to a different one because the YouTube stupid stuff. It'll still be named Jake 4D. I should have videos posted up pretty soon.
I've thought about doing it myself so many
It's going to
fucking
be a new
times.
channel and it's not going to upgrade to the 5D. Damn.
I thought about it.
Somebody's going to have to get on corporate.
And there's also the Jake 3D channel if you want tech reviews, games, and that kind of shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna go get ready for this. So yeah, 10 gang.
Yeah.
See y'all there if you want to be there.
All right, I definitely appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody that came on, all the Christians. Again, you know, and ultimately, and I'd like to have a conversation more in depth with James on it because I don't think he quite. I think that every time I think the argument is really good, Leo, and I think that ultimately they argue against what we would see this Christian God to be, the omni God that it is. I love the argument.
Notice how long it took to get James to just admit that he thinks that his God, an omniscient, omnipotent, and morally perfect being, does not desire for all persons to be saved.
See you guys. I'm over there with Oz. Bye
Oh,
all.
Yeah, I agree, and I don't think that they realize as they're doing it, but yet you're taken away from what you claimed God to be, especially fucking praise. Like, dude, I've talked to you for 3 years now. Don't tell me. But all right, I've got to go to bed. So yeah, thank you guys. Y'all go join Oz and continue it.
Thanks,
And
Reach.
I wish I could stay up later, but I am out. So y'all have a good night.
Peace out, Rage.